Bai Feng opened his eyes in the Uchiha clan grounds. He yawned and walked out of his room. He believed that as a transmigrator he should not be surprised by it. But when Bai Feng saw villagers summoning flames with bare hands leaping 10 meters in a single bound, and walking on water like stepping on clouds, he realized this world was extraordinary. Various strange phenomena made Bai Feng understand that this world was not simple. Yawning, he entered the living room where his kind grandmother had already prepared breakfast for him. Obito, you're awake. Come today is the entrance ceremony for the Ninja Academy, right? Eat more, study hard, and strive to become an excellent ninja. The grandmother showed a warm smile. Bai Feng also smiled up. An excellent ninja. There's really no need, you know. This Obito referred to Bai Feng. His name in this world was Uchiha Obito. Bai Feng had never met his parents in this world. His grandmother said they died. This made Bai Feng even more convinced that this world was dangerous. He needed to be cautious. Therefore, Bai Feng had no particular obsession with becoming a ninja. Why would he do something so dangerous? However, under his grandmother's urging, Bai Feng still enrolled in the Leaf Village's Ninja Academy. Bai Feng sat at the dining table eating a hearty breakfast. Rin. Suddenly a voice sounded. Bai Feng looked around in confusion. Grandma, did you hear someone talking? Grandma placed the milk on the table. No, Obito, are you too excited and misheard? Was that it? Bai Feng didn't think too much. After finishing breakfast, he went out. Obito. A clear voice rang out. Bai Feng turned around and saw a cute girl about his age waving at him. The girl's name was Rin Nohara, a person Bai Feng was familiar with in this world. Short brown hair, large dark brown eyes, no bangs, a light pink dress with safety shorts, dark red thigh-high socks, a red bracelet on her hand, and the most distinctive feature, 2 purple markings on her cheeks. In the modern world, she would definitely be a waifu for otaku. Bai Feng smiled. Rin, you're here so early. What about Kakashi? Kakashi went to school with his father. I see. Then let's go. Just as Bai Feng walked up to Rin and was about to walk side by side with her to the Ninja Academy, his right hand suddenly moved uncontrollably and gently touched her. Bai Feng's eyes widened. He swore he didn't do it. He wasn't a Lilicon. Rin. A voice filled with countless emotions echoed in his mind. Bai Feng was startled. This time he was sure he hadn't misheard. Rin tilted her head. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Very young Rin naturally didn't think much. Bai Feng quickly said, of course no. Before he finished, tears suddenly streamed from his eyes, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Seeing Bai Feng cry, Rin quickly said, what's wrong? Obito, why are you suddenly crying? It's nothing. Rin, go to school first. I suddenly remembered I have something to deal with. Sorry. Bai Feng wiped his eyes and ran away quickly. Bai Feng ran into a small, empty alley, but tears still kept flowing. Whoa, what's going on? Why can't I stop crying? Bai Feng choked. And what was that voice in his mind? Bai Feng finally managed to stop his tears and began to think, following the logic of modern life. Could it be? Bai Feng thought of a possibility and tentatively said, are you inside my body? No one responded. Bai Feng thought he might have guessed wrong. My name is Uchiha Obito. The voice sounded again, and this time the content made Bai Feng's eyes. Wait, you are Uchiha Obito. Then what am I? Could it be 2 souls in 1 body like in the comics? Bai Feng exclaimed. I don't know what comic you're talking about, but judging by the current situation, it seems we are indeed 2 souls in 1 body. Bai Feng took 5 seconds to accept this setting. Who are you? Obito inquired. Bai Feng thought for a moment. I am Bai Feng, originally a person not from this world, but by chance came to this world. Now my name is Uchiha Obito. Is that so? Space-time ninjutsu. Bai Feng didn't know what space-time ninjutsu was, but he couldn't help asking. You want to take over my body? Bai Feng said. Strictly speaking, this is my body. But rest assured, your soul occupies the dominant position. As long as you are unwilling, I cannot take over your body. This sentence made Bai Feng feel a little relieved. Phew. Good, that way I can follow my plan and be a slacker. Bai Feng patted his chest. Slacker? What does that mean? Bai Feng explained. It means I can follow my plan, live a low-key and ordinary life, and finish my days. Obito paused, not knowing what to say. This was the first time he had met someone so lacking in ambition. Seeing Obito suddenly fall silent, Bai Feng wanted to ask more, but then something came to mind. Oh no. I'm going to be late. I forgot the Ninja Academy entrance ceremony. Bai Feng shouted. He started running wildly and managed to enter the Ninja Academy just before being late. Not late. It seems everything can change. Obito's voice sounded again. Bai Feng whispered, what does that mean? He spoke softly because the new students were standing in the playground listening to the speech of the current Hokage of the Leaf Village, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. The content made Bai Feng want to sleep the will of fire, becoming an excellent ninja to protect the village, and so on. Bai Feng couldn't get interested. He would be happy if he couldn't graduate. When I was little, I was very late to the entrance ceremony. When I was little, Bai Feng paused. He caught a keyword since Obito said when I was little, meaning that the soul inside him now was the older Uchiha Obito. Bai Feng looked at Rin, who stood not far from him. What exactly had happened to make Obito's voice contain so many complex emotions? The third Hokage's speech quickly ended. After the speech, it was time for class assignments. Bai Feng was assigned to Ninja Class 1, in the same class as Lin. When Bai Feng and Lin entered the classroom together, they found the girls in the classroom gathered around a white-haired boy. The boy wore a mask, only his eyes visible. Hatake Kakashi, who was also someone Bai Feng was relatively familiar with in this world. Kakashi. Obito's voice upon seeing Kakashi became very complicated. Bai Feng, what's going on? These three. Did something happen? Or is there something going on? Lin trotted over to Kakashi and smiled. Kakashi, we're in the same class. That's great. Obito is here too. Oh. Kakashi's eyes glanced at Obito. I didn't expect to be in the same class as you, Obito. Bai Feng was used to Kakashi's aloof attitude. Because Kakashi was the son of the White Fang of Konoha, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. Of course, Kakashi's talent was also extremely strong. It was said that this time the Ninja Academy entrance exam Kakashi passed with excellent results. Bai Feng looked at the girls surrounding Kakashi and curled his lips. What's wrong? Am I a plague or something? Are you the monk from the Women's Kingdom? Bai Feng retorted. Kakashi. Although he didn't know what the Women's Kingdom or the monk was, he roughly understood the meaning. Lin hurriedly said, Alright, stop arguing, the teacher is coming. Bai Feng, Lin, and Kakashi sat together. Soon an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked into the classroom. My name is Aoki Jin, age 32 at Chunin. Until you graduate, I will be your homeroom teacher. My hobby is nurturing excellent students one after another. Nice to meet you. Aoki Jin wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk, followed by the self-introduction session. Each student would stand up and introduce themselves in seed order. Although Bai Feng had experienced it many times, he was still a little nervous at this moment. His nervousness was different from others. Others were thinking about how to make themselves look outstanding and eye-catching. But Bai Feng was nervous about how to introduce himself so that he could become invisible. Soon it was Kakashi's turn. Kakashi stood up. He said calmly, My name is Hatake Kakashi. The reason I came to school is not to make friends or play house, but to graduate from the academy smoothly and become an excellent ninja. So if there's nothing important, don't waste my time. This self-introduction very fierce, huh? The girls in the class all had stars in their eyes. Children of this age didn't think much. They only knew Kakashi was cool and handsome at that moment. Even Lin was staring intently at Kakashi. Bai Feng originally felt nothing, but suddenly he felt some restlessness inside. What is this feeling? Could it be that Obito likes Lin? Bai Feng felt he had discovered the truth. Kakashi's self-introduction ended, and then it was Lin's. Lin stood up smiling calmly. My name is Noara Rin. My dream is to end the war and create a world where no one is hurt. I have no dislikes. I hope everyone gets along well with me. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Finally, it was Bai Feng's turn. Bai Feng took a deep breath, stood up, and said, My name is Uchiha Obito. Dislikes? I hate cilantro. My dream. I want to live a peaceful, ordinary life. Everyone fell silent after hearing Bai Feng's introduction. It was the first time they had seen someone so laid back. Everyone who came to this school had their own dreams, all inseparable from becoming an excellent ninja. But what was Bai Feng's dream? To live a peaceful, ordinary life. Bai Feng was silent for a moment, wondering if telling the truth had backfired. After the self-introduction session, it was time for class. Morning classes were theoretical, while the afternoon was for shuriken practice. When Aoki Jin handed the textbooks to Bai Feng's mouth twitched. The Will of Fire, Trap Making, Required Course on Ninja Spirit, How to Be Silent, etc. These strangely named textbooks all exuded a faint sense of danger. The morning classes ended quickly, and then it was afternoon. Everyone came to the training ground. In one corner of the ground were 3 wooden posts with targets on them. Aoki Jin took out a roll book and said, First, let's test everyone's basics, the results of shuriken jutsu practice. The first student, Uchiha Obito. Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to be called first. What order was the roll book arranged in? Shuriken jutsu. Bai Feng was actually quite good at it, because he had practiced a bit when he first entered the academy. He felt he couldn't perform too well, or else he would stand out. He couldn't be too laid back either. Bai Feng took out a shuriken, aimed and threw it. The shuriken hit the target around the 3rd ring. Aoki Jin nodded. Very good. Next student, Hatake Kakashi. As soon as Kakashi appeared, the girls in the class became noisy. Even Aoki Jin was now fully focused. Because even he wanted to see the power of the white data. Kakashi threw 3 shurikens in a row, each one hitting the center of the target precisely. Sigh. The whole class gasped. Even Bai Feng was a little surprised. This was indeed strong. Aoki Jin came back to his senses and smiled. As expected of the son of the White Feng, very excellent. Soon the shuriken test ended. Aoki Jin was quite satisfied with the basics of the class. None of the students had particularly poor foundations. This class, especially Hatake Kakashi. Not to mention anything else in terms of shuriken jutsu, his level had reached that of a genin. Of course that was all. This test distance was not very far. If the distance were farther or the target moved, Kakashi wouldn't have the ability to hit the bullseye either. After the shuriken test, there were various basic tests. For example, speed test, strength test, reaction ability test, etc. The day's classes quickly ended. I'm so tired. After school, Bai Feng slouched with a dejected sigh. Rin said helplessly, Obito, it's the first day of school. Can't you be a bit more I can't help it. Bai Feng sighed. After all, I'm not really interested in being a ninja. Rin forced a smile. But why don't you want to become a ninja? If you become a great ninja, you can do whatever you want. Even become the Hokage. Bai Feng fell silent. He had considered it just like other transmigrators in stories wanting to dominate, but the cruel reality shattered that notion. The ninja world was far from beautiful, it was fraught with danger at every turn. Bai Feng had once witnessed battles between ninjas. The gruesome aftermath left him deeply shaken, and the crimson blood filled him with terror. Moreover, he knew Konoha's situation all too well. In this village, even children, if they were ninjas, were thrown into war. War meant death, meant separation. Bai Feng dared not take that risk. Other children might not understand, but he did, because his past life was not that of a child. Seeing Bai Feng's silence, Rin quickly said, Obito, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. It's okay, everyone has their own wishes. It's perfectly normal not to want to be a ninja. Thank you, Rin. Kakashi said flatly, Obito, if you're going to keep being this half-hearted, you might as well drop out of school. Rin quickly interjected, Obito, that's not what Kakashi meant. He's worried about you too. I know. Bai Feng gave a bitter smile. Perhaps someone like him really was an outcast. Returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, he didn't go straight home, but instead headed to the clan's training field. There many Uchiha elders were training their children in ninjutsu, or shuriken techniques. You truly surprise me. Obito's voice rang out. What was the world you lived in before like? Bai Feng looked up at the slowly setting sun, and said, the world I came from was a very peaceful one. There I didn't have to live in fear or worry about when I'd become a sacrifice. All I needed to think about was how to earn more money and make my life better. That's all. As a modern person, even after years in the ninja world, Bai Feng still couldn't get used to the constant fighting. I see. If Rin and I had been in such a beautiful world, maybe everything would have been different. Obito sighed. But as you said, the ninja world is brutal. Even if you don't become a ninja, and just live as an ordinary person, are you truly safe? In my view, strength is the only thing that can truly guarantee your safety. Bai Feng pondered this. That's not wrong. Let's set a small goal first, graduate from the Ninja Academy smoothly and survive tenaciously until then. Bai Feng smiled. Why are you helping me? After all, I took over your body, didn't I? There's no such thing as taking over. I was already dead. See, why are you helping me? After all, I took over your body, didn't I? There's no such thing as taking over. I was already dead. Seeing Rin and Kakashi again makes me happy enough. As for why I'm helping you, how should I put it? I want to see the possibilities you bring. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. Possibilities? What do you mean? You must have guessed. I am Obito from the future. So will everything I experience change? After all what I went through, I don't want it to repeat. And in you I see the potential to change everything, because from the very beginning you've deviated from the main path. Obito smiled. Bai Feng grinned. I don't know what that life of yours was like, but it couldn't have been good, right? I will definitely change things. Alright, since I've set a goal, I need to train. Goal: quietly improve strength while being a slacker. Graduate from the Ninja Academy smoothly. By the way, you said I could ask you about improving strength. Are you that strong? Bai Feng asked. In his understanding, no one would say such a thing without real power. Believe it or not, when I was alive, I became the second Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths. Sounds impressive. Though Bai Feng had no idea what that was, the name alone seemed formidable. So can you teach me some ninjutsu? Practical ones. Bai Feng found a quiet spot. Ninjutsu. What ninjutsu do you know now? Bai Feng thought for a moment, then suddenly felt embarrassed. He didn't know any impressive ninjutsu either. You don't need to say it. From that constipated look on your face, I bet you haven't even learned the basic Uchiha fire release Great Fireball. Bai Feng nodded. I haven't. And what do you mean even? I've checked. Almost no one my age can master the Great Fireball. Then Obito explained the hand seals and the method for the Great Fireball. That's about it. But since I'm a spirit, I can't demonstrate it for you. Try it yourself, Obito said. Bai Feng took a deep breath. This was his first attempt at ninjutsu. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, Great Fireball. He extracted chakra, concentrated it in his throat, and then expelled it. But instead of the massive fireball he imagined, only a small flame came out. What's going on? Bai Feng's eyes widened. It's normal. First, your chakra reserves are low at this age, making it extremely difficult to perform the Great Fireball properly. Second, your chakra concentration method was wrong, and you infused too little chakra. Bai Feng thought for a moment, and said, Then Obito, can you try controlling my body? You can take over my body, right? As long as you agree I can. You're not going to trick me, are you? Steal my body, and do something bad. Obito said helplessly, Don't worry. If something goes wrong, you can just reclaim control of your body. Bai Feng handed over control of his body to Obito. Obito began to form hand seals, the exact same ones Bai Feng had used. Fire release, Great Fireball. Boom. The Great Fireball was successfully unleashed, a blazing sphere that could engulf. Bai Feng shot forth. Is this the real Great Fireball technique? Bai Feng regained control of his body, swallowing hard as he gazed at the carnage before him. So powerful. If this ninjutsu were to hit another ninja, they wouldn't even leave a trace behind, would they? Bai Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Obito paused. He had originally intended to tell Bai Feng that although the fireball technique was powerful, it was still very difficult to defeat an enemy with it alone. After all, enemies are not fools. The hand seals for the fireball technique are quite obvious, and its attack speed is very slow. Before the fireball reaches the enemy ninja, they can do a lot. This is also why the fireball technique is known as the fire style that cannot burn people to death, because it truly struggles to kill anyone. However, to avoid discouraging Bai Feng, Obito kindly kept this thought to himself. Bai Feng, naturally unaware of this, became interested and began practicing the fireball technique. Soon the sun set. Bai Feng lay exhausted on the grass, his lips injured from repeatedly gathering chakra without perfectly releasing it. Let's call it a day. What needs to be done now is to take it slow. You can't rush ninjutsu training. Bai Feng wiped his sweat and said, That's right. However, nothing felt real. As for ninjutsu, Bai Feng didn't feel a sense of reality until he actually practiced it. Everything seemed fake yet so real. After a short rest, Bai Feng stood up. His chakra was almost depleted, so even standing up was a bit strenuous. How, kid, are you practicing the fireball technique? It's rare to see someone your age training in this ninjutsu. Suddenly, a magnetic, pleasant, yet steady voice. Bai Feng looked toward the source of the voice in confusion. A handsome middle-aged man stood there with short black hair, wearing a dark blue robe, and on his back was the emblem of the Uchiha clan's fan pattern. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha military police force, held great prestige within the Uchiha clan. Bai Feng said respectfully, Clan leader, you flatter me. I've practiced for half a day, but still haven't mastered it. I'm truly ashamed. Haha, no need to be modest. Fugaku laughed heartily and said, Although the fireball technique is a basic fire style of the Uchiha, its difficulty is not low. It's already commendable that you are attempting it at your age, so there's no need to be modest. Thank you, clan leader. Fugaku nodded. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I hope that when we meet again, you will have successfully mastered the fireball technique. With that, Fugaku vanished from the spot. So fast. Bai Feng was startled. He had been staring intently at Fugaku, yet he couldn't see how he disappeared. Not slow at all, fitting for one of the few who have awakened the Mangekyo. Mangekyo? What is that? Bai Feng asked in confusion. You'd better not know about that for now. Seeing that Obito was unwilling to say, Bai Feng didn't ask further. Back at home, his grandmother had prepared dinner as usual. I'm back. Hey Grandma, what are you doing? Bai Feng said as he took off his shoes. Grandma was holding knitting needles and creating something. Grandma said kindly, Welcome back, Obito. I'm knitting a scarf for you. The weather is getting colder, and I can't let my little Obito catch a cold. Bai Feng scratched his head sheepishly. How was your first day at school? Bai Feng said, Very good. I get along well with my classmates and the teacher teaches well. The doubts I had about training before have all been resolved now. That's good. Grandma said while knitting the scarf. It's all my fault for not being capable enough to teach you anything or do anything for you, making you work so hard. That's good. Grandma said while knitting the scarf. It's all my fault for not being capable enough to teach you anything or do anything. Looking at his grandmother's face, weary, yet still wearing a kind smile, Bai Feng sniffled. Since the moment he transmigrated into this world, Bai Feng and his grandmother had depended on each other, and their bond was naturally as deep as that of a real grandmother and grandson. Since the moment he transmigrated into this world, Bai Feng and his grandmother had depended on each other, and their bond was naturally as deep as that of a real Even though I've always been scared, I will give it my all to make you proud. Haha, good, my little Obito has grown up. Your parents hearing this in heaven will surely be happy and proud of you. Grandma also set down her work and embraced Bai Feng. After dinner, Bai Feng lay on the bed staring at the starry sky outside the window, lost in thought. Bai Feng paused and said, At least I can't let Grandma has been really good to me, so even if I want to slack off, I must at least make Grandma proud of me. Bai Feng. Obito's figure gradually materialized in the room. Thank you very much for today, Obito said. Bai Feng shook his head. It's nothing. Grandma is not only your grandmother, but also mine. Those words I said came from the bottom of my heart. But what exactly did you go through that made your hair turn so white? At this moment Obito's appearance was fully revealed to Bai Feng. White hair, a terrifying scar on the right side of his face, and half of his body was also white. This appearance even made Bai Feng wonder if this person was really Obito, as he could find no resemblance to himself. Obito smiled. There are some things it's better you don't know, but I can tell you that I won't let you go through what I once did. Bai Feng had now grown accustomed to Obito's habit of always leaving things half-said. Finally, I can feel you smile, Bai Feng said softly. Today, whether encountering Rin or Kakashi, Obito had shown very complex emotions, as if he wanted to say something. However, after seeing Grandma, Obito finally smiled. Obito said, after all, I'm really happy to be able to see Grandma again. When Obito was still a teenager during a mission, he unfortunately fell into an enemy trap. To save his comrades, he was left there forever. Although he survived later, he could never return to the village. Therefore, toward this grandmother who had been so gentle with him and whom he had depended on since childhood, Obito felt both grateful and ashamed. Obito said solemnly again, Bai Feng, thank you for helping me fulfill my wish. It's nothing. If I want to live smoothly in the future, I'll definitely need to rely on you, brother Obito. Please take care of me, okay? Bai Feng said with a smile. From this moment on, the two truly became one body with two souls fully accepting each other. Time passed quickly and half a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. Bai Feng lived each day to the fullest, studying diligently at the Ninja Academy. Having lived an extra life, Bai quickly grasped the content taught at the Ninja Academy. Even when he encountered questions he didn't understand, he had Dai Tu inside him to provide answers. It could be said that in terms of pure theoretical knowledge, Bai Feng was among the top of the class. As for the practice of taijutsu and ninjutsu, Bai Feng did not fall behind either. Every day after completing the academy's lessons, he would go to the Uchiha clan's exclusive training ground to practice ninjutsu. With Dai Tu's guidance, Bai Feng mastered all the basic ninjutsu taught at the school. Clone jutsu and simple jinjutsu, Bai Feng could perform them smoothly. However, the fire-release Great Fireball, Bai Feng still hadn't mastered it after half a month of effort. Today, Bai Feng collapsed onto the grass, as usual, gasping for breath. No, I can't. Too tired, let me rest for a while. Bai Feng said, dripping with sweat. He was now somewhat despairing of his own talent. Bai Feng had originally thought that as a transmigrator with his past lives mentality and various knowledge, mastering a basic fire release would be a piece of cake. Among transmigrators, I'm probably the one with the worst talent, right? Don't be so down, you've done quite well. Among transmigrators, I'm probably the one with the worst talent, right? Don't be so down, you've done quite well. Being able to condense chakra in your throat at your age with such control is already impressive. All you need to do now is increase your chakra reserves and practice more. I believe you'll be able to master the Great Fireball within at most half a year. Dai Tu's words made Bai Feng feel a bit better. The feeling of being comforted seemed quite nice. However, Dai Tu's words were not just comfort, they were the truth. Being able to achieve this at less than 7 years old shows that his talent is quite strong. However, Dai Tu didn't understand why Bai Feng always thought his talent was. How embarrassing would that have been for his former self? Dai Tu, you're here again after all, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. A smaller figure flashed over and laid down beside Bai Feng. How's your Great Fireball practice? Bai Feng said with a grimace, still the same as before, no major progress. Why is my talent so terrible? How's your Great Fireball practice? Bai Feng said with a grimace, still the same as before, no major progress. Why is my talent so terrible? Lin showed an awkward smile. How could this be called terrible talent? Although she was not from the Uchiha clan, she knew about the Great Fireball. Wanting to learn the Great Fireball at this age, even Kakashi couldn't do it right. However, seeing that Bai was truly a bit down, she encouraged him. It's okay, Dai Tu, I believe you'll definitely learn the Great Fireball. But let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow is the practical test, you haven't forgotten, have you? If you exhaust yourself too much, you'll embarrass yourself in the test tomorrow. Now that you mention it, I really forgot. Bai Feng said awkwardly. It was the truth, Bai Feng had indeed forgotten about the practical test tomorrow. Lin stood up, stretched, and revealed a composed yet adorable smile. But since it's Dai Tu, it'll definitely be fine, right? After all, you worked so hard, Dai Tu. We'll be off now. You should go home and rest early. With those words, Lin left. She's really a good girl, isn't she? Dai Tu said smugly. Bai Feng was startled. Normally, Dai Tu communicated with him through a kind of mental communication and rarely revealed his true form. Incidentally, only Bai Feng could see Dai Tu, while others could not see his appearance. Bai Feng patted his chest and said discontentedly, Dai Tu, next time you appear, could you give me a heads up? Suddenly, a gray-haired man lying next to me, I thought I was in some horror movie. Although I don't know what a horror movie is, at least you're striving to become a ninja now, right? Getting scared to death by this level of thing is unacceptable. Dai Tu chuckled. Bai Feng said, I'm just aiming to be a ninja for now. I want to take those dangerous missions. And war. Although Bai Feng wasn't as lazy as before, he was still somewhat afraid of battle. So what about your test tomorrow? From my observation, if you take it seriously, there shouldn't be many who can beat you. Dai Tu inquired. After all, with him the Sage of Six Paths as his guide, Bai Feng's practical skills would certainly not be weak. Bai Feng thought for a moment, and said, "I'll do as before, not too flashy. My short-term goal is to graduate smoothly from the Ninja Academy." All the students of Ninja Class 1 arrived at the playground, each wearing an eager expression. It was only natural. All the students of Ninja Class 1 arrived at the playground, each wearing an eager expression. It was only natural, everyone wanted to know the results of their studies over the past half-month. Qingmu Xian smiled, and said, "It seems everyone can't wait to show themselves." Then the practical test begins. First match, Yuzhibo Dai Tu versus Shimu Kakashi. Bai Feng was slightly stunned. Why me again? Kakashi glanced at Bai Feng without saying much and walked directly to the center of the arena. This match should be a no-brainer, right? After all, it's that Shimu Kakashi. Although Dai Tu is from the Yuzhibo clan, his grades aren't good. This match should be a sure win for Kakashi. Dai Tu definitely has no hope, zero chance of winning. We'll just watch him get crushed. There's no comparison between them. One is a common chicken, the other is a swan. Everyone started discussing, and Bai Feng overheard their comments. Damn it. They think so little of me. Bai Feng didn't expect to be looked down upon so much. Incidentally, he made a mental note of the guy who called him a common chicken. What a crappy analogy was that. Bai Feng also walked to the center of the arena, and he and Kakashi locked eyes. Dai Tu, Kakashi, both of you do your best. Lin cheered for them. Seeing that both were ready, Qingmu Xian waved his hand. Begin. Slap. The moment Qingmu Xian's command came down, Kakashi moved. Kakashi was very fast. He pulled a wooden kunai from his pocket, a type of kunai prepared to prevent injury during the match. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai flew precisely toward Bai Feng's vital points with extremely tricky angles. If Bai Feng chose to dodge, then Kakashi, who was approaching all the while, would seize the opportunity and take him down directly. Bai Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Kakashi, despite his infuriating personality, was truly formidable. He retrieved a wooden kunai from his ninja pouch. Being born into the Uchiha clan, his dynamic vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Clang, clang, clang. Bai Feng deflected all the shuriken. At that moment, Kakashi's attack arrived. With swift, precise movements, Kakashi planted his hands on the ground and swung his right foot directly toward Bai Feng's face. If that kick had landed, Bai Feng's entire body would have been suspended in midair, leaving him at Kakashi's mercy for a finishing combo. Slap. Bai Feng crossed his arms. Just as Kakashi's attack was about to strike, it suddenly shifted trajectory. Kakashi pushed off the ground with both hands, spinning his entire body as the angle of his attack changed. Thump. Bai Feng raised his right leg, and Kakashi's kick landed on his thigh. Both of them retreated several steps, putting distance between them. No way. That Obito can actually go toe-to-toe with Kakashi. Kakashi must be holding back, right? He's probably just trying not to embarrass Obito too much. That's gotta be it. Not only the onlookers, but even Kakashi himself was stunned. He knew full well whether he had been holding back, and he absolutely hadn't. In a spar, holding back would be a disrespect to one's opponent. Yet Obito had actually managed to block that move. That technique was something even his own father, Konoha's Bai Feng, had once praised. Bai Feng let out a soft breath. His thigh throbbed with intense pain, feeling as if it were crippled. This guy's strength is insane. Obito explained, Kakashi isn't what you think. He's talented, but he also trains hard. He never slacks off just because he's a genius. How do you even know that? Bai Feng was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in love with Rin? Why was he so fixated on Kakashi? Bai Feng steadied his breathing, the pain in his thigh subsided slightly. Not bad, Obito. Kakashi's fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Bai Feng forced a bitter smile. Well, I've done my best too. Just as Kakashi took a deep breath and was about to charge forward, Bai Feng rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi halted mid-motion, tilting his head in confusion. Obito. Rin rushed to Bai Feng's side, knelt down, and began checking his condition. Rin's goal was to become a medical ninja to save more lives in times of war. She had already studied extensively in the field of medical treatment. After her examination, Rin breathed a sigh of relief, finding no serious injury. Obito is fine. He's just unconscious, she announced to the other. Obito. Kakashi furrowed his brow. He knew very well that his last strike hadn't been enough to knock Obito out. Obito. Kakashi furrowed his brow. He knew very well that his last strike hadn't been enough to knock. Then the winner of this match is Kakashi. As the winner was announced, everyone felt there was nothing wrong with the result. Of course, he's the son of the White Fang after all. Still, Obito managed to hold his own for a few exchanges. That's impressive. If it were us, we would have lost long ago. Aoki Jin then sent Bai Feng to the infirmary before returning to the training ground to continue the matches. After Aoki Jin left, Bai Feng opened his eyes. Ow ow ow. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The thigh that had taken Kakashi's kick was throbbing with excruciating pain. Obito's figure materialized beside him grinning. That's Kakashi's hard work for you. You should learn from him. Why would I do that? Bai Feng exhaled. Besides, I just want to graduate from the Ninja Academy smoothly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have humiliated myself like that. Indeed, Bai Feng had feigned unconsciousness earlier. Obito seemed quite adept at that trick. After taking over Bai Feng's body, he had played dead. Once the pain in his leg had subsided enough, Bai Feng got off the bed. He walked to the window and secretly peered at the training ground. Kakashi stood there frowning deeply as if lost in thought. Hey, that guy Kakashi didn't see through it, did he? Bai Feng's mouth twitched. Having been a modern person before his transmigration, he could guess what was on Kakashi's mind just by looking at his constipated expression. Obito shrugged. Kakashi's no fool after all. So I really was overthinking it. Bai Feng muttered, his mouth twitching. The practical test soon ended, and Bai Feng's final result was above average. Aoki Ki was after all a Chunin. Although Bai Feng lost quickly, he could tell at a glance that Bai Feng was faking it. Not knowing why Bai Feng wanted to conceal his strength, the teacher chose not to expose him. Thus, Bai Feng achieved his goal of keeping a low profile during the practical test. He walked out of the Ninja Academy with a weary expression, flanked by Lin and Kakashi, who were chatting. Kakashi, you were so cool today. Truly worthy of being the son of the White Fang of Konoha. Lin clasped her hands together, stars sparkling in her eyes. Kakashi still wore his sleepy expression. Is that so? It was just a practical test. As he spoke, his gaze flickered intentionally or unintentionally toward. Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, was this guy going to challenge him again? After all that thing, geniuses have their own dignity and pride, right? Fortunately, though, Kakashi was far from satisfied. He didn't directly challenge Bai Feng again. Let's go eat ramen. Consider it a celebration for passing the test, Lin suggested with a smile. Bai Feng didn't mind. He was also curious about the taste of ramen in this world. Before Kakashi could answer, Lin grabbed his wrist. Kakashi, come with us. Kakashi initially wanted to refuse because he had training today, but seeing Lin's pitiful expression, he nodded. The three arrived at a crowded street. Since it was evening, many people were out eating. Lin led them to a ramen shop called Ichiraku Ramen. The shop's front was small, seating only 5, which seemed a bit unreliable. Bai Feng asked doubtfully, Lin, is this the place? It looks a bit sketchy. He just tried Obito. Their ramen is heavenly. Bai Feng and Kakashi exchanged glances, both skeptical. Pulling aside the curtain, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, ladle in hand, flashed a cheerful smile. Welcome. What would you like? Lin ordered first. They'll have the signature tonkatsu ramen, and for toppings, narutomaki. Right away. Not knowing what to order, Bai Feng and Kakashi chose the same as Lin. The aroma of ramen soon wafted out, and Bai Feng swallowed. So fragrant, I'm drooling, Bai Feng said, wiping his mouth. Lin smiled. Right. I stumbled upon this shop by accident. The first time I ate here, I was blown away. Kakashi remained silent, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his sleepy eyes. Here it comes. 3 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Unable to resist, Bai Feng picked up his spoon and took a sip of the broth. What? What is this? Why is it so delicious? His eyes widened, and he began to wolf it down. He had never tasted such amazing ramen. At first, seeing how small Ichiraku was, he thought it might be a disappointment, but now it far exceeded his expectations. Wait. Maybe this was a good opportunity. Bai Feng suddenly turned to Kakashi on his right, eager to see what was behind. From the moment Bai Feng met him, Kakashi always wore a mask, as if hiding something. Could it be that behind that mask was a pair of sausage lips? The thought made Bai Feng chuckle. He couldn't wait to find out what Kakashi really looked like. I'm full. It was delicious. Kakashi pressed his palms together, savoring the taste. That fast? Were you drinking water? How did you finish a bowl of ramen in 3 seconds? Kakashi tilted his head. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, this ramen is really good. Huh. Though a bit suspicious, Kakashi didn't press further. So that's how it is. From an outsider's perspective, it really is Obito was also dumbfounded. When he was young, he had thought about pulling off Kakashi's mask to see his real face, but every attempt ended in failure. It was as if some invisible force prevented it. Bai Feng rubbed his chin. That's mysterious. Kakashi, Obito, are you happy? After the meal, the 3 strolled in the park. Lin walked ahead, while Bai Feng and Kakashi followed. Bai Feng smiled. I'm quite happy. After a busy day, a bowl of delicious ramen, then a walk in the park. This is the life I seek. Unexpected, Obito, that you yearn for such a life. Then why did you become a ninja? Bai Feng was silent, unsure how to answer. Well, if you don't want to say, it's fine. Lin quickly waved her hand. Kakashi, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. Does such a life really exist? His sudden words made both of them turn to look at him. Kakashi gazed at the sky, the moon reflected in his eyes. When will the war ever end? His sudden words made both of them turn to look at him. Kakashi gazed at the sky, the moon as the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi had always been seen as a genius destined to be an excellent ninja. But was this truly what Kakashi wanted? No. Every time his father went to another village on a high-risk mission, Kakashi was terrified that his father would never return. If given a choice, Kakashi would rather not be a genius and his father not be the White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi. Lin lowered her head, her fingers intertwined. Yes, if there were no choice, who would choose such a dangerous path as a ninja? Bai Feng sighed softly. He never expected Kakashi's inner thoughts to be like this. But he felt powerless, unable to do anything. Bai Feng was also afraid of war, of the unknown dangers of this world. In his past life, he was just a modern person from a peaceful world. That was precisely why Bai Feng only wanted to survive in this world, not to play the hero. Hokage Jonin village higher-ups, none of it mattered to him. His only dream was to live in this world with the people he cared about. My White Fang became a legend once again today. My White Fang, with his exceptional command and judgment, led his comrades to thwart the plans of the enemy ninja village, slaying countless foes, and that small village became a thing of the past. Bai Feng woke up early in the morning and heard the news. So straightforward. A village just vanished like that. In this world of the survival of the fittest, this is normal. Bai Feng sighed. Damn, this is too dangerous. Wait, Kakashi's father is so formidable to destroy a village so easily, though it probably can't compare to big villages like Awagakure. Getting up, washing up, eating, all in one go. Arriving on the street, everyone was discussing My White Fang. As expected of the My White Fang, now there is one fewer. Arriving on the street, everyone was discussing My White Fang. As expected of the My White Fang, now there is one fewer enemy coveting our village. As long as this lord is here, our Mai will be invincible. Bai Feng walked while eavesdropping, then shook his head in boredom. Having such a father, I wonder what Kakashi is thinking in his heart. Bai Feng rubbed his chin. Is he feeling proud? Or is he feeling uneasy? Daitu, you called me. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Bai Feng turned around. Kakashi was holding a box. Is that so? Bai Feng looked suspiciously and rubbed his chin. But we still have class, right? If you buy dumplings, is that so? Bai Feng looked suspiciously and rubbed his chin. But we still have class, right? If you buy dumplings now, they'll get stale and taste bad. Is that so? Bai Feng looked suspiciously and rubbed his chin. But we still have class, right? If you buy dumplings now, they'll get stale and taste bad. So this guy is just an idiot too. Bai Feng patted Kakashi's shoulder. It's fine, let's eat these dumplings together, then buy a new badge for your dad. He'll pay. But why are you doing this? What's in it for you? Hey, even though I'm not particularly fond of you, we've known each other for years, haven't we? What's wrong with friends helping each other? Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded and handed the dumpling box to Bai Feng. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent too. Daitu suddenly sighed, wondering why these guys all have such silver tongues, each one more talkative than the last. What do you know? This is the protagonist's essential skill, mouth cannon. Bai Feng communicated proudly through telepathy. The two walked while eating dumplings. The dumplings of my village were quite tasty, very sweet. After finishing the dumplings, Bai Feng gave up completely. The two soon arrived at the ninja academy, and Bai Feng made a face like he was constipated. Because even though Kakashi kept eating dumplings, Bai Feng still couldn't see Kakashi's true face. This guy is really not ordinary, is he? Or is he doing it on purpose? The more Bai Feng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. On top of a pine tree, a man hid his figure among the leaves, observing Kakashi's every move. Is this the guy? Hee. The man let out a strange laugh, then vanished from the treetop. Kakashi, your dad is amazing. You'll definitely become a great ninja like my White Fang in the future. As soon as Bai Feng and Kakashi entered, such words kept appearing, and in an instant Kakashi was surrounded by classmates while Bai Feng was pushed aside. Ouch. What's going on? Bai Feng looked at the scene dumbfounded. This scene was just like when a big star suddenly appeared in the class. Lin smiled wryly. Kakashi is really popular. Yeah, but this guy's conditions are pretty good. Good talent, strong background. What Bai Feng didn't notice was that Lin, watching Kakashi surrounded by classmates, was clenching her hands tightly. Soon the class bell rang, and Kakashi finally escaped the crowd. He sat down, panting heavily. Big star, how does it feel to be so admired by classmates? Bai Feng said with a smile. Kakashi glared at him and said nothing. Lin said, Are you okay, Kakashi? You're breathing heavily. I'm fine. Kakashi shook his head, soon stopped panting, and returned to normal. Qingmu Xian walked into the classroom, glanced around, and then spoke. You must have heard the news. What I want to say is, if you want to become excellent ninjas like my White Fang, you must work hard. Today's lesson is very important, to listen carefully. Qingmu Xian was writing something on the blackboard. Today's content is simple, tell you what to do when you encounter a ninja stronger than yourself. Qingmu Xian said. Then his gaze turned to Bai Feng. Daitu, stand up and answer. When you encounter a ninja stronger than you, what should you do? Bai Feng didn't expect to be called on. He stood up, thought for a moment, and settled on an answer. Run away. Wrong. Bai Feng frowned. What does that mean? If you can't win, don't run. Then what? Or die together. Qingmu Xian said calmly, if you encounter this situation while on a mission, fleeing is not allowed. What you must do is complete the mission with your life. That is the ninja code. But what's the point of that? Teacher, I think when encountering this situation you should try to escape. Bai Feng's tone rose a bit. He suddenly realized that even after 6 years he still didn't fit in with this world. Qingmu Xian didn't get angry but said in a deep voice, Dai Tu, remember, in this world ninjas must put missions and orders from above first. For the sake of the village, my ninjas must be mentally prepared to sacrifice their lives at any time. Then what happens if you don't follow this so-called ninja code? I hope that time never comes. Qingmu Xian replied calmly. Bai Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, this world was not something someone born in a peaceful era could understand. Bai Feng's expression flickered unpredictably. After calming down slightly, he said in a low voice, if during a mission your own companion is in danger, choosing between the mission and your companion, what should you do then? Qingmu Xian did not answer. He simply stared at Bai Feng. I see. Bai Feng sat down and fell silent. This world truly was incompatible with him. Seeing Bai Feng sit down, Qingmu Xian said nothing more. Remember this. Between the mission and your companion, the mission always takes precedence. That is the ninja code. A ninja who fails a mission is worthless. Qingmu Xian barked. Bai Feng glanced around. None of his classmates found anything wrong. They all accepted this doctrine. Huh. Whether it was a laugh or a sigh, Bai Feng stopped caring. After school, he sat alone on the swing in the academy yard, head bowed, lost in thought. What is this world really about? Bai Feng muttered to himself. That so-called ninja code meant nothing to him. Mission first. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, for the village's benefit. Perhaps in this war-ravaged ninja world it was normal, but in Bai Feng's eyes it was utterly meaningless. Bai Feng murmured, damn it. Once you're dead, nothing matters, and they expect me to abandon my companion for a mission. When danger comes, we can't even run for the mission's sake. What a joke. But this is reality, the pitiful reality of this ninja world. Dai Tu suddenly appeared, speaking in a gravelly, weathered voice. You and I are the same. People who would break the rules for their comrades. Dai Tu said. Bai Feng laughed bitterly. Don't paint me as noble. I'm no protagonist of some light novel. When danger comes, I'd just be a coward who abandons his... Dai Tu said nothing more, only giving Bai Feng a deep look. Dai Tu, you're here. Lin and Kakashi walked over side by side. Dai Tu, you. Lin paused, startled. Nothing. Bai Feng quickly wiped the expression off his face, reverting to his usual cheerful demeanor. Lin asked worriedly, Dai Tu, are you okay? The look on his face just now had felt so unfamiliar. Bai Feng shook his head and smiled. What could be wrong? Don't take what the teacher said too seriously. Lin wanted to comfort Bai Feng, but Kakashi stopped her. What the teacher said is right. Kakashi stated that is reality. A ninja who can't complete a mission is useless. A ninja must prioritize the mission. Bai Feng didn't reply, but his heart ached. It's fine. Hey, weren't we going to buy dumplings for your father? Let's go now. Bai Feng forcibly changed the subject. All right. Lin looked at the two with concern, biting her lip, unsure of what to say. In a blind spot no one noticed, the man from the morning stood once more, observing Kakashi's every move. The man's voice dripped with murderous intent. Proceed as planned. Kill that brat, and be quick about it. Kill anyone who gets in the way. The air thickened with killing intent. Bai Feng, Lin, and Kakashi walked down the street chatting. But Bai Feng's expression was clearly distracted, and Kakashi was the same. Dai Tu. Kakashi, are you two really okay? Bai Feng shook his head. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. Just a bit shaken by today's lesson. Be careful, Bai Feng. Someone is targeting you. Suddenly Dai Tu's voice echoed in his mind. Bai Feng instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings, then sensing something. Kakashi also noticed the anomaly. He reached out and touched the large tree in front of him, but his hand passed right through. Lin exclaimed, this is Jinjutsu. All three were top students of the Ninja Academy. Bai Feng deliberately played weak, but his actual skills and grades were excellent, and they immediately knew what to do. Release. Snap. Their chakra surged chaotically, breaking the illusion. Crack. The people vanished, the buildings disappeared, replaced by a gloomy... The moment the illusion shattered, a sharp whistle cut through the air, and several shuriken flew toward Kakashi. Kakashi pushed Lin away and then leaped aside using the momentum. The shuriken narrowly missed them. Huh. Didn't expect to be discovered. No wonder Konoha is the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. Even children this young have such awareness. A voice dripping with killing intent echoed through the forest. Thump. 2 white smoke clouds appeared. Bai Feng and Kakashi drew their kunai, shielding Lin behind them. The smoke cleared, revealing the silhouettes of 2 men. Kakashi demanded, who are you? Who are we? We are nothing but ninjas of the past. And all of this is thanks to your father, isn't it? Said the lean man. Konoha White Fang, Konoha White Fang. Since you destroyed our homeland, our village, everything we had, we will destroy everything he has. The other burly man, Bai Feng, frowned. The air carried a smell that made him deeply uncomfortable. What was that metallic scent? Blood. The thought made Bai Feng's breath catch. Were these men ninjas whose homes had been destroyed by Kakashi's father Konoha Bai Feng seeking revenge? Facing the two ferocious men, Bai Feng forced himself to stay calm. Kakashi took a deep breath, his voice betrayed no fear or retreat. So you've come for revenge? The burly man licked his lips. Smart. No wonder you're Konoha Bai Feng's son. At your age, facing two chunin like us, you show no fear, unlike the two beside you. Indeed, Lin was already trembling with fear. The killing intent radiating from the two chunin froze her mind. As for Bai Feng, though he forced himself to stay calm, his mind was not completely blank, but fear still made his body shake. Damn, a forced mission. What the hell, why is this happening? Can I just run away now, eh? Bai Feng kept joking to himself in his mind, trying to calm down. Kakashi's voice cut through. Lin die too, I'll buy you time. Once you escape, bring the village ninjas here. But Kakashi, what about you? Don't worry. I won't die. I am Konoha Bai Feng's son. I won't die so easily. Finally, Kakashi turned to Obito. If you're scared, then take Lin and run. Don't ever come back. Maybe someone like you really isn't fit to be a ninja. With those words, Kakashi charged toward the two chunin, leaving Bai Feng stunned. The skinny chunin sneered, bold of you to rush at us. Brave, I suppose. Then let's not waste time. You and Z kill all three of them. The tall ninja stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, then dashed toward Bai Feng and Lin at incredible speed. Lin, Obito, your opponent is me. Let me cut you to pieces. I'm dying to know. How will Konoha's Bai Feng feel when he sees his son's The skinny chunin drew a dagger and thrust it at Kakashi. Kakashi blocked with a kunai, but before he could react, a kick struck his abdomen, sending his body crashing heavily into a tree trunk. So fast, Kakashi didn't even see the skinny chunin's movement before being sent flying. Meanwhile, the tall chunin drew the blade strapped to his back and swung it at Lin. Damn it! Bai Feng threw himself forward, pushing Lin aside, and charged at the tall chunin. A sharp sound of flesh tearing. After all, Bai Feng was only 6 years old. How could his strength match that of a grown ninja? The blade sliced across his cheek, blood splattering, and the pain sent him sprawling to the ground. Obito. Lin, who had been terrified, overcame her fear and stepped in front of Bai Feng to protect him as he was about to be killed. Die! A fierce shout rang out, and the blade swung toward Lin's neck. Clang! Kakashi appeared just in time, blocked the attack, and then released a smoke bomb. Obito. Lin, get out of here. If I die, it just means I'm only this strong. But I will never run away. Kakashi's voice rang out. Bai Feng gritted his teeth, grabbed Lin's arm, and rushed out of the smoke bomb's range, fleeing. Two got away. No matter. As long as we kill you, it's worth it. Both chunin revealed cold smiles and charged at Kakashi. Huh. Clang. The forest echoed with the clash of weapons. And Bai Feng's choked sobs of despair. Bai Feng led Lin out of the forest. Obito, we have to go back and save Kakashi. Lin pulled away from his grip, frantic. Bai Feng led Lin out of the forest. Obito, we have to go back and save Kakashi. Lin pulled away from his grip, frantic. Bai Feng panted heavily, his eyes reddening. The pain, the pressure, the suffocation. All these experiences made him realize at this moment that this was reality. Lin looked at Bai Feng, who was like a wreck, his face streaked with tears. She bit her lip. But even so, are you really going to abandon Kakashi and run away alone? He's our friend. Bai Feng said. He's a genius. He'll definitely be fine. But this time he's facing two chunin. He'll die. Lin cried out again. Bai Feng lowered his head, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, seeping crimson blood. But fear is truly terrifying. I'm afraid of dying. I really am. I don't want to go back. But if I don't go, Kakashi will die. Two conflicting thoughts waged war in Bai Feng's mind. Seeing Bai Feng frozen in place, Lin turned and dashed toward the forest alone. Don't go. Bai Feng grabbed Lin's wrist tightly. Lin turned back, and the look in her eyes left Bai Feng's mind blank. What kind of gaze was that? It held disappointment in Bai Feng's stubborn determination to save Kakashi and the courage born from overcoming fear. Bai Feng's heart trembled. Seeing that look, everything inside him seemed to be under attack. Is this really okay? Obito's figure emerged. Time seemed to freeze around them. In Obito's eyes, strange red pupils with intricate patterns appeared. Obito spoke slowly. Is this really okay, Bai Feng? But I'm not strong enough. If I go, we'll definitely die too. Bai Feng's face twisted with anguish. He looked up, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears. I'm truly scared. I told you, didn't I? The world I came from was a peaceful one without war. In that world, I didn't need to fight. And in this world, I don't want to fight either. Bai Feng's voice trembled. Obito said nothing, but his eyes widened. Before Bai Feng's eyes flashed bloody scenes, death, war, and grief. These vivid images made Bai Feng fall to his knees. Obito's voice echoed in his mind. This is my experience. Perhaps this world is indeed filled with war and death. Perhaps you don't need to throw away your life right now to step into a battle with no hope of victory. The scenes shifted and images of Kakashi Lin and the grandmother who mattered most to him in this world appeared. If you shrink back out of weakness, now the people you cherish will all leave you. Is that truly what you want? Obito said. Bai Feng roared, you think I want this? What do you know? Do you understand my pain? Have you ever been through what Don't just stand there and talk without feeling the ache. I understand. Of course I do. Because I too once lost everything. Hearing Obito speak in the calmest voice, Bai Feng stared at his red eyes. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit only the Uchiha clan could awaken. Those eyes so imposing now carried regret and sorrow. Bai Feng wiped his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. You once said your dream was to live a peaceful, lazy life. But if the people you care about leave you, you'll never achieve that dream, right? Bai Feng's trembling gradually ceased. Perhaps the reason I thought of living a peaceful, lazy life was because in that other world I had family, loved ones, and companions by my side. Only then could I nurture. But if family, loved ones, and companions are gone, what would everything become? If I let everything I cherish vanish because of my own cowardice, I would never forgive myself. Beneath my great dream lies the foundation. All the people I hold dear must be here. Bai Feng smiled. Thank you, Obito. Seems you're quite the talker too. Looks like you figured it out. No need to thank me. After all, aren't we two souls? And Bai Feng released Lin's arm. Lin rubbed her reddened wrist. Obito. She looked at Bai Feng. The one who had stopped trembling, the one who was no longer afraid, the one who wore a relieved smile. Bai Feng walked toward the forest, waving his hand. I've come to understand something. Someone once told me those. Bai Feng walked toward the forest, waving his hand. I've come to understand something. Someone once told me those who abandon their companions are worse than trash. Bang. Kakashi fell to the ground in a sorry state, his clothes torn and his body covered in blood. I thought he was just a kid, so I didn't go all out. Didn't expect him to be this troublesome. The tall Chunin remarked. He never imagined that a child who had just entered the academy could fight them to such an extent. Although neither of the two Chunin had taken things seriously, not even using ninjutsu, the mere 6-year-old brat had some huff. I can't see anymore. Kakashi collapsed. His vision began to blur, his mind grew sluggish from blood loss, and his strength was fading away. It seems this is the end for me, Dad. The two Chunin no longer held back, forming hand seals. Water release, water bullet. Though the water bullet was formed from tiny droplets, when moving at high speed its power was immense. Die? If you must blame someone, blame being the son of Konoha's White Fang. The ninjutsu was ready and Kakashi was helpless. The outcome seemed clear, the revenge duo would win. Just as everyone thought, so a figure appeared to shield Kakashi. Oh, isn't this the little brat who was trembling in fear? What's the matter? Come back to die, the skinny Chunin said slowly. When Bai Feng had run off earlier, they hadn't paid much attention. They knew they couldn't leave Konoha alive, even with someone backing them. But the skinny Chunin knew that he and his brother would die anyway. So they hadn't cared much about Bai Feng and Lin's escape. Their only target was the son of Konoha's White Fang. But since you've come back, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Feng let out a slow breath as if expelling all his fear. Come back to die? I wouldn't do something that stupid. He slightly arched his back, his aura changing. No longer the timid kid, he was now Bai Feng, ready to protect. Well, whatever. If you want to die, then die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless water bullets shot toward Bai Feng, each one capable of piercing a human body. A single hit would be enough to kill both him and the fallen Kakashi. Bai Feng formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and puffed out his cheeks. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, and the water bullets turned to steam on contact. Before the tall Chunin could react, he was burned to a crisp. Bang. The explosion sent the skinny Chunin stumbling back. The shockwave pushed Bai Feng and Kakashi backward as well. Why did you come back? And you were hiding your strength after all. Kakashi struggled to look at Bai Feng. Seeing such a powerful fire attack, he knew Bai Feng had been holding back. The figure standing before him was stronger than him. Bai Feng stared at his own hands in astonishment. He hadn't expected that the great fireball, which he had never been able to release before, would succeed at this critical moment. You? Damn brat. Seeing his brother's charred corpse, the skinny Chunin's eyes turned red. He began forming hand seals. Die. Boom. Wind release, gale palm. He struck out, sending an invisible force toward Bai Feng and Kakashi. TCH. Just as Bai Feng was about to take the hit, Kakashi stood up. Earth release, earth-style wall. Clang. The invisible wind slammed into the earthen wall that rose from the ground. Kakashi, your wounds. Kakashi shook his head. Can't let you have all the fun. I'm the son of Konoha's White Fang. I can't lose to an opponent like this. With that, Bai Feng and Kakashi leaped into the air. Boom. The earth-style wall shattered instantly. 3 wind blades broke through and came at them again. Die. Wind release, great breakthrough. The skinny Chunin spat a whirlwind at the two in the air. Damn! Bai Feng kicked the battered Kakashi away and braced for defense. Bang! Bai Feng crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting blood. Now he fully understood the terror of a Chunin. In ninjutsu reserves chakra and all other aspects, the Chunin far surpassed Bai Feng and Kakashi. The only reason Bai Feng had killed the tall Chunin earlier was because of his carelessness. Who would have thought that a child not yet graduated from the ninja academy could unleash such a powerful fire technique? But now the skinny Chunin was on guard. With his guard up, Bai Feng's chances of defeating him were almost zero. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. Bai Feng felt his organs trembling, a wave of weakness washing over him. Hey. Isn't this too unfair? As a reincarnator, don't I have any other cheat abilities? Wiping the blood from his lips, Bai Feng knew the next attack was coming. Isn't this too unfair? As a reincarnator, don't I have any other cheat abilities? Wiping the blood from his lips, Bai Feng. The skinny Chunin closed in at a speed Bai Feng couldn't even see, thrusting a kunai. Kakashi blocked it with his own kunai, and Bai Feng reacted instantly. Huh. Slap. Bai Feng's kunai stabbed forward, but the skinny Chunin sneered. Too green. Die. Crack. Blood splattered. Bai Feng pushed Kakashi away, and the kunai buried deep into his right arm. The searing pain nearly knocked him out. He fell to one knee. Obito. Kakashi tried to stand, but his body had reached its limit. Bai Feng watched the kunai rise slowly, knowing his death was imminent. But he couldn't accept it. As a reincarnator, he hadn't awakened any cheat abilities, and now he was about to die so soon. Grandma, I might have to go ahead. Thank you for taking care of me these past years. Obito, sorry, this is where I stop. The kunai plunged toward Bai Feng's head. Obito. Kakashi reached out, but couldn't grasp him. Splat. Blood splattered. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the sound of agonized groans. The skinny ninja's chest was cut by a kunai. He kept retreating, his eyes wide open, staring at the reed monster before him. Obito. Kakashi also held his breath. Was this really Obito before him? So unfamiliar. That aura, that pressure in those eyes. Bai Feng's hair gradually turned white, and he slightly opened his mouth. Huh. A red mist was exhaled from Bai Feng's mouth, and his crimson pupils fixedly stared at the skinny Chunin. At this moment, Bai Feng's body was being controlled by Uchiha Obito inside him. The skinny Chunin trembled in fear, stepping back repeatedly, his eyes reflecting Obito's image. Those eyes. The Sharingan. No. What is this? The skinny Chunin's entire body stiffened. Just as Obito was about to act, he suddenly frowned. Can't the body withstand it? Then, Obito covered his right eye with one hand, his left eye wide. Shenwei. The space around the skinny Chunin began to twist. In Kakashi's terrified gaze, he watched his own body twist with the space, and then vanish. Cough, cough. After disposing of the skinny Chunin, Obito began coughing incessantly. With each cough, blood oozed from his body. Obito whispered, "It's already the limit." Finally, erased the memories. With blood streaming from his eyes, Obito turned his gaze toward the terrified Obito. Kakashi, in my past life, I owed you a lot. I did many wrong things, but I'm afraid I won't have a chance to repay you. This life belongs to Bai Feng. I won't interfere. I hope Bai Feng will be a different Uchiha Obito from me. Obito said softly. Who are you exactly? Obito said no more, releasing a powerful dojutsu. Kakashi's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. Then I'll leave the rest to you, Bai Feng. Bai Feng's hair turned back to black, and then he too fell to the ground. When Bai Feng opened his eyes again, he was already in the hospital. It hurt so much. The first thought upon opening his eyes was this. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and his eyes were terribly swollen. What happened? Bai Feng tried to recall the previous battle. I remember after fighting side by side with Kakashi and still being outmatched, I was about to die. After that, I don't remember anything. By the way, how is Kakashi? Bai Feng endured the intense pain, sat up, and looked beside him. Kakashi was lying quietly there. Seeing Kakashi breathing steadily, Bai Feng let out a sigh of relief. The pressure in his heart finally released. Thank goodness. Is there anything serious? Obito's voice sounded. Bai Feng smiled and said, apart from some pain, nothing. Is there anything serious? Obito's voice sounded. Bai Feng smiled and said, apart from some pain, nothing serious. Obito, what did you do to get us through this crisis? Obito nodded. I took control of your body and killed that Chunin from the small village. You're pretty amazing. So I do have a cheat after all. Next time, why don't you control my body during battles? Bai Feng joked. If this idea could work, then Bai Feng would have it much easier, at least in combat, with a more suitable fighter to take his place. Obito shook his head. No, it won't work. If you don't want to die, it's best not to let me possess you. The power I had in life when I possess you will also project onto you. Your current body can't withstand it at all, you'll die. As expected, there are limits, huh? Bai Feng sighed. I knew it. How could someone as unlucky as me have such an overpowered bodyguard on call? So there are limits after all. Anyway, I already guessed that. He'll rest now. The pain is so bad I could cry. This is the first time I've been beaten this badly, and the first time I've lost this much blood. Bai Feng laughed bitterly. So many firsts all in a single day. Bai Feng then asked, did Kakashi discover our secret? I erased Kakashi's memories. Now his memory stops at the moment before I possessed you. When he wakes up he might be as confused as you were. Then you'll have to handle the Obito shrugged. You can even erase memories. That's amazing. Obito smiled. It's just a method of using the Sharingan similar to Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, in a sense, controls the enemy's brain, causing their chakra to become disordered and making them see illusions. The method of erasing memories is the Sharingan. When will I be able to unlock such a powerful thing? Bai Feng touched his still swollen eyes. If I had had the Sharingan before, would I not have been beaten so badly? After learning what he wanted to know, Bai Feng didn't talk more and lay down on the bed. Have I become stronger? Bai Feng muttered to himself. Although he was beaten badly and nearly killed, Bai Feng could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Not only could he successfully release the Great Fireball, but also something mentally. As he thought, Bai Feng fell asleep again. In a room without sunlight, an old man with a scar on his face and a headband covering one eye closed his eyes, lost in thought. Then a masked ninja appeared in his room. Lord Danzo of the two Chunin from the other village one was killed. Judging from the corpse, he died from severe fire-style burns. The other one was not found, completely missing. The masked ninja said. Danzo nodded and said, as expected, ninjas from small villages have no value in living. They can't even kill a child. Lord Danzo, what should we do now? Should we send our men to assassinate Hatake Kakashi? Danzo shook his head. That would be too obvious. Let's spare the son of Konoha's Bai Feng for now. We need to keep a low profile. We've made such a big commotion, some old foxes might take this chance to cause trouble for me. Don't be too conspicuous now. You may leave. Yes. The masked ninja vanished from the room. Danzo stared at the ceiling. Konoha does not need such indecisive existences. Konoha's Bai Feng, your kindness will eventually bring harm to Konoha. I won't let you off so easily. Danzo's lips curled up and killing intent spread in his eyes like a python locking onto its prey. Konoha will be protected by my ideals. Half a month later, Bai Feng and Kakashi were discharged from the hospital together. Breathing the fresh air outside, Bai Feng felt immensely pleased. For the first time, he found the air so refreshing and fragrant. Obito, let's find a time to have a fight, Kakashi said seriously. This guy, won't he ever give up? As Obito had said, Kakashi had lost all memory of him. Although Kakashi was puzzled by everything that had happened afterward, what he wanted to do now was to have a good match with. This bastard had hidden his true strength during the fight. Although his memory was fuzzy, Kakashi still remembered that Bai Feng's fire release had instantly killed a Chunin. Even Kakashi, who considered himself a genius, couldn't be sure he could use such a powerful fire release at this age. A first of all, the amount of chakra required made Bai Feng's side so annoying. Fine, if you insist on battling me, then he'll go all the way. However, whether Bai Feng could actually defeat Kakashi remained an unknown. Their contest would certainly not escalate to ninjutsu combat, so the match would primarily focus on taijutsu. Bai Feng felt that his only advantage over Kakashi was the Great Fireball. Without that major edge, he had no confidence in defeating Kakashi. Then let's do it now. Bai Feng shook his head and said helplessly, you just got out of the hospital and you want to get hurt. Let's wait a few days. I swear I'll have a good fight with you then. But Kakashi frowned and realized he was too impatient. I understand. Seeing Kakashi finally relent, Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After parting ways with Kakashi, he walked toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Half a month had passed, and the Uchiha clan seemed unchanged. However, Bai Feng could sense that although his clansmen appeared the same as usual, there was something different in their eyes. Has something happened? Bai Feng wondered. But he didn't dwell on it, and first returned home. Obito, why are you out of the hospital already? Are you okay? His grandmother asked worriedly. I'm fine, but I really need to be careful with training time next time. If I overuse chakra, it can cause serious harm to the body. I know, Obito. Be careful. After silently apologizing in his heart, Bai Feng dashed toward the Uchiha training ground. Sigh, I wonder if Grandma really believed me. I think that excuse was pretty flimsy. Bai Feng rubbed his temples. Naturally, he couldn't tell his grandmother the truth, and had to lie. It's okay, Bai Feng. You came here to experiment with something, right? Yeah, there are many things I want to try. First, the Great Fireball. Bai Feng had successfully used the Great Fireball in the previous battle, and he had completely memorized the feeling. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Puff. A massive fireball spewed from Bai Feng's mouth. The Great Fireball was successfully released. Yash. It seems you've truly mastered this technique. Now you look like a genius too. Obito praised without hesitation. Few could learn the Great Fireball at this age. In Obito's memory, only one person had achieved this level. Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi hadn't been born in this era. Next, Obito possessed me for a moment. Bai Feng intended to test how long his body could endure Obito's power. Soon Bai Feng's hair turned from black to white, and the Sharingan once again appeared in his eyes. Blood began to drip from his face. Sensing this, Obito ended the possession state. Even holding on for 10 seconds is extremely difficult. Bai Feng panted heavily, wondering just what level of power Obito had reached in his lifetime. But if I get a few years older and improve my physical strength, maybe I can adapt to Obito's power. You wish. Do you think that was my full power? If I projected all my strength onto you, you'd explode in a second. That exaggerated. Bai Feng was somewhat skeptical. Obito could not be bothered to say much more. How could you possibly know how powerful I was in my prime? If I could, I would press your head down and show you how I once conquered the four corners of the world. Obito sighed and said, by the way, you'd better be careful in Konoha recently. So, someone is scheming against me or against Kakashi. Bai Feng was not surprised by Obito's words, for it was obvious with a little thought. Would Konoha, the oldest and most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages, allow 2 unknown shunin to enter the village without cause? This was clearly unreasonable, so someone behind the scenes must be plotting against Kakashi. Bai Feng frowned and said, I must find the one hiding in the shadows, or I will never rest easy. After all, Bai Feng had already disrupted the puppeteer's plan, and that hidden manipulator might turn his attention to Bai Feng. But for now, you don't need to worry. I think the one lurking in the dark won't make a move in the short term. I think so too. Then must I improve my strength within this brief window of time? Wait. Why am I having such thoughts? Bai Feng touched his chin. In the past, I might have felt no interest in raising my power. Is it because of the crisis, or because I have changed? They say that those who have faced death become different. This saying holds true, doesn't it? Just as Bai Feng was about to train, a gust of wind blew, and Uchiha Fugaku appeared before him. Lord Clanhead, what are you doing here? Bai Feng said respectfully. Fugaku waved his hand and smiled. Obito, no need to be so formal. How is your great fireball technique coming along? Lord, I have fully mastered it. With that, Bai Feng demonstrated the great fireball again. Watching the slightly panting Obito after the technique, Fugaku nodded. Excellent. You truly are a genius to have killed a Chunin at the age of 6. Your talent is remarkable. Fugaku praised without reservation. Ordinarily, it is nearly impossible for a 6-year-old to perform the great fireball. What does Bai Feng's ability reveal? First, Bai Feng's chakra reserves are abundant, far more than those of his peers, who otherwise his chakra would not be enough to execute the technique. Second, his talent is exceptional. Performing a ninjutsu is not just about memorizing hand seals. One must also understand how to circulate chakra and condense the appropriate amount to ensure the power and precision of the great fireball. In every aspect, Bai Feng is a true genius. Bai Feng felt a little embarrassed by the praise, for the reason he had killed that Chunin was because his opponent underestimated him, thinking him only a 6-year-old child. But after a moment, Bai Feng suddenly realized something. Lord Clanhead, how did you know I killed that Chunin? Fugaku smiled. It was deduced from the corpse of a Chunin. That girl is named Lin, right? She will be a fine young lady. If it weren't for her, it would be uncertain whether you and the child of the White Fang family would have survived. Lin, what did she do? Of course. Fugaku crossed his arms. If she hadn't used medical ninjutsu to temporarily stabilize your injuries, you might not have lasted until the medical ninjas arrived, and you would have journeyed to the Yellow Springs. Bai Feng was stunned. He had no idea it had been so perilous. I owe Lin a great debt. I will find a way to repay her later. Fugaku added, anyway, I came here because I have something to discuss with you. What is it, Lord Clanhead? Seeing Bai Feng's nervous expression, Fugaku shook his head with a smile. It's nothing major. I just want to ask if you would be interested in joining the Konoha military police force in the future. Fugaku revealed a warm, encouraging smile. Bai Feng was surprised. He had never expected Fugaku to come to him for this reason. The Konoha military police force. Bai Feng had heard of it. Only the elite of the Uchiha clan were permitted to join. Bai Feng felt he did not yet possess such ability, though he vaguely sensed he might be a small talent. But would this not be too hasty? As if reading Bai Feng's thoughts, Fugaku laughed. Don't worry. At this pace, you'll have the strength to enter the force in a few years. I'm just investing early. Of course, you don't need to answer me now. Whenever you want to join the military police force, you can come to me. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Clanhead. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had no intention of joining the force at this stage. Fugaku nodded, satisfied with Bai Feng's calm and unassuming demeanor despite his genius. Such a talent would be excellent if recruited into the military police force. After all, the future of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's position would inevitably become more hostile. A cold light flickered in Fugaku's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. I'll take my leave now, Obito. Train hard. Talent without effort cannot make a great shinobi. If you have any questions about training, feel free to ask me. Fugaku smiled. Thank you, Lord. I understand. Fugaku nodded and vanished from Bai Feng's sight. Huff. Bai Feng let out a breath. Obito's voice sounded. So how does it feel to be acknowledged for the first time in this world? Not much, just a bit nervous. After replying casually, Bai Feng began his training. The next jutsu to master was the Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The Phoenix Sage Fire Technique was similar in difficulty to the Great Fireball. Although its power was less, it was useful in group battles and was a basic fire jutsu. With the foundation of the Great Fireball, Bai Feng's practice went smoothly. He could already spit out 2 small fireballs. Obito inside Bai Feng nodded approvingly. This guy is a true genius. If he develops well, he might become someone who surpasses the Hokage. Yes, the second sage of 6 paths, Obito now held Bai Feng in such high regard. Of course, it would be even better if Bai Feng could become a little stronger mentally. Soon dusk fell, and Bai Feng returned to his senses. Looking at his dirty, trembling hands, Bai Feng chuckled softly. Time to go home. I need a good meal today. Of course, it would be even better if Bai Feng could become a little stronger mentally. Soon dusk fell, and Bai Feng returned to his... Bai Feng smiled. I'm home, Grandma. Dai 2, let's have a match now. Kakashi, let's have a contest. Bai Feng felt utterly hopeless. What on earth? A mask-wearing guy and a thick eyebrow guy. What kind of game were they playing today? Kakashi frowned. Kai, I'm not interested in competing with you. How can you say that? Youth is meant to spark new brilliance through constant challenges. The thicky-browed Mike Kai was ablaze with passion, as if he were about to illuminate everyone in the classroom. How can you say that? Youth is meant to spark new brilliance through constant challenges. The thicky-browed Mike, the man who will become stronger than anyone else. Watching Kai flash his gleaming teeth with a thumbs-up, Kakashi was both exasperated and speechless. That's not what I meant. Bai Feng coughed, and then said, You two, if you're going to cause a ruckus, please don't do it in front of me. Look, Rin is already a bit unsettled. Right, Rin? A little, but it's quite interesting. Rin showed a calm smile. How is this interesting? Kai, if you want to compete, then get in line. I'm going to have a match with Obito now. Mike Kai looked at Bai Feng with suspicion. Why are you so eager to fight him? Is he even capable? Bai Feng was displeased. What did this thicky-browed guy mean? Your test scores aren't that great either, are they? Mike Kai's eye suddenly lit up. He grabbed Bai Feng's hands with fervor, his gaze burning with intensity. In that case, Obito, you fight me. If I beat you, then I can challenge Kakashi, right? As he spoke, Mike Kai looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't refuse. Fine, as long as you win. What the hell? How is this my business? I only said one sentence from start to finish. I'm innocent. Unable to withstand Mike Kai's enthusiasm, Bai Feng. All right, then let's do it. After school, they arrived at an open area. Right here? Kakashi, wait for me. You'll soon feel the power of my youthful fists. Rin asked Kakashi in a low voice. Kakashi replied without hesitation, If it's a life-or-death battle, Kai doesn't... Rin asked Kakashi in a low voice. Kakashi replied without hesitation, If it's a life-or-death battle, Kai doesn't stand a chance. Rin was surprised. Did Kakashi think so highly of Obito? Obito. So mysterious. That was Rin's thought. The Bai Feng before her felt unfamiliar. What had happened that day? Bai Feng and Kakashi had actually defeated 2 Chunin together. Rin then shook her head. No matter what Bai Feng and Kakashi were hiding, they were still her best friends. I have to work hard too, so that when Bai Feng and Kakashi get hurt, I can heal them and support them. Match begin. At Kakashi's shout, Mike Kai moved. In Bai Feng's vision, Mike Kai seemed to vanish from the spot. So fast. But Bai Feng was no longer the same as before. He threw a punch into the air, and Mike Kai's figure appeared exactly where the fist was heading. Slap. Their fists collided. Bai Feng was overpowered and staggered back repeatedly. Such immense strength. Bai Feng was panting, slightly shocked as he looked at Mike Kai before him. Then he noticed that Kai's hands were covered in calluses and scabs. Though he looked energetic, his dark circles were severe. How hard must he have trained to reach this level? Strong. But precisely because of that, I can show my youth and never lose to anyone. My great whirlwind. Bam. Bai Feng raised his arm to block, but was still kicked away, smashing into a boulder and shattering it completely. That hurts. Bai Feng yelped. It seems the winner is me, Mike Kai. Kai leaped gracefully into the air, then executed a scissor kick toward the ground. Bam! A cloud of dust rose. Obito. Rin called out worriedly. Kakashi shook his head. That guy isn't that simple. Obito knows more than just taijutsu. As Kakashi said, when the smoke cleared, Mike Kai was sent flying backward. Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Bai Feng unleashed the new fire technique he had just mastered, controlling its direction to force Mike Kai into a mistake without harming him. As expected, when Mike Kai saw the fireballs of the phoenix flower heading toward him, he instinctively dodged to the right. And Bai Feng was already waiting there. While Kai was distracted by the smoke and the fire technique, Bai Feng had silently moved into position. You lose, Mike Kai. Mike Kai was reluctant, but admitted, I lost. Seeing Kai surrender, Bai Feng sighed, inwardly gaining a new... You lose, Mike Kai. Mike Kai was reluctant, but admitted, I lost. Seeing Kai surrender, Bai Feng sighed, inwardly gaining a new respect for him. In taijutsu, Mike Kai had completely dominated Bai Feng. Even some Jinin might not match Kai in hand-to-hand combat. Kai deserved this. Though he had little talent for ninjutsu, even less than zero, he was both a genius and a hard worker on the path of taijutsu. Might Kai, you will be a worthy opponent. Bai Feng said seriously. Kai felt a bit awkward. Actually, I'd rather hear that from Kakashi. Bai Feng's face darkened. What the hell? What's going on between you and Kakashi? Spill it. Alright, now it's my turn. Kakashi was already eager. Bai Feng glanced at him. Kakashi, is there something you're not telling me between you and Might Kai? Why are you suddenly asking that? Kakashi was bewildered. Bai Feng said with feigned anguish. I thought I was your only rival, you taciturn guy. Looks like I was wrong. Kakashi didn't know what to say. Are you messing with me? We're trying to avoid our match. Let me tell you today, I'm definitely going to settle this with you. Bai Feng watched Kakashi's increasingly determined gaze and swallowed nervously. 10 minutes later, both Bai Feng and Kakashi lay on the ground with bruised and swollen faces, unconscious. A draw. After saying this, Bai Feng tilted his head and nearly stopped breathing. That Kakashi guy was too ruthless, wasn't he? They say to hit people, but not the face, but he specifically aimed for my face. However, Kakashi was also not feeling well. The two had inflicted mutual damage. Lin was tending to Bai Feng's wounds while Mei Tikai was treating Kakashi's. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin, be gentle. Bai Feng gasped in pain. Lin said helplessly, I'm already being very gentle. You two were too harsh in that sparring match. Whenever I think that the position beside Kakashi was taken by Dai, too, I feel so unwilling. The passionate guy with thick eyebrows muttered to himself, completely ignoring the strange looks from the other three. Bai Feng gently rubbed his temples and said, Kakashi, you've improved a lot in your skills. Did your father train with you? No, my father. He went to carry out a very important mission and had no time to train with me. Looking at the slightly dejected Kakashi, Bai Feng didn't know what to say. So, did Kakashi train alone to reach this level? Bai Feng composed himself, then smiled and said, well, if you ever need an opponent, feel free to come to the universe's #1 genius Dai, the super genius ninja. Free sparring partner. Seeing you call yourself a genius makes me feel sick. Dai 2. Indeed a bit sickening. The reactions from Lin and Kakashi almost made Bai Feng spit blood. I was just being a little tsundere, wasn't I? Now even caring about others is called sickening. After they parted ways, Bai Feng went alone to the street wanting to eat a bowl of Yao Ramen. When he arrived at Yao Ramen, a young couple was already sitting there. The man had yellow hair, gentle blue eyes, and a warm smile on his face. He was a very sunny, handsome, and gentle man. And the woman sitting beside him was even more eye-catching, especially her beautiful red hair. Bai Feng swallowed his saliva, then walked in without thinking too much. Boss, one bowl of ramen. The owner of Yao smiled and said, Dai 2, you're here again. The ramen will be ready soon. The owner went to make the ramen, and Bai Feng secretly glanced at the couple sitting nearby. Little one, it's not polite to stare. What's your name? My name is Bai Feng Shuimin, and my dream is to become the Hokage. Bai Feng Shuimin showed a Bai Feng realized it was rude to stare and said apologetically, sorry. My name is Uchiha Dai 2. Uchiha Dai 2. Bai Feng Shuimin murmured softly, then returned to normal. Then Jixinai and I will take our leave. Dai 2, I hope we can fight side by side in the future. After saying this, Bai Feng Shuimin and Jixinai left the yacht. Bai Feng tilted his head in confusion. He felt that Bai Feng Shuimin's words had a hidden meaning. Whatever, never mind. The ramen was served quickly, and after eating, Bai Feng went home to rest. The next day, Bai Feng arrived at the Ninja Academy. Today there would be an exam. The exam content was the clone technique and the transformation technique. For these students who had not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, it was quite challenging. Of course, besides the ninjutsu test, there was also a written exam. Bai Feng had no problems with these. He quickly finished the written exam paper. This time Bai Feng did not hide his abilities. After all, it was the end of the semester, so it should be fine not to hide his strength, right? Moreover, he wanted to bring home good grades to make his grandmother happy. After the written exam, it was time for the ninjutsu test. In this part, Bai Feng also did not hide his abilities. Both the clone technique and the transformation technique reached the Jinin level, even surpassing Kakashi at one point. Kakashi was not surprised by this. Although he felt unwilling, it also gave him more motivation. Watching Bai Feng's back, Kakashi silently encouraged himself. When my father returns from his mission, I must train hard and strive to surpass Dai 2, Kakashi said. After all the exams ended for first-year students like them, it was vacation time. However, the graduates of the Ninja Academy would have a graduation exam in 7 days. Those who passed could graduate from the academy and become Jinin. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bai Feng and his friends. Although their abilities had reached the level of graduation, they had no intention of graduating now. Of course, this had nothing to do with Bai Feng and his friends. Although their abilities had reached the level of graduation, they had 3 days after the exams ended, the results came out smoothly. Bai Feng rightfully took first place, while Kakashi took second. Lin also performed excellently and entered the top 10. Bai Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his results. Although he had confidence in himself, he was still nervous before the results came out. Now if he showed this excellent result to his grandmother, she would be very happy, right? This is also a way to repay grandma for all her years of care. Bai Feng said with a smile. Lin looked around, and then said, Dai Tu, have you seen Kakaxi? No, he didn't come. Bai Feng said in surprise. Having been together for so long, Bai Feng knew Kakaxi's personality well. If Kakaxi didn't come, then he must have encountered something. Could it be? Someone has attacked Kakaxi again. Bai Feng thought of this possibility. Lin also looked anxious upon hearing this. Bai Feng took a deep breath and said, Don't act rashly first. Let's go check the situation. The two of them now couldn't care about going back to report the good news and rushed straight to Kakaxi's home. Did you hear? Because of my Baya, the village's mission failed, causing significant losses to the village. I heard it was to save his teammates. But what's the use of that? What's the point of a ninja who can't complete a mission? Such a person has no right to stay in Mai. Why doesn't such a person just die? One after another vicious and filthy words entered Bai Feng's and Lin's ears. As he ran, Bai Feng analyzed, what's going on? Could it be? Something happened to Kakaxi's father. Kakaxi, you must not do anything foolish. Worried about Kakaxi, Bai Feng increased his speed again and again until Lin could no longer keep up. Could it be? Something happened to Kakaxi's father. Kakaxi, you must not do anything foolish. Worried about Kakaxi, Bai Feng increased his speed again and again until Lin could no longer keep up. However, Lin quickly regained her composure. The urgent matter was to get to Kakaxi's side. A shyness could be set aside for now. When Bai Feng, gasping for breath, arrived at Kakashi's house carrying Rin, he was stunned by the scene before him. Kakashi's wooden house was surrounded by a crowd spewing filthy, vicious, and abusive words. Not only that, they picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the house. What on earth? Bai Feng set Rin down, not even pausing to rest. Stay here, Rin. Don't do anything rash. Bai Feng took a deep breath. Obito, don't worry. Bai Feng revealed a confident and gentle smile. Kakashi is my friend. I won't let anything happen to him. Trust me. Rin clasped her hands tightly and whispered, Bai Feng nodded and began to observe. The wooden house was now completely surrounded, and if Bai Feng tried to force his way in, it would only backfire. Then what should we do? Bai Feng kept thinking. The wooden house definitely could not be destroyed. If it were, the people outside would surely rush in. The windows of the house were also sealed shut, so the only way in would be to break them. Bai Feng looked at his feet. Could he dig a tunnel? However, at the moment, I only mastered one nature of chakra. Digging without ninjutsu would take too much time. Just as Bai Feng was stuck on the problem, Obito's, are you afraid of getting hurt? Obito said slowly. Looking into Obito's eyes, Bai Feng understood what he intended. Bai Feng snorted, what are you saying at a time like this? Huh? Who are you talking to, Obito? Bai Feng smiled and said nothing. He'll go first. Stay here and don't move. With that, Bai Feng found a secluded spot. Obito took over Bai Feng's body, and Bai Feng's hair changed from black to white. Shenwei, blood flowed from his eyes, and the space around Obito's body began to warp. Inside the wooden house, Chimu Shimao, the white Fang of Konoha, sat dejectedly in a dark corner. His face was filled with confusion and pain. At this moment, he was nothing like the white Fang of Konoha. He was like a social outcast. Kakashi held a tray of food, his eyes red. Dad, please eat something. If this continues, your body will break down. Kakashi pleaded. But Shuamao did not answer. He remained in the same position, motionless. Dad. Kakashi placed the food on the floor and left the room. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. He listened to the voices outside, cursing his father, and the thing called reason gradually faded away. Shut up. Kakashi's voice grew lower. The sound of stones hitting the door continued relentlessly, and Kakashi's eyes gradually turned cold and fierce. Stop it. Why? My father didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't want to see the people around him in danger. Snap. The string of reason broke, and Kakashi was about to rush out of the wooden house. Kakashi. Suddenly a tired and pained voice sounded, and Kakashi stopped, turning to look behind him. Bai Feng, his face covered in blood, and wearing a pained expression, forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Kakashi regained his senses. Obito, how did you get your body? He brought a stool, and let Bai Feng sit down. Bai Feng yelped in pain. It hurts. I can't use Obito's power too often, or it hurts too much. Bai Feng endured the intense pain, and said with difficulty, what's the situation now? Can you tell me about it? Seeing Bai Feng's pained expression, Kakashi couldn't bear to refuse, and told him everything. After hearing it, Bai Feng became furious. Those people are going too far. Uncle Shuamao clearly didn't do anything wrong. He was just protecting his He saved a life. Why are people like this? Bai Feng said angrily. In his view, Chimu Shuomo's actions, even if not correct, were certainly not wrong. He should not have been subjected to people's violence and abuse. Kakashi bit his lip. You can't blame them. A ninja who fails to complete a mission is trash. It's only natural for trash to be treated like this. Are you serious? Bai Feng was stunned, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. His expression was serious. Why? How did it come to this? This village, this shinobi world. What I said is the truth. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Bai Feng felt a wave of dizziness, unsure if it was a side effect of Obito's possession. Bai Feng stood up, holding his forehead, and opened the door to Shuomo's room. After a glance, he closed the door. He didn't understand. Why? Why save someone only to be treated like this? Bai Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to explode. Kakashi, were you serious about what you said? Your father. He's become like that. Are you going to deny him too? Bai Feng said in a low voice. Kakashi lowered his head, without speaking, his heart filled with confusion. Was what his father did right or wrong? If even you deny your father, then he is truly pitiful. Bai Feng said softly. Perhaps he would never understand the meaning of those so-called ninja rules. I only know that Chimu Kakashi's father Chimu Shuomao did nothing wrong. Kakashi, when you are in danger, I believe Rin would not hesitate to abandon the mission to save you, and so would I. I only know that Chimu Kakashi's father Chimu Shuomao did nothing wrong. Kakashi, when you are in danger, I believe Rin would not hesitate to abandon the mission to save. It was the first time Bai Feng had seen Kakashi so helpless. Even during the battle against the Chunin, he had never shown such an expression. Indeed, it was not Kakashi's fault. The idealistic values instilled by this village had made him this way. Ninja are not robots that only complete missions. Ninja are living, breathing people. Bai Feng made a decision in his heart. He would change the current situation. Ninja are also human beings, creatures with emotions, not robots. Your father Chimu Shuomao did nothing wrong. Bai Feng slowly walked outside. Listening to the insults, he felt deeply saddened. The people that the predecessors had protected with their lives now showed such fate. The White Fang of Konoha, who had achieved so much and protected so many, ended up like this. I will not become such a person. Even if I fear death, I will not obey. Bai Feng finally thought of a sentence Obito had told him. That sentence perhaps should be said to Kakashi at this moment. Kakashi, perhaps a person who fails to complete a mission is indeed a waste, no matter where they are. Bai Feng's voice grew louder. Kakashi looked up at Bai Feng. But in my eyes, those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. In my eyes, your father Chimu Shuomao is the coolest. Bai Feng burst through the door, standing fearlessly before the villagers. Obito, Lin called out in concern. The villagers were also taken aback, staring at this sudden intruder. Kid, where did you come from? Move aside. Get out of the way if you don't want to get hurt. Bai Feng snorted coldly. Uncle Shuomao did nothing wrong, yet you treat him like... Why? Why? Because he failed his mission and caused the village to suffer losses. Then when Uncle Shuomao risked his life to protect us, to protect all of us, what were you doing? What did you say? Seeing the crowd's anger, Bai Feng remained unyielding. There were things he had to say. Because he wanted to save Shuomao, to save Kakashi, and also to save himself. Damn brat, how dare you look down on us? Stop. A handsome white-haired man stood before Bai Feng, holding a short blade, his aura fierce. Konoha's White Fang Hataki Shuomao. Father. Shuomao gave him a gentle smile, then said, young friend Obito, thank you for standing up for me, but this is not something a 6-year-old should meddle in. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted, becoming overwhelmingly imposing. I am a failure. I admit I failed the mission and caused the village losses. But I do not regret what I did, Shuomao declared. Even if the whole village blamed him, even if the comrade he had saved now blamed him, he would never let harm come to this child before him. Shuomo's tone grew icy. If you think you're worthy, then come at me. Or is it that the coward behind you dares not show his face? At these words, the troublemaking villagers were startled. It seems I'm not wrong. Get the hell out of here now. Or don't blame me. Some villagers still blustered. Shuomao, do you dare? Humph. With a heavy snort, a flash of blade light, and the villager's shoulder was cut open, blood gushing. Gah! The villager clutched his arm, his face filled with terror and resentment. He had actually struck. Shuomao sneered, get lost. I've been through more battles than you've eaten salt. Trying to play games with me. Get out. Seeing Shuomao was serious, the villagers scurried away in defeat. Phew. Shuomao let out a breath. Bai Feng collapsed to the ground, also relieved. After all, facing such a massive scene, he didn't know if he could hold his... But Bai Feng knew that if he hadn't spoken up for Shuomao, an irreparable tragedy would occur. Obito, Kakashi, are you two alright? Lin ran forward worriedly. Bai Feng shook his head. I'm fine. Kakashi was still dazed, head lowered, not daring to look at Bai Feng, nor at Shuomao. Shuomao showed a gentle smile and ruffled Kakashi's hair. Kakashi, for a ninja, missions are certainly important, but the one who never abandons his comrades, that is the true ninja. Shuomao showed a gentle smile and ruffled Kakashi's hair. Kakashi, for a ninja, missions are certain. As a ninja, failing a mission makes you a failure. Shuomao smiled. Even so, you must not be bound by your heart. Screw the ninja code, oh, just do what you want. Obito was right, a ninja who can't complete a mission is indeed a failure, but a ninja who abandons his comrades is worse than a failure. Kakashi looked up, seeing the sincerity in Bai Feng, and Lin's eyes sniffled. Yes, when he was in danger, these two would come to his rescue without hesitation, wouldn't, just like before when the Chunin attacked. Bai Feng, though terrified, had rushed back. It was then that Kakashi understood why Bai Feng had expressed dissatisfaction with the ninja code in class. Because that was the kind of person he was, someone who could illuminate others. Kakashi walked up to Bai Feng and bowed. Thank you, Obito. Thanks to you, everything today is thanks to you. Slowly his voice choked. If Bai Feng hadn't come, what would have become of him? What would have become of his father? Kakashi dared not imagine, but he knew. Because he was a genius, because he was smart. If Bai Feng hadn't come, the things Kakashi treasured most might have vanished. Haha, aren't we friends? This is what I should do. Just don't hit my face when we spar in the future, Bai Feng laughed. His father's choice had been right between mission and comrade. Comrade was more important. Bai Feng smiled gently, then his gaze drifted into the distance. Whoever you are, I will find you. Bai Feng clenched his fists. That coward who only schemes behind the scenes will take you down. I don't know your purpose for doing this to Kakashi and his father, but whether for Kakashi or for myself, I won't let you live. Obito took in everything and smiled. This guy might truly bring peace to the ninja world, because every step he takes now is different from the original Uchiha Obito. He will bring a new future. Watching the father and son embrace, Bai Feng came back to his senses, and a smile spread across his face. Perhaps my transmigration into this world. Obito said I could definitely change the future. Was it meant for me to avert certain tragedies? Though I am terrified of war, if it means protecting those by my side, I will never falter. Kakashi parted from Tsukumo, wiped his eyes, and gazed at the three of them, his expression growing resolute. I want to take the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Huh. Kakashi, you're only 6, right? Rin was taken aback. Isn't it too soon to take the Genin graduation exam at 6? I want to take the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Huh. Kakashi, you're only 6, right? Rin was taken aback. Faced with Bai Feng's question, Kakashi shook his head with a smile. It was the first time Bai Feng had seen such a smile on his face. I want to understand my father, and I want to understand you, Obito. So I have to stand there too. When I become a ninja and begin undertaking missions, perhaps then I will truly obtain what is important. Tsukumo patted Kakashi's head. Do as you wish. Just as I said, rules cannot bind your true heart, and neither will I. Tsukumo patted Kakashi's head. Do as you wish. Just as I said, rules cannot bind your true heart, and neither will I. Alone. Bai Feng turned his head away, his face showing embarrassment. Oh well, anyway, I've got plenty of free time. I'm just too free. He'll go with you. I'm free anyway. Rin also clasped her hands in front of her chest. Me too, I'll accompany you both. Tsukumo gazed at the three before him, then lifted his eyes to the azure sky. What I want to protect is such a scene, not those scheming conflicts. The bond among the three of them would never be broken. Tsukumo believed this firmly. A week later at the graduation exam, Bai Feng, Kakashi, and Rin, three candidates clearly different from those around them, drew considerable attention. The 12-year-old examinees stared in astonishment at Bai Feng and the others, who barely reached their chests. Hey, why are there 3 little brats? I heard they're here for the accelerated graduation exam. A first year taking the graduation exam. Everyone was stunned, as they had never seen such a thing before. Not only the students, but even the examiners were seeing first-year students take the graduation exam for the first time. Of course, despite their youth, the three were at the top of their class in grades. All geniuses. Whether it was the clone technique or the transformation technique, they passed smoothly. Then the three followed a group of 12-year-old boys and girls out of the examination hall, 4 head protectors on their heads. Leaving the academy, their respective families were waiting outside. Bai Feng smiled and bid farewell to Kakashi and Rin, then walked to his grandmother and gave her a "Grandma, I did it. I became a ninja," Bai Feng said gently. His grandmother's eyes reddened as she stroked his hair. "Silly child, why did you become a ninja after only 1 year of study? Grandma is happy, but I'm so worried about you, silly child." His grandmother's voice choked. Bai Feng showed a reassuring smile, gently caressing her graying hair. "Grandma, the reason I did this is because I found someone I treasure. I couldn't bear to let him venture into danger alone, so I had to stand by his side. Grandma, don't worry. Your grandson is outstanding. One day he will become a renowned ninja across the entire ninja world. By then, Grandma, you can boast to everyone about how excellent your grandson is." Seeing Bai Feng joke to ease her worries, his grandmother wiped her eyes. Due to years of toil, his grandmother's hands were as rough as old pine bark cracked with lines, and her palms were covered with thick calluses. The relentless years had carved deep wrinkles into her dark purple face, leaving only her eyes still bright and spirited, though the corners were dense with fine crow's feet. Bai Feng sniffled, fighting back tears. "So, Grandma, I will work hard. I will never let you down now. I know everything you've done for me. I will be a good grandson, one you can be proud of. So, Grandma, don't worry. I won't regret my choices. I will only charge forward and become a winner. Good, good. His grandmother showed a kind smile her eyes, which seemed almost unable to open, now sparkling with vigor. Grandma believes in Obito. Grandma will wait at home for the surprises my little Obito brings. Don't worry about the household. Since you've chosen this path, go ahead with it. Grandma is old and can't help much, but I won't hold you back either. Grandma will always stand behind you and support you. Your parents up in heaven seeing you now will be happy and moved, sighing that their child has truly grown up and become sensible. Bai Feng gave a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. From now on, I am a ninja. The next day, Bai Feng attached his ninja tool pouch to his belt and wore the Konoha forehead protector. Bai Feng looked at himself in the mirror and let out a small sigh. I wonder what kind of person the instructor will be. Yes, today Bai Feng's 3-man team was to meet the Jonin who would lead them. It was said he was a highly powerful Jonin. What do you think? About to start missions, any regrets? Obito's voice sounded. Bai Feng shook his head. In the past, I definitely wouldn't have done something like this. But now I have more people I treasure. Grandma Kakashi Rin. I can't be like before. Besides, a man has to make an effort sometimes just to look cooler, right? Obito chuckled and said no more. After preparing everything, Bai Feng waved goodbye to his grandmother and dashed out of the house. Oh, Fugakusama. Good morning, clan leader. Bai Feng encountered Fugaku, who was out for a walk with his wife. Obito, I heard about your achievements. Well done. The Uchiha clan needs talents like you. Fugaku called out with a smile. Bai Feng looked embarrassed, as every time he met the clan leader, he was praised to the sky. Thank you, clan leader. He'll be off now. Bai Feng ran breathlessly to the ninja academy. When he arrived at the designated classroom, Kakashi and Rin were already seated waiting for him. Hey, you're way too slow. Kakashi complained directly. Bai Feng glanced at the time, puzzled. He hadn't been late. I'm not late either, am I? I poured my heart out to you before, and now this is how you treat me. Bai Feng said, speechless. Rin sighed helplessly. All right, you two, why do you always argue the moment you see each other? It's because Obito is too slow. He made us wait so long. Hey, you guys are just too early. I'm not late either. Rin looked helplessly at the two, glaring at each other. A gust of wind swept through the window, and a yellow-haired man appeared on the podium without a sound. So fast. All 3 were startled. Then Bai Feng felt that the yellow-haired man before him looked somewhat familiar. Wait, wasn't this the warm-hearted handsome guy he met at the ramen shop earlier? Minato smiled at Obito. Long time no see, Obito. It seems we really are fated. Minato sensei, are you our instructor? Yes, of course. There's still a test ahead, but it's very simple. Come over here, and he'll take you to a place. Minato revealed a heartwarming smile. The 3 exchanged glances and stepped forward. Minato smiled, then reached out and placed his hand on the 3 of them. Bai Feng and the others felt their vision blur, and the next second they were on a grassy field. Huh, what happened? Bai Feng hadn't even reacted yet. This is Minato Sensei's Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that allows him to quickly move himself or marked objects. Obito, so strong. Space-time ninjutsu. That's incredible. Bai Feng swallowed hard, his eyes burning with fervor. If I ever learned space-time ninjutsu, wouldn't escaping be a breeze? It's a life-saving divine technique. Before the group could recover, Minato smiled and said, this is where the test will take place. Let's start with introductions first, shall we? My name is Minato Namikaze Jonin. As for my dream, to become Hokage. Hokage. Kakashi murmured, and for some reason, he looked at Bai Feng. This guy would probably be a good fit, right? Moi. What's wrong? Bai Feng tilted his head. Nothing. Kakashi shook his head, then announced loudly. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I like sori and I dislike cilantro. As for my dream is to truly understand the meaning of a ninja's existence. Kakashi, actually, your father didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps if it were me, I would have made the same choice as your father, Bai Feng. Minato said gently. I know. My father didn't do anything wrong. So I must become stronger to reach the same level as my father and ponder the same questions he did. Minato revealed a warm smile. You will surely succeed. Bai Feng looked at Minato with some surprise. His impression of Minato at that moment was extremely, because he could tell that Minato was not the kind of person who would easily abandon his comrades. Rin extended her hand with a smile. My name is Rin Noira. I like strawberries. And sweet and sour things. I dislike strong-smelling seafood. As for my dream, Rin looked at Bai Feng and Kakashi, standing on either side of her. My dream is to use my medical ninjutsu to help others, and also to always stand behind Obito and Kakashi and support them. Rin showed a sweet smile. Both Bai Feng and Kakashi were deeply moved. Rin was truly a wonderful girl. Minato patted Rin's head gently. Your dream will definitely come true. If you ever encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. After all, I am your team. Thank you, Minato Sensei. Finally, it was Bai Feng's turn. Bai Feng brushed his bangs, flicked his hair, and said with a domineering air, my name is Uchiha Obito. I like many things and there's nothing I dislike. Kakashi and Rin were both speechless. This guy was at it again. Even Minato's expression froze for a moment. Kakashi and Rin were both speechless. This guy was at it again. Even Minato's expression froze for a moment. He had never heard of such a dream, one without ambition. How should he put it? Interesting. Minato coughed and said seriously, well, I actually think highly of you, Obito. I'm sure you'll achieve your grand dream. Right? Right? Teacher also thinks my dream is grand, doesn't he? Minato paused briefly, not knowing how to respond to Bai Feng's words. Alright, let's stop the introductions here. Now let's talk about the upcoming test. As he spoke, Minato took out 2 bells. The test is simple: fight me and snatch the bells from my hand. If you succeed, you pass. Bai Feng couldn't help but ask, but there are only 2 bells, right? Well, that's up to you. Minato chuckled without elaborating. Bai Feng frowned. So only 2 of them could pass in the end. That's too unfair. Bai Feng certainly wanted to pass. He had made a promise to his grandmother just yesterday. If he failed, he would disappoint her. But if he passed, one of the others would inevitably fail. What should he do? Not just Bai Feng, but Kakashi and Rin also frowned deep in thought. However, Minato didn't give them much time. He directly said, alright, time is running out. The test begins in 3 seconds. If you haven't snatched the bells by noon, you'll fail as well. Wait. This is way too hasty. At least give us some time to prepare. Bai Feng shouted. But Minato ignored him. 3, 2, 1. With a puff of white smoke, Minato vanished. Hey, it's already started. Damn it. Bai Feng couldn't help but curse. The 3 looked at each other, none of them expecting the test to begin so abruptly. What do we do now? Kakashi asked. He had to become a genin, but he didn't want to see his 2 teammates eliminated. Rin bit her lip, a determined look in her eyes as she made a decision in her heart. Obito. Kakashi. Actually, I could. Let's not worry about that for now. Bai Feng interrupted Rin, looking at her deeply. The priority is to snatch the bells first. Besides, I think it's not impossible for all 3 of us to pass. What if 2 of us grab the bells together? How would that count? Bai Feng said with a smile. At this, Kakashi nodded. Indeed, if 2 people grab the bells at the same time, there might still be a chance for all 3 to pass. After all, Minato Sensei never said that each person must have 1 bell. Hiding in the shadows, Minato was stunned. Were these 3 really 6-year-old kids? How could they think of such a loophole? Because Minato had regarded the 3 little ones as children, he hadn't paid much attention to the rules. As a result, Bai Feng, though small in stature, had come up with this thud. Bai Feng dashed through the forest, his footsteps echoing. TCH. Sensei Shuemin is really persistent. Shuriken flew from all directions, but Bai Feng agilely dodged each one. You must come at me with the resolve to kill if you want to take the bells. Otherwise, you stand no chance. Shuemin's voice rang out. Bai Feng's ears twitched, pinpointing the location. Of course I know. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Whoosh. Countless fireballs erupted toward the treetop, 9 o'clock from Bai Feng. Not bad. Shuemin smiled faintly. A flash of golden light, and Shuemin vanished without a trace. By the time Bai Feng reacted, a chill ran down his back. Don't move. A magnetic, pleasant voice murmured softly in Bai Feng's ear. Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat. So fast. Sensei really is too fast. It's almost cheating. Shuemin thrust his kunai, but Bai Feng's body turned into a log and disappeared. Substitution jutsu. Interesting. Shuemin praised. To think he could use such tactics to gather intel. Quite impressive. In a nearby thicket, Kakashi and Lin lay hidden, suppressing their presence. One of the ninja's essential lessons: conceal all traces of oneself. Bai Feng returned to Kakashi and Lin, drenched in sweat. How did it go? Did you find out anything? Kakashi asked. Bai Feng shook his head. Nothing except that Shuemin Sensei's speed is ridiculously fast. No other intel. He had barely registered what happened before Shuemin Sensei had him subdued. If he hadn't anticipated it and used the substitution jutsu in advance, he might not have made. What should we do next? If we want to snatch the bells from Shuemin Sensei, we need to create an opportunity. One even he wouldn't Lin murmured softly. The 3 of them began to think together. Come here, I have an idea. Not sure if it'll work. Bai Feng whispered something into their ears. Shuemin moved to a grassy area with few trees to facilitate the fight. There were few cover spots which would better test the abilities of Bai Feng and his team. Here they come. Shuemin opened his eyes, tilting his head slightly. Whoosh. A kunai cold with killing intent flew past Shuemin's cheek. His hawk-like eyes locked onto the direction. Kakashi and Lin stood upright. Oh, a new trick. Shuemin didn't rush to strike. Kakashi and Lin pulled kunai from their pouches, exchanged a glance, and hurled them together. Oh, trying to distract me with projectiles, and then attack. Interesting. Shuemin smiled. Shuemin drew a kunai from his pouch, a gleam in his eyes, and knocked down all the shuriken and kunai thrown by Kakashi. Lightning released lightning snake. A golden flash of lightning flickered on Kakashi's right hand, and a snake formed of lightning nature chakra shot toward Shuemin. 2 green. Shuemin leaped into the air, evading the lightning snake. Now, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi activated another jutsu, his specialty, Earth Flow Wall. The Earth Wall slowly rose, sealing off all paths behind Shuemin. My turn. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. Lin, having already completed the hand seals, sent a torrent of water surging towards Shuemin, who was still airborne. Midair with his retreat blocked, and unable to change trajectory, Shuemin faced the attack. Did we get him? Not bad, but still 2 green. Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. Shuemin slammed his palm against the earth wall Kakashi had created using the recoil to dodge Lin's water jutsu. Landing steadily, Shuemin's eyes gleamed with admiration. Kakashi, truly the son of Konoha's Bai Feng, already mastering 2 chakra natures at this age, a genuine prodigy. Lin, though he hadn't heard of any impressive background behind this lovely girl, she could still unleash a water jutsu of decent power without a water source combined with her medical ninjutsu. Also a genius. Shuemin smiled. Anything else? Are your attacks over? Or is Obito waiting for a chance somewhere? TCH is expected of Shuemin Sensei. Kakashi panted softly. The series of attacks just now hadn't even made Shuemin break a sweat. Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Shuemin extended his hand warmly. Then, Lin, Kakashi bellowed and threw a smoke bomb. Bang. The smoke dispersed. Shuemin frowned. What were they up to? Using a smoke bomb to obscure vision and then attack. No, that's not it. Shuemin shook his head. During the fight, he had sensed something off. First, where was Obito? What was he planning? Second, was this smoke bomb for escape or for attack? As Shuemin pondered, waiting for Kakashi and the others' assault, a strange noise came. Zzz, a grating sound of metal scraping metal. Shuemin frowned. What were they trying to do? Whoosh. The smoke cleared, and Kakashi burst out gripping a short blade, charging at Shuemin. So the smoke bomb was indeed to obscure vision, and the deliberate grating noise was to prevent me from hearing footsteps and launching an ambush. Shuemin said slowly. Good tactics, but still 2 green. Charging out like that puts yourself in danger. Though he could only see a blurry outline, Shuemin had already determined Kakashi's attack. Shuemin raised his right knee and thrust his right hand forward, aiming to strike Kakashi with a knee blow and then subdue him. But to Shuemin's surprise, his knee and arm passed right through Kakashi's body. Illusion. No, it's a clone. So that's it. The smoke bomb was used to conceal the fact that the clone has no physical form or shadow. And the sizzling sound was meant to distract Minato, since an ordinary clone lacking substance cannot produce any noise. However, Minato's entire focus was diverted by the deliberate sizzling noise from Kakashi and Lin. Fire-style fireball technique. The massive fireball surged forward with a temperature that seemed capable of scorching all things, the very air distorting from the heat. Minato felt the power of the technique and let out a soft breath. The caster was undoubtedly Bai Feng. That he could unleash such a formidable fire style at the age of 6 with his chakra reserves was why he had managed to kill a Chu. Bai Feng's chakra volume was immense, far surpassing his peers. This point-blank attack left almost no chance to dodge. Yet a faint smile curled on Minato's lips as he vanished like a phantom, and the fireball struck empty air. Boom. In the forest, Minato appeared on a tree trunk. The flying thunder god's mark was etched on the wood. Not bad at all. Minato praised their execution, teamwork, and individual strength, all far exceeding their age. Even some veteran genin were no match for this trio. Let's give them a bit more time and see if they can surprise me. Minato placed his hand on the tree. Snap. Moi. The sound of a thread breaking followed by a rustling noise. Minato reacted swiftly, jumping away. Boom. The explosion tags attached in the blind spot detonated due to the trap's activation. Minato landed on another tree, but that tree also had a similar trap, forcing him to keep moving. Boom. The explosion tags attached in the blind spot detonated due to the trap's activation. Minato landed on another, but how did they know? Hidden in the shadows, Bai Feng smirked. Stumped, aren't you? I may not have some overpowered system, but inside me, I have a student you want. You thought I came out to test the teacher's strength. Actually, I was observing. Obito, it's great to have you. Bai Feng spoke warmly. Obito was momentarily stunned. This was the first time in all their time together that Bai Feng had said such words. Minato continued, moving somewhat shocked. Just how many traps had those 3 little rascals set? Minato Sensei, you've let your guard down. From an extremely tricky angle, Kakashi burst forward, his short blade aimed at Minato, while Lin attacked from the opposite direction, targeting the bells at Minato's waist. Caught in a pincer, Minato remained calm, his trademark smile on his face. Let my guard down. No, I've been vigilant all along. Minato parried Kakashi's blade with a kunai, then flicked it into the air. With a kick, Kakashi was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Huh. Lin lunged desperately, her hand nearly touching the bell, but then the world spun, and she was sent flying by a palm strike. Kakashi clutched his chest, filled with frustration. Minato was simply too powerful on a completely different level. Is it over? Where did Obito hide this time? Minato scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Obito. Lin wiped the mud from her face and smiled. No matter how strong you are, you'll always show a flaw. Looks like we've won this time. My. Minato frowned. The short blade he had knocked into the air slowly descended. As it reached the level of his waist, something unexpected happened. Pop. A puff of smoke and the falling blade transformed into Bai Feng, who reached out and touched the bell. We won. Just as all three thought so, Minato's lips curled up and his body dissolved into smoke. Bai Feng grabbed at empty air and fell flat on his face. Is that a shadow clone? Kakashi asked with difficulty. He had heard from his father that ordinary clones had no substance, making them nearly useless in combat. But the shadow clone technique was different. It created tangible clones by evenly distributing the user's chakra, a clone technique almost impossible to see through. Bai Feng sat on the ground, dust-covered and stunned. We wasted so much time and effort, just fighting a clone, he said hoarsely. Lin smiled helplessly. Minato Sensei is truly strong. We lost. Kakashi reflected on the battle. Bai Feng, Kakashi, and Lin thought they had the situation under control, but they never realized that Minato was still one step ahead. Minato's figure materialized, and he nodded with a smile. It seems you've nearly reached your limits. All right, today's assessment ends here. Wait. Bai Feng panicked pleaded. Minato Sensei, please give us one more chance. I can still fight. We can all still fight. We must become ninja. We have reasons we must become ninja. So, please. Bai Feng stood up, though his consumption wasn't great. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over him. Minato Sensei, please. Give us one more chance. Bai Feng bowed deeply. Minato said nothing, merely watching him silently. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and declared firmly, or he'll forfeit this assessment. Let Kakashi and Lin become ninja in my place. It's all my fault. If we had followed Kakashi's plan today instead of mine. Bai Feng blamed himself, feeling that everything was his responsibility. If Kakashi had made the plan, the result would have been better, right? Obito, are you misunderstanding something? Minato's voice slowly rose. Bai Feng looked up, tilting his head. Minato flashed a bright smile. From the start, I only said the assessment is over, not that you've been eliminated. Huh? Bai Feng was stunned. Minato continued. The main purpose of this exercise was teamwork. A ninja isn't just about individual strength. What matters most is coordination with your comrades. Even I can handle hundreds or thousands of enemies, but tens of thousands. That's unrealistic. Minato looked at them with a satisfied smile. I saw the teamwork. You should have your excellence as ninja, your courage and meticulousness. The tactics were brilliant. Who came up with this whole chain of tactics? Minato Sensei. It was me. Bai Feng rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Bai Feng breathed a secret sigh of relief. Good, we passed. Otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. After all, I didn't want to lose the chance to become a ninja. Now he's supposed to praise me, right? He's definitely going to praise me. Shuemin chuckled and scolded. How did you come up with these ideas? You're still so young. If you don't turn out to be a dragon, then you certainly won't amount to anything. Shuemin inwardly resolved to discipline Bai Feng strictly, lest he stray from the right path and cause him great trouble in the future. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Shouldn't he be praised? This wasn't the script. All right, from today onward, the Shuemin squad is officially formed. Shuemin turned around gracefully. The Shuemin squad will start taking on various missions from tomorrow to hone ourselves. With that, without even specifying the time or place to meet, he vanished without a trace. Bai Feng retracted his earlier thoughts. He felt that this teacher Shuemin was highly unreliable. How should he put it? There was a certain airheadness, or perhaps a sense of being scatterbrained. Bai Feng retracted his earlier thoughts. He felt that this teacher Shuemin was highly unreliable. How should he put it? There was a certain airheadness, or perhaps a sense of being scatterbrained. Drank missions were the lowest level, mostly involving finding lost cats and dogs, the simplest of tasks. However, Bai Feng was quite satisfied with such tasks. Simple, with income and no need for combat. He couldn't be more pleased. But Kakashi naturally couldn't stand it. After all, he didn't become a ninja to be a lost pet finder. He wanted to become a ninja as formidable as his father. That day, after completing a full day's mission, everyone except Shuemin was utterly exhausted. Though weary, Bai Feng wore a blissful smile. This was the life he had always dreamed of. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Shuemin Sensei, when can we take on higher-ranked missions? Actually, according to the norm, Genin must undergo at least a month of drank missions before they can take on higher crank missions, Shuemin explained. Kakashi protested, but I can't wait any longer. I believe our strength is already sufficient for crank missions, or even higher. Only by undertaking these missions can we improve, right? What you say isn't unreasonable. Shuemin rubbed his temples, then looked at Lin and Bai Feng, wanting their opinions. After a moment of thought, Lin said, Shuemin Sensei, I also think we can take on crank missions or above. Shuemin nodded, and then the three gazes turned to Bai Feng. Kakashi said in a low voice. Dai 2. You know what I mean, right? Facing Kakashi's threatening tone, Bai Feng shook his hair and sneered, Hey, I. At the mission assignment office, Bai Feng with a bruised and swollen face crouched in a corner sulking. Hoo-hoo. What about my opinion? The third Hokage Yuanfei Risen, known as the Professor of Ninjas, had even cultivated the legend. The third Hokage Yuanfei Risen, known as the Professor of Ninjas, had even cultivated the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, the Sannin, who shook the entire ninja world. However, despite such an impressive figure, Bai Feng held no fondness for him. Just as Bai Feng was mulling over trivial matters, Shuimen's voice rang out. Brank. Lord Third Hokage, I don't think these children are capable of handling a mission of this level yet, Shuimen said, looking at the mission slip. The mission rank on the slip was Brank, seemingly requiring escorting the client back to the distant Han country. It sounded simple, but Shuimen knew that combat with ninjas was inevitable in this mission. If it were a crank mission, Shuimen would have accepted without hesitation, as crank escort missions generally involved guarding against bandits and thieves with relative. A Brank mission, however, reached the level of ninja combat. Yuanfei Risen looked at the mission slip and also felt it was somewhat inappropriate. But apart from this rank, there are only Drank and a rank missions left, Yuanfei Risen said. Shuimen furrowed his brow, pondering whether to accept the mission. Kakashi interjected, Sensei, battles with ninjas in Brank missions usually involve Chunin-level opponents, right? If it's that level, I think we can handle it. I and Dai 2 have killed a Chunin before, and with you protecting us, nothing will go wrong. Kakashi interjected, Sensei, battles with ninjas in Brank missions usually. Yuanfei Risen said from the side, I think the kid Kakashi is right. Shuimen, with your strength, you should have no problem protecting them, right? Yuanfei Risen said from the side, I think the kid Kakashi is right. Shuimen, with your strength, you should have no problem protecting them, right? Current battle. Shuimen, you must trust that your students are capable. Suddenly, Tuanzang, seated beside Yuanfei Risen, lifted his head and spoke. Lord Tuanzang. Tuanzang cast a meaningful glance at Bai Feng. After all, you have a genius from the Uchiha clan on your side. He has killed a Chunin before, and I think with all this time passed, there should be even less concern, right? Bai Feng narrowed his eyes. What did this man mean? Dai 2, do you know anything? I don't know. This memory didn't appear in my previous life because Kakashi's father didn't die. The future has already changed. I see. Bai Feng suspected that this man with the eye patch named Tuanzang might be the hidden turtle behind it all. Finally, Shuimen sighed. Since Lord Tuanzang and Lord Hokage say so, the Shuimen squad will take on this mission. Good. Meet the client tomorrow morning. The escort mission to Han country starts tomorrow. Understood. The Shuimen squad members went their separate ways to pack their belongings. Bai Feng was organizing his clothes in his room when his grandmother knocked and entered. Dai 2, take this with you. This is the necklace your mother wore before she passed. You're leaving Konoha for a long journey tomorrow, and am worried, so take it with you, his grandmother said, holding out a necklace. Mother wore this. Bai Feng had only vague memories of his parents, but he still accepted the necklace. Thank you, Grandma. After packing, Bai Feng lay on the bed. Tomorrow he would leave Konoha. What would the outside world be like? Would it be a world full of battle and bloodshed? Hopefully everything would be fine. After all, he was a transmigrator. His luck couldn't be that bad, right? Bai Feng didn't realize that he had just set a flag. The ultimate test awaited him in the future. But that's a story for another time. The next day, Bai Feng and his two companions met the client. Bai Feng stared at the kid who stood as tall as himself and seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old, countless thoughts racing through his mind. What was this all about? Hey, don't tell me this brat my age is the client. The boy looked at Bai Feng's dumbfounded expression with disdain. Hey, we came to you because we heard Konoha is the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, and now you're telling me the ninjas protecting us are 3 little kids. The boy complained to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi frowned while Lin gave an awkward smile. Indeed, undertaking a Brank mission at this age was rare. Bai Feng wasn't angry, he chuckled and said, don't worry. Even though I'm forced into this with my strength, a mere Brank mission is nothing. Months had passed since his last fight with a Chunin, and Bai Feng now felt confident he could hold his own against one. And even if he couldn't win, escaping was definitely because he had learned a very interesting jutsu. Humph. The boy snorted, clearly not believing Bai Feng's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke. Rest assured, the team leader for this mission is Konoha's ace, Minato Namikaze. Minato stepped forward, a bit embarrassed by the introduction. What's your name? I'm Minato Namikaze. Minato flashed his signature smile, but the boy remained indifferent. Hayakawa Yudo. I hope you're not too weak. Minato gave an awkward smile and said no more. Hey, is that arrogant little brat really our client? Bai Feng whispered to Kakashi beside him. Kakashi didn't speak, just nodded. Bai Feng wondered what was wrong with this world. After handling the paperwork, they gathered at the gates of Konoha. Minato stood at the front of the group. This mission is a long-term one. Have you all brought your luggage? Yes. Good. Minato looked at the sky, confirmed the time, and said, "Let's go." On the road to the land of Hero, Minato led the way. Kakashi brought up the rear, while Bai Feng and Lin flanked Yudo in the center. This was the basic formation they had learned at the Ninja Academy. Though simple, it often proved effective. Throughout the journey, Yudo remained silent with a cold expression. Bai Feng cleared his throat and tried to strike up a conversation. "Hey Yudo, why is a kid your age taking on a mission? Where are your parents?" Yudo didn't answer, didn't even glance at Bai Feng. Bai Feng almost ground his teeth in frustration. Why was this kid so arrogant? Even more arrogant than that bastard Kakashi. Yudo, we're at least temporary partners now. How can we get along if you keep this up? Bai Feng pressed on. Yudo said coldly, "I don't need ninjas as friends. They'll never truly trust you." Deep hatred seeped from his words. The members of Minato's squad wondered what had happened to make the boy hate ninjas so much. Bai Feng was about to ask when Minato, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "Minato sensei." Bai Feng also began to scan the surroundings. Bai Feng was about to ask when Minato, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "Minato, we've been spotted. Attack." With a snap, 3 ninjas lurking in the shadows revealed themselves. They were clearly trained or organized, coordinating perfectly. 2 ninjas charged at Minato, the strongest in the team, aiming to delay him, while their ally eliminated the target. The last ninja, skilled in speed, dashed toward Yudo with incredible velocity, kicking up a cloud of dust. A Chunin right from the start. Brank missions are really dangerous. Bai Feng laughed, but he showed no panic. He was no longer the Bai Feng who had been pinned down by a Chunin without any resistance. Thanks to the Uchiha bloodline, his eyes grew sharper with age, granting him enhanced insight and dynamic vision. Now he could clearly see the afterimages left by a Chunin's movement and react accordingly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Bai Feng had become more proficient with this jutsu. His hand seals were faster, and he could control chakra to reduce charge. Boom. The fireball carrying scorching heat shot toward the Chunin's intended path. Damn brat, he predicted it so accurately. The Chunin exclaimed in shock. In his eyes, his speed was far beyond what a child like Bai Feng could perceive. The Chunin had to stop abruptly, knowing that if he continued, he'd be burned to death. But stopping would leave him vulnerable for a split second. He didn't think those inexperienced kids could exploit that brief opening. The Chunin forced himself to halt, entering a momentary state of stiffness. Such a short time, they can't possibly. His eyes widened as he saw a flash of blade, then felt something gushing from his body. What happened? What just happened? Why can't I move? Why is liquid spraying from my body? Oh, that's my blood. Thud. Kakashi wiped the blood off his short blade and sheathed it. The Chunin fell to his knees, staring at the blood pouring from his stomach. How is this possible? He collapsed, staining the ground crimson. Ugh. Ugh. Yudo covered his mouth in pain as Lin gently covered his eyes and stroked his back. It's okay, it's okay. It'll be over soon, Lin said softly. Minato, watching from the corner of his eye, smiled with satisfaction at their swift kill. It's okay, it's okay. It'll be over soon, Lin said softly. Minato, watching from the corner of his eye, smiled. Minato didn't reply. He simply took off the backpack he was carrying and let it fall to the ground. Bang! The backpack hit the ground, blood sprayed into the sky like a rain of blood. 2 Chunin fell to the ground with the backpacks, landing, the entire process taking less than a second. Too strong. Master Minato is just too fast. Bai Feng swallowed hard. Even though his dynamic vision had improved significantly now, he still couldn't catch even a glimpse of Master Minato's shadow. Just how fast could one be? Moreover, Master Minato hadn't even used the Flying Thunder God technique with a pre-placed mark. This was merely the body flicker technique, and yet it reached such a... The ace of Konohagakure truly lived up to its reputation. Minato turned back and said gently, "Are you too injured?" "No, but Yudo has passed out," Bai Feng replied. Yudo's facial muscles were twisted, he was gasping heavily, and his expression was full of pain. Bai Feng couldn't help murmuring, what exactly has this child experienced to end up like this? A child about the same age as himself, why had he become like this? And this child had come to Konoha alone, hadn't he? How many hardships had he endured along the way? Bai Feng's gaze involuntarily turned toward the distant Hiroshi no Kuni. What had happened there? Lin began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Yudo. Her medical ninjutsu not only healed external wounds effectively, but also had a calming effect. Before long, Yudo's expression gradually relaxed, though he did not wake up. Instead, he fell into sleep. Minato smiled helplessly. Then, to take care of Yudo, the entire Minato squad took a rest on the spot. About 2 hours later, Yudo woke up groggily. He had slept very comfortably. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had such a good sleep. As he opened his eyes, a fragrance wafted over. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking at the steaming pot of vegetable soup before him. "You're awake. I made this with Master Minato. It might not taste great, but at least it's warm, much better than those cold soldier pills." Bai Feng's cheerful voice rang out as he put away some freshly found fruits to eat as snacks later. "You? What? Oh, you're asking why we're doing this. Of course it's because we can see you're in pain, right? Bai Feng chuckled, took out his own usual bowl and chopsticks from his backpack, ladled a bowl of vegetable soup, and handed it to Yudo. Eat up. Once you eat, your body will feel warm and cozy. Yudo took the soup awkwardly and bit his lip. Even if you try to please me like this, I still hate you ninjas. Alright, I know. I became a ninja not to be liked by others. In my view, the profession of a ninja is inherently one that is hated. Bai Feng replied. Lin smiled and said, after you finish the soup, there are also fruits. This kind of fruit is called cloud fruit. It's a fruit similar to apples, very sweet. Yudo said nothing, blew on the soup, and then took a small sip. His originally cold and weak body gradually became warm and cozy, making him feel warmth and comfort. Minato also said gently, how is it? Not too bad, I hope. It's okay. Yudo gulped down the soup. Minato also said gently, how is it? Not too bad, I hope. It's okay. Yudo gulped down the soup. He was truly hungry, having expended a lot of energy. Soon Yudo finished the bowl. Seeing this, Bai Feng picked up the bowl, filled another bowl of soup, and handed it to Yudo. Yudo asked, what about you? Aren't you drinking? He knew clearly that this was Bai Feng's own bowl and chopsticks now being used by him. Bai Feng took out a bag of soldier pills and swallowed them. It's fine. After all, you're still a child. You should eat and drink your fill first. Bai Feng said without looking back. Aren't you also a child like Yudo muttered quietly, but his opinion of the Minato squad members began to change. It seemed that these ninjas in front of him weren't so bad after all. Since the journey was very long, once Yudo's condition had mostly recovered, everyone set off again. By now Yudo was no longer as cold as before and started chatting with Bai Feng. Yudo, why are you at the same age as me, such a powerful ninja? Well, that goes without saying. It's because of the protagonist's halo. Protagonist's halo? What's that? Yudo tilted his head, finding Bai Feng's occasional use of difficult words very confusing. Bai Feng chuckled and didn't pay much attention. He said what he said, but if Yudo didn't understand, there was nothing he could do. However, the relationship between the two gradually improved, causing Minato, who was walking at the front, to sigh in admiration. This guy really has what it takes to become Hokage. Along the way, they encountered various ambushes, but Minato saw through them all. Yudo, who was being tightly protected, couldn't help but marvel at how strong this team was. If it were them. Yudo gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Bai Feng noticed Yudo's expression, but didn't ask directly. He believed that everything would be explained once they reached Hiroshi no Kuni. After 3 days of travel, the Minato squad finally arrived at the border of Hiroshi. Huff. What's going on? Why do I feel so hot? Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kakashi crouched down, dug his fingers into the soil, and felt the moisture. Very dry, almost no humidity. The surrounding temperature is indeed very hot, Kakashi judged. Minato smiled. Well done, Kakashi. Yudo, this has something to do with Hiroshi no Kuni, doesn't it? As intelligent as Minato was, he naturally noticed something was wrong. Yudo gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Actually, something happened in our country. As for what happened, you'll know once you go inside. Seeing Yudo hesitant, Bai Feng took a deep breath and patted Yudo's head. Yudo looked up at this child who was the same age as him, even younger, yet cared for him like an older brother. Bai Feng smiled. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. No matter what you're hiding, he'll be by your side during this time. The group entered Hiroshi no Kuni, and the scene inside surprised everyone in the Minato squad. Hiroshi no Kuni was not as they had imagined, prosperous, happy with peaceful citizens. What happened? What is this? Bai Feng's pupils trembled. The people of Hiroshi no Kuni were not living happily as he had imagined. What happened? What is this? Bai Feng's pupils trembled. The people of Hiroshi no Kuni were not living happily. They didn't have enough to eat, wore rags, and even clean water was extremely scarce. What happened? Lin covered her mouth. The reason she became a ninja was that she couldn't bear to see people like this, but now. Kakashi was also moved. These were the ones who truly needed protection. If it were his father, what choice would he make? Yudo showed a smile uglier than crying. Everyone. This is the current Hong no Kuni. His voice was full of reluctance, full of pain, full of despair. The people's hope had vanished completely, only despair remained. Even surviving was so difficult, how could there be any hope? Yudo. A woman's voice rang out. A woman looked at Yudo, her eyes full of tears. You're okay. Yudo. When Yudo saw the woman, the tears he had been holding back burst forth in that instant. Mom. The mother and son embraced, both sobbing uncontrollably. Yudo cried to his mother about the hardships along the way, pouring out all the grievances and emotions in his heart. Shui Min and Kakashi did not disturb the mother and son, but silently kept watch around them. Lin used her medical ninjutsu to treat some of the civilians in critical conditions for free, and also gave the candies in her pocket to the children. Thank you, big sister. The children held the candies, which were just worthless things, yet they were so grateful, so moved. Lin bit her lip, her eyes reddening. What exactly happened? Bai Feng had seen such scenes before in his previous life on TV, where refugees from war-torn countries lived like this. It was hard to imagine what the people here had gone through to become like this. Udo. Are these the ninjas of Mai? Udo's mother wiped her tears. Udo sniffled and said, yeah. It's them. They protected me and helped me return safely to Hong no Kuni. Thank you. Ninjas of Mai. Udo's mother choked up. My name is Ini Shan Liangzi. In the future, if you ever have any difficulties, I will go through fire and water for you. Shui Min said, Sister Liang Zi, there's no need for that. We just completed our mission. Can you tell us what happened? Perhaps due to his personality, Shui Min was also furious seeing the tragic state of Hong no Kuni, and he wanted to find out what had happened here. Just as Liang Zi was about to tell Shui Min what had happened in this country, Shui Min suddenly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Dang dang dang. 10 shadow clones appeared protecting Udo and his mother, as well as the members of Shui Min's team. Everyone get out of here quickly. Shui Min shouted to the other civilians. In the air, countless ninjutsu were raining down on Shui Min's team, aiming to instantly kill them all. Not only Shui Min and his team, but the surrounding civilians would also be caught in the blast and die instantly. Shui Min wanted to save everyone, but there was so little time it was too late. Bang! A violent explosion occurred, and in an instant the place turned into a sea of fire, causing widespread devastation. Heavy casualties. This was the perfect description of the scene. The people who had already been robbed of hope now had their lives taken from them. As the dust settled under Shui Min's protection, Udo and his mother and the entire Shui Min team were unharmed. Bastard. Bai Feng's eyes gradually turned red. He looked up, and those inhuman beasts stood coldly before them. Shui Min was also angered. He took a deep breath and said, You all protect Udo and his mother. Leave the rest to me. Enraged, Shui Min's face no longer held a warm smile. Instead, there was only a chilling coldness that could suffocate anyone. My ninjas, I advise you not to meddle. At that moment, a tall ninja with a scar on his face slowly walked out. If you go back where you came from now, I won't do anything to you. But please hand over those 2 ants behind you. The scarred ninja pointed at Udo and his mother. The mother and son hugged each other in fear. It's okay, I'll protect you. Bai Feng showed a reassuring smile. Then he said sternly, Scarface, you should pick the right time to dream. Want us to hand over Udo and Aunt Liangzi? Dream on. The scarred ninja was momentarily stunned, then laughed loudly. That's true. You my ninjas naturally have pride and dignity. Even a child dares to speak to me like this. Since that's the case, then don't leave. The scarred ninja clapped his hands, and the next moment disappeared from his spot, throwing a punch at Shui Min. Feeling the momentum of the enemy's punch, Shui Min's expression turned serious. He threw his kunai into the air. Die! Just as the scarred ninja's fist was about to hit Shui Min disappeared. TCH ran away. Then I'll kill these guys. The scarred ninja didn't care. Since the big one ran, he would kill the little ones. I won't let you touch them. In his hand, chakra began to spin at high speed. After dodging the scarred ninja's punch, Shui Min actually returned to his original spot in an instant. Rasengan. Bang. The Rasengan slammed into the scarred ninja, who spat blood and was sent spinning away. Bang. The scarred ninja flew back dozens of meters and crashed into the ruins. Huh. Why did that Scarface fly out? What happened in between? Yes, all of this occurred within a mere second. No one present could see the exchange between the two clearly. That yellow-haired guy actually beat the boss. The underlings brought by the scarred ninja were all in disbelief, because in their eyes the scarred ninja was unmatched in speed. Shui Min's eyes filled with killing intent, and he said in a low voice, Bloodline limit. The scarred ninja's speed surprised even Shui Min. According to his observation, the scarred ninja only became so fast after forming a strange. Therefore, Shui Min judged that this scarred ninja possessed a bloodline limit like Bai Feng. Then, based on some characteristics, Shui Min already knew the identity of that scarred ninja. It's been a long time since I felt this much pain. The scarred ninja climbed out of the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of wariness. He understood that he could never defeat this man in front of him, no matter what. Shui Min said slowly, Are you the shrank missing Nin from the mist village Tian Xianglong, Song Do? Unexpected, the my lord actually knows me. Song Do grinned his bloodstained teeth, looking very eerie. Song Do's gaze turned to Bai Feng and the other two and the mother and son behind them. You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them for a lifetime? I'll give you a warning, don't interfere in this matter or else you will all die here. After saying this, Song Do left with his underlings. After Song Do left, Bai Feng began to breathe heavily, his face full of pain. Is this what a jonin is like? That oppressive pressure. It's no joke. He would be instantly killed. Bai Feng knew that if he fought Song Do, he would be killed in an instant. After checking that there were no ambushes nearby, Shui Min put away his kunai and looked at the tragic scene on the street. Sister Liangzi, tell us. Shui men carrying sorrow and anger turned around. Here. What exactly happened? They pulled out the bodies they could find, dug pits, and buried them. Rescuing the survivors of the explosion. That was the current. They pulled out the bodies they could find, dug pits, and buried them. Rescuing the survivors of the explosion. That was the current mission of the Shui men squad. After finishing all this, everyone's hearts were heavy. They had originally thought this was a relatively easy mission, but now it seemed it was not. Led by Udo and his mother, the Shui men squad was brought to a large mansion. Unlike the people living like dogs on the streets outside, those living in the mansion appeared so normal. Balance at this moment struck. Bai Feng pursed his lips, feeling something inside him about to burst out. This is the cruel world of ninjas. There were many ragged people also living in this mansion, apparently helped by Liangzi and Udo. They came to an empty room, brought stools and chairs, and after everyone sat down, Liangzi began to speak. Half a year ago, the Han country was filled with happiness and laughter. Children were carefree, and adults could stay by their wives and children. At that time, the Han country was truly good, truly beautiful. As Liangzi spoke, her eyes reddened again. But from some unknown time, the daimyo of the Han country began to constantly send people to capture the villagers. Those captured were never heard from again. The captured people were forced to become laborers by the daimyo, who began to excessively exploit mines and build industrial systems for his own selfish interests, wanting to turn a small country like Hong into one as powerful as the 5 great nations. With excessive development, the environment of Hong country was severely damaged. The temperature gradually rose, and now even crops cannot be grown. Gradually, the Hong country became what it is now. After hearing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, no matter which world, it's always the same. Excessive production and openness without restraint finally caused severe damage to the ecological environment. No matter which world, it's the same. Shui men asked, "Where's Udo's father?" Liangzi paused. Just as she was about to answer, Udo, who had been silent all along, slammed his fist onto the wooden floor. "Father, he is just a coward. To survive, he colluded with the daimyo. I hate him." Liangzi gently embraced Udo, looked at Shui men, and nodded slightly. "I see. Those ninjas, are they rogue ninjas taken in by the daimyo?" "Yes. To suppress us with force, we have already lost far too many people. Everyone has become afraid, a hope has died out." All of this made sense. The reason they wanted to kill Udo and his mother was perhaps because their actions displeased the daimyo. Liangzi stood up, then knelt down, pressing her forehead to the floor. "I know I have no right to beg you to do this. But, please save this country. We have nothing left, but still hope you can save this country." This mother had already done all she could. She took care of everyone on her own. How long could this last? Relying on supplies sent by his beloved Zhao Chuan Long Yuan could not rescue so many people. Udo also knelt on the floor, knocking his head forcefully. "My mother and I have nothing left. We can't do anything anymore. I know all of this is beyond the scope of your mission, but please help us." The young Udo, for everyone's sake, embarked on a journey to Mai alone. To avoid being discovered, Udo lived like a wild beast every day, and were the ninjas hired by the Hong country daimyo idiots. As soon as they discovered Udo's disappearance, they immediately went to assassinate him. The reason Udo hated ninjas was because he had seen people brutally killed by ninjas while resisting. Those bloody scenes made him feel hatred and fear toward. The reason Udo hated ninjas was because he had seen people brutally killed by ninjas while resisting. Those bloody scenes made him feel hatred and fear toward the word ninja. But Udo knew that the Mai ninjas before him were not like that. They were people who would lend a helping hand to the weak. Although I know this request is shameless, I even said those things about you before. But now the only ones we can rely on are you. I know this mission level has reached rank, but we have nothing left. So, seeing the sincerity and helplessness of the mother and son listening to their plea, Shui men revealed a warm smile. "You two no need to be like this." The warm voice made the mother and son look up, gazing at the yellow-haired man before them. "I am the man who will become the Hokage in the future. So what should I do as Hokage? I have been thinking. I want to make this world free of pain, free of war, and bring peace to it. This is the dream of my teacher and me, and also my teacher's entrustment to me. I want to become a Hokage who not only protects but also protects you. So lift your heads. I will fight for my dream for everyone." These two people had protected so many, even though they had exhausted all their strength, even though they were in great pain, they never gave up on these people. Even knowing they were in constant danger, and even though the mother and son had not seen each other for days, and had not yet expressed their feelings, they encountered an ambush. They did not fear. Even though they were not ninjas, just ordinary people, their spirit and courage were worthy of protection by Shui men. "Die 2. This has already exceeded the mission level you can handle, reaching a rank, or even shrank. I will send a shadow clone to protect you. You return to Mai. Leave this to me." Shui men turned back with a warm smile. Staying here would be a hindrance. That thought flashed through the minds of Bai Feng and the other two. Earlier, facing the pressure from the Jonin, the three could barely move. If they stayed any longer, they would only hold back teacher Shui Min. What is your inner thought? Bai Feng, what do you want to do? The choice began. Should they leave everything to teacher Shui Min and return to safety, forever staying in place? Or should they grow stronger during this time, and without holding back teacher Shui Min, work together to save the Han country? If you stay here, the chance of death is very high. A Jonin could instantly kill Bai Feng. Did Bai Feng not know that? Of course he did. Perhaps the former him would have already run back to Mai without a care. But now he had a reason to become stronger and an opportunity to stay. Because the expressions on Kakashi and Lin's faces had already given the answer. They wanted to stay to grow stronger in a short time and not hold back teacher Shui Min. Since they have made this choice, wouldn't it be shameful for me to run away alone? Besides, they are nothing but trouble. Is that really true? Your reason for staying? Dai Tu kept questioning, wanting to know the true answer in Bai Feng's heart. They were one body with two souls destined to face difficulties together. Yeah, you are all idiots, but maybe I am also an idiot. Bai Feng looked at his comrades, then his gaze finally fell on Udo and his mother. He laughed wildly. Laughed fearlessly. He extended his hand and gave a thumbs up. Udo, I have been taking care of you like a big brother. So helping my little brother is only natural for a big brother, isn't it? Teacher Shui Min, we want to stay. To protect these suffering people, to let them regain happiness and the right to chase their dreams. This was Bai Feng's small wish. It was a wish that the weak and cowardly Bai Feng would not dare to think of. The Shui Min squad all stay. Obito. Alright, don't cry. When a big brother sees his little brother crying, the big brother will cry too. Bai Feng stroked Udo's hair. Although the person before him was actually younger than himself, he truly felt like an older brother, bringing Udo warmth and reassurance. Minato looked at his students with slight astonishment before finally letting out a laugh. It's truly wonderful that you are my students. Ryoko bowed once more. I am truly grateful. Should the opportunity arise, nation Ryoko will surely repay this great kindness. The Minato squad was assigned only one room, as most of the rooms in the mansion were used to house the refugees. Bai Feng scratched his head. The room was indeed spacious enough for sleeping, but it would definitely be a bit cramped. If it were just a bunch of men, it wouldn't matter, but the Minato squad still had a girl among them. Of course, Rin herself didn't mind, as she was only 7 years old and didn't understand such things. Minato, noticing Bai Feng's unease and roughly guessing his thoughts, paused for a moment. Kids these days mature so early. Bai Feng, catching Minato's gaze, cleared his throat and said, So teacher Minato, what should we do next? Our priority is to gather intelligence. Minato set down his luggage and said, First we need to determine where exactly the daimyo has taken the people. That way we can sabotage his plans and rescue the others. Rin asked with concern, But will the village allow us to do this? Can we as ninjas really interfere in the affairs of another country? It's fine. Minato ruffled Rin's hair with a smile. They'll take responsibility for whatever happens. We just need to do what we believe is right in our hearts. Alright, everyone perk up. Minato raised his voice, then his expression turned serious. Leave the investigation to me. Your only task for now is to improve your strength in a short amount of time. But can that really be done? Kakashi asked. Is there some easy-to-learn, low-difficulty ninjutsu? Minato smiled and said, What I'm about to teach you is the most fundamental of basics, but once you master it, your strength will definitely improve. As he spoke, Minato extended his right hand, and a Rasengan appeared in his palm. Oh, amazing. Chakra can actually materialize and spin rapidly in the palm. Bai Feng swallowed hard. It was with this very technique that teacher Minato had repelled Sangdo earlier. Your next training is simple: attach chakra to the soles of your feet, then use the suction from the chakra to start climbing trees. Climbing trees. Even Bai Feng, who had lived a second life, was taken aback upon hearing this. What's going on? Aren't you a ninja? Why does it have to be about climbing trees? Seeing Bai Feng's constipated expression, Minato chuckled and said, Shadow clone technique. A shadow clone identical to Minato appeared. My clone will take you to train while I go investigate this so-called daimyo. With that, a whoosh sound was heard and Minato's original body vanished. Is that too hasty? Minato's clone revealed the same warm, kind smile as the original. Alright, let's go. Watching the clone's back, Bai Feng became even more convinced that the shadow clone technique was a sinister art. What difference was there from the original? He swore to learn it himself. The Minato squad arrived at a forest near the mansion where 3 towering trees stood together, perfect for their training. Alright, let me demonstrate. First, gather chakra and concentrate it on your feet. After finishing, Bai Feng finally understood what Minato meant by climbing tree. Without using hands, relying solely on chakra control to walk straight up. How should I put it? Very unscientific. Bai Feng shook his head. In the ninja world, there was no point in talking about science. After demonstrating, Minato jumped down from the tree. You try? Remember, don't gather too much or too little chakra. Too much will break the tree's surface and make walking impossible. Too little won't let you stick to the whole body. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. The three nodded and began their attempts. First, Kakashi, after concentrating chakra on his feet, took a deep breath and started running up the tree. Kakashi, as expected of Mui's genius ninja, surprised Minato, who thought he would only manage a few steps. Instead, Kakashi took 8 steps before falling. TCH didn't expect it to be this difficult. Kakashi frowned, recalling the feeling. The chakra control was steady at first, but gradually lost control and overflowed. It was like a person walking with a cup full of water, steady at first, but spilling more with each step. Next was Rin, who climbed even farther than Kakashi. This was unsurprising, as learning medical ninjutsu required meticulous chakra control, otherwise patients would be in dire straits. Finally, it was Bai Feng's turn. Minato's gaze fell on him, expecting no problems. Bai Feng formed hand seals, gathered chakra on his feet, and walked toward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Until he had taken over 10 steps, Bai Feng couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Ouch! Minato was inwardly astonished. The performance of these 3 children was extremely satisfying. Especially Bai Feng, who at only 7 years old possessed such powerful chakra control. TCH. Lost. I'll catch up to you, Kakashi said grudgingly. Rin smiled and said, Dai 2, you're amazing. Oh, it's nothing, just average, haha. Bai Feng rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly surprised that his first attempt had yielded such decent results. Minato smiled. Alright, your next goal is to reach the top of the tree. Once you can do that, you'll be able to use techniques like this. As he spoke, Minato's hands were covered in chakra, and he punched out, striking the rock beside him. Boom. The rock was shattered into pieces, the powerful force causing the cracking sound to linger for a long time. See, you can think of chakra as a force that strengthens our bodies. By covering any part of the body with chakra, that part becomes enhanced and unleashes a more powerful attack. This is also the foundational skill you must master if you want to learn or create ninjutsu in the future. Minato demonstrated while explaining the knowledge they would need later. If you want to create your own ninjutsu, this step is unavoidable. Manifest your chakra nature, then by altering the volume and shape of your chakra, you can create countless techniques. Minato elaborated at length, seemingly lost in his own enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the bewildered expressions on his 3 students' faces. Afterward, he delved into even more incomprehensible concepts, leaving Bai Feng feeling utterly indifferent. He had never found knowledge so tiresome. When Minato finally came back to his senses, he said sheepishly, Did I disappear again? How troublesome. It's okay. Lin smiled wryly. Teacher Minato's explanation was wonderful, right? It's absolutely fine. So Teacher Minato, you don't need to look so apologetic. Minato said, touched. Lin, you're such a good girl. I wonder which man will be lucky enough to have you. Lin's face flushed. She glanced at someone beside her, lowered her head, and intertwined her fingers. Indeed, Teacher Minato is usually so reliable. But at times like this, he's utterly unreliable. And he also has the flaw of giving absurd names. Earlier, when Bai Feng had tried to create his own ninjutsu, without success, Minato had already rattled off a long list of names, each one absurdly long. Bai Feng, Teacher Minato is indeed that kind of person. Obito recalled his past life, where Teacher Minato was just as airhead as the present one. But precisely because of this, Obito admired and respected Teacher Minato. They both shared the same dream, to become Hokage. Unfortunately, Bai Feng didn't seem to have any desire to become Hokage. Yet Obito didn't find that bad. The position of Hokage was a constraint, especially for Bai Feng. Although Obito didn't know what world Bai Feng originally came from, having crossed over into the ninja world, Bai Feng could see through the very essence of this world, something even Obito couldn't fully grasp. To him, being Hokage was more like a shackle. They resumed their training. Not far from Hong Country, thick smoke rose. Many people were working there, and many had fallen. Are the Konoha guys here to cause trouble? A fat man with a pipe in his mouth sneered. With all of you, you can't even kill a few from Konoha village. Do I keep you? Anger contorted his ugly fat face, making him look like a demon. Don't worry, no matter how fast, that Konoha guy is my brother, and I can kill him. Right, Taichi? Soto said, glancing at the man beside him. The man's muscles were incredibly exaggerated, each one bulging with explosive power. Brother, I can't wait to tear out their guts and shred them. Crack. Taichi cracked his knuckles. Good. Otherwise I'd toss you useless scum out. The daimyo of Hong Country said, looking out the window. Just a little more time, and it'll make Hong Country rival the 5 great nations. I have that ability. The Rogue Ninja Legion was the daimyo's confidence. If anyone stood in his way, he would use this military force to eliminate them. Call Lonyuan here. Let him handle his own wife and child. The daimyo said venomously. Understood, boss. Soto and Taichi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contempt, the corners of their mouths curling up slightly. It seemed they were plotting something. Evening came. The sun set, painting the sky in fiery clouds, a stunning sight. I can't go on. Thud. Bai Feng collapsed to the ground motionless. Despite his earnest efforts to sense and cultivate his progress was so slow it drove him to despair. In contrast, Lin and Kakashi gradually caught up with him. Hey, what's going on? Obito, wasn't I supposed to be a genius? Why am I so pathetic now? Don't ask me. How should I know what's wrong with you? Obito was also dumbfounded. By all logic, it shouldn't be this way. Bai Feng, who had mastered the great fireball and numerous other techniques at this age, was undoubtedly a genius. But what was happening to that genius? How did he suddenly lose steam? His slow progress made Obito wonder if he really was a genius. For this kind of training, you have to feel your way through on your own. I can't offer any advice. I know. Bai Feng sat up, his chakra almost depleted. Lin and Kakashi had long since exhausted themselves, lying motionless on the grass to rest. Alright, that's enough for today. The main body is back. A nearby shadow clone of Minato spoke. Bai Feng was so happy he almost cried. Finally, he could take a break. I'm so exhausted. Bai Feng collapsed ungracefully at the entrance while Lin and Kakashi were equally disheveled. There was no help for it. Their chakra reserves were limited. After such intense training, their chakra had long been depleted. They were all 7 years old, and their chakra reserves had not yet fully developed. No matter how gifted they were, there was still a gap between them and the genin in terms of chakra capacity. Even Bai Feng was no exception. He estimated that after a few great fireballs, he would be done for. Back at the residence, Ryoko had already prepared dinner. Yuto was distributing the food to the refugees they had taken in one by one. Although the portions were small, this was the limit of what Ryoko could provide. Everyone's back. Dinner is ready. Minato-san is already waiting for you inside, Ryoko said with a smile, though her face bore a trace of weariness. Minato's clone said, Miss Ryoko, thank you for your hard work. The original is already waiting for you inside. Please come in as well, Miss Ryoko. There are some findings. After saying this, the clone turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. The group entered the dining room that Ryoko had prepared for the Konoha team. Teacher Minato was sitting at the table staring seriously at the sumptuous spread. Miss Ryoko, please don't do this. Compared to us, the common people outside need these good dishes and meat more. Please give them to them. Lin also said, Big Sister Ryoko, the children outside. They need this food more than we do. Their eyes, the longing on their faces, it all shows that they need it. Bai Feng and Kakashi didn't speak, but they felt the same. Even though Bai Feng's stomach was growling traitorously at the sight of the meat, he understood that the people outside needed it more, because it might rekindle the dying embers of hope in their hearts. Of course, Bai Feng thought the Bingliang pills tasted terrible. If he could avoid them, he would. Ryoko shook her head and smiled bitterly. I know. The people outside need these more. But you need them too, don't you? Sometimes people have to make choices, and I think these dishes are what you deserve. The suffering of the people outside was known to Ryoko, but she also had to repay the debt of gratitude she owed to the ninja of Konoha. For Minato's team, this request brought no benefit and could even cost them their lives. Yet Minato's team had agreed to save the Han country. Since Minato's team was staking their lives for the Han country, how could Ryoko bear to let them eat poorly? Minato gave Ryoko a meaningful glance, then showed a grateful smile. Big Sister Ryoko, I understand. Everyone, let's accept Big Sister Ryoko's kindness. The group sat down and began to eat. The children, having expended a great deal of energy, ate voraciously, while Minato ate more modestly. Seeing Bai Feng and the other two eating like starved ghosts, Minato smiled wryly, and then asked, How did your train? Kakashi glanced at Bai Feng and said, There's notable progress. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned, then snorted. Is that so? A major battle may break out in the next few days. You must master chakra control in the shortest possible time. Alright, let me first share what I've discovered. Minato paused, organized his thoughts, and began to speak slowly. First, the most important and concerning finding is that the Han country is currently surrounded. Surrounded? What do you mean? Minato explained, there are enemy ninja ambushes around the Han country, apparently to prevent outsiders from entering or the people of Han country from escaping. Of course, it could also be to prevent us from escaping. We may have become their primary targets. If the Konoha ninja escaped, the situation in the Han country would be exposed. The daimyo knew full well what would happen then. Everything he had done violated. Moreover, the 5 great nations would not allow the Han country to grow stronger day by day, nor would they give it a chance to become their equal. The daimyo was well aware that if his secret activities in the Han country were revealed, everything would be over. Bai Feng suddenly said, Teacher Minato, you mean we can use this? Let ourselves be captured by the Chunin on purpose, and then locate their hideout. Bai Feng suddenly said, Teacher Minato, you mean we can use this? Let ourselves be captured by the Chunin on purpose, and then locate their hideout. Yes, that's what I mean. Once we find their hideout, we won't be at such a disadvantage. Lin said worriedly, but what if we encountered Songdo again? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? The transformation technique, though useful, could not change the chakra within the body. A jounin of Tsang-do's level would see through it instantly. Moreover, the executor of the plan could not be Minato because Tsang-do was likely familiar with Minato's chakra. Minato would be discovered the moment he got close. It is indeed dangerous, but it's the only way for now. I also considered capturing some Chunin for interrogation, but none of us are suited for that. Besides, if they truly angered the daimyo, and he sent all his forces against them, even if Minato could protect his students, what about the other civilians? So this was the only plan Minato could think of at the moment, though the risk was great. As everyone was thinking, Bai Feng suddenly said, "I'll do it. I'll disguise myself as a civilian and get captured." Although Bai Feng did not want to take on such a dangerous task, he had Obito inside him. If things went wrong, he could use his trump card, Kamui, to escape. Although Bai Feng did not want to take on such a dangerous task, he had Obito inside him. If things went wrong, he could use his trump card, Kamui, to escape. Alright, Lin Kakashi, don't make that face. I'm strong. He'll be absolutely fine. Bai Feng smiled, comforting his comrades. Minato did not waste words. He took out a kunai of a very peculiar shape. Obito, take this kunai. If danger arises, it'll be there immediately. You'll be perfectly safe. Obito silently sighed in his heart, but said nothing. Bai Feng took the kunai. Although he didn't understand why Obito's emotions had suddenly fluctuated so much, he didn't dwell on it. Okay, Teacher Minato. You have to come save me, you know. I don't want to die young like this. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. Minato smiled and shook his head. What's with you always thinking about these things, eh? You're still so young, and you want a girlfriend. Focus on becoming more reliable first. Become more reliable. What exactly does reliability entail? After elaborating on the plan a bit further, the execution time was set for tomorrow. After dinner and further discussion of details, White Maple ventured into the woods alone for a stroll to clear his mind. Why did I agree to such a dangerous endeavor? In the past, this would have been unthinkable. When did I begin to change? And why did I change? White Maple reflected on everything that had happened over the past year. It was surreal, perilous, and vibrant. Far more thrilling than the decades of his previous life combined. Could it be that saving Kakashi that time changed me? Am I some kind of light novel protagonist who changes because of a single event? Could it be that I've always been this way? I was just too weak before, which made me seem cowardly. White Maple shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. You? White Maple asked in confusion. What about me? Nothing. Seeing Obito's hesitant expression, White Maple wanted to ask what he was trying to say. As he walked, White Maple spotted a familiar figure. Yuta Hayakawa sat on a slope, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought. Hey Yuta, what are you doing here? Man, it's still so hot even at night, I can barely stand it. White Maple muttered as he sat down beside Yuta and lay back. Yuta said gloomily, why are you here? Aren't you executing a dangerous plan tomorrow? Shouldn't you be resting well? A walk is my way of resting. A walk is my way of resting. The Milky Way in the sky was truly beautiful. White Maple realized then that the night sky in this world was so stunning. He had never paid close attention before. What's wrong? You look unhappy. White Maple asked with a smile. Yuta's pupils reflected the starry sky. It's nothing. I was just thinking, when did father become so weak? Yuta said softly. What kind of person was Mr. Ryujin before? Yuta closed his eyes and smiled. My father. He used to be a very strong, very capable, kind to me and my mother, upright and beloved by the people. Most importantly, he was so gentle. His tone was happy and nostalgic as he spoke of the father he once knew, a smile on his face. White Maple listened silently. These words felt strangely. When did the change happen? Isn't this the same as me? Do you love your father? Of course I do. I love the father he used to be, so handsome. But now, I loathe him. Of course I do. I love the father he used to be, so handsome. But now, I loathe him. Yuta's tone shifted. Even though my mother and I have been persevering, fighting for everyone, he betrayed us, abandoned us. I hate him for that. As he spoke, the hatred on Yuta's face was genuine. He trembled, fists clenched as if trying to shatter reality itself. After venting, Yuta panted heavily, then turned his gaze back to the sky. Father used to bring me here often to gaze at the stars and talk about our dreams. A sense of desolation and loneliness conveyed to White Maple. He reached out his hand, aligning it with the moon, then slowly clenched his fist. I can relate to that. Since arriving in this world, the only one by White Maple's side was his grandmother. She was the one who comforted and encouraged him during his moments of fear and anxiety. Despite having lived a full life, White Maple still yearned for the father figure in this world. A father's presence brings you reassurance, confidence, and that heavy emotion. I know all of that. Your father, I believe he must have had some reason. Perhaps Ryujin was also protecting his wife and child in his own way, even if his methods were wrong. A reason? Does father really have a reason? Yuta murmured. Yes, he must. Because he is a child's father, the pillar of a family. Hearing White Maple's words, Yuta's expression changed. The hatred faded, replaced by confusion. Yuta murmured. If that's true, how should I face him? Father. After all, he had abandoned them and sacrificed others. How would Yuta face him when the time came? White Maple slowly stood up, yawned, and stretched. When you and your father reunite after all this time, you'll naturally know. Back in the assigned room, Lin and Kakashi were already asleep. Minato wasn't there, probably keeping watch outside the house. The spot they left for me. How should I put it? Perfect. 3 blankets lay on the wooden floor. Though there were no quilts, the temperature in the land of Hong was so high that they weren't needed. The blankets were laid out in a row. Kakashi and Lin slept on the left and right, leaving the middle spot for him. Incidentally, Lin and Kakashi were both sleeping facing inward. If White Maple lay down, it would be like sleeping in their embrace. The feeling was quite peculiar. White Maple sighed. Forget it, why overthink? I'm an adult. He lay on the blanket staring at the ceiling. How could he sleep like this? Both their breaths hit his face. There was no way he could rest. By the way, did Kakashi sleep with his mask on? What a strange quirk. Should I take off his mask while he's asleep? White Maple thought it over and decided against it. If Kakashi found out, he'd be in trouble. He changed his sleeping position, feeling the warm breath on his face. Eep. Lin's face was inches from his. A slight movement would bring their noses together. Feeling Lin's steady breathing, White Maple swallowed hard. He hadn't paid much attention before, but up close Lin was really cute. In her sleep, her cheeks flushed pink, a fiery red blush spreading across her face. Her arched brows twitched slightly. Her skin was as white as freshly peeled egg white, smooth and tender to the touch, like a delicate work of art that evoked. No. What am I thinking? Damn it, if I touch Lin, Obito will tear me apart. Suppressing the impulse, White Maple closed his eyes and restrained himself. Hold on. I'm an adult. How could I set my sights on a child? Even if Lin is this adorable. Forcing himself into the sage mode, Bai Feng turned his head to the other side. This was even worse. Even though Kakashi wore a mask, his handsomeness was not obscured. At that moment, Kakashi had lost his usual coldness, breathing evenly and harmlessly. What kind of punishment is this? Did you conspire? I'm not sleeping. Bai Feng instantly sprang up and fled to a tree outside to lie down. You're not sleeping, Obito. Minato was squatting on the roof, observing the surroundings. Bai Feng wanted to complain, but he had no energy left. Why did ninjas have to squat on roofs like monkeys? Bai Feng sighed. I can't sleep. I'd better think about what to do tomorrow. Being held by your 2 most cherished teammates, and you still can't sleep. And Lin is such a cute girl, yet you ran away like this. Minato teased. Bai Feng said helplessly, Minato-sensei, what are you talking about? Am I so desperate? Am I the type to lose control? Right now I'm a sage. This is my self-created ninjutsu, sage mode. What was Minato-sensei implying? Did he actually want something to happen? Looking at Minato's disappointed face, Bai Feng recalled an old meme. I've already taken off my pants, and this is what you show me. That was the funny meme. After cracking the joke, Minato's expression turned a bit serious. Are you okay? Tomorrow's mission. I know it's hard. Infiltrating the enemy's lair undetected and pinpointing the location. This is indeed not something you newly promoted genin should be. Minato said softly. He knew Bai Feng was a genius, but no matter how gifted or mature, this mission was extremely difficult and required a strong mentality. Bai Feng thought for a moment and said, it should be fine. Well, Minato-sensei, don't worry. I'm still carrying your kunai, aren't I? If danger comes, you can come rescue me. That's true. Minato sighed. He had to stay alert, for he didn't want to lose his comrades. Looking at Bai Feng, he felt a nagging sense of having missed something every time. What was it? The next morning, the daimyo's Chunin had found another suitable candidate. The man was very sturdy, though his face was pale, he still had some spirit. This guy looks good. Take him away. My heart is pounding so fast. What if they see through my transformation technique? Indeed, this sturdy... My heart is pounding so fast. What if they see through my transformation technique? Indeed, this sturdy man was Bai Feng using the transformation technique. Don't worry, your transformation technique is excellent. It's hard to see through unless it's a jonin. Obito's voice reassured Bai Feng. If discovered, he would have to... Soon, when Bai Feng stepped into an empty alley, the Chunin trailing him struck. The Chunin lived up to his rank. Bai Feng dropped all defenses and was knocked out. This time it was easy. The fool even walked himself into this place. The Chunin chuckled. Then several Chunin took Bai Feng away. Minato witnessed it all from afar, then performed a summoning jutsu. A small toad appeared on his palm. If Obito is in danger, tell me. Ribbit. When Bai Feng regained consciousness, he found himself sealed in a box. It hurts. They put me in a box. Why go through all this trouble? Why not just carry me? My head is aching from the jostling. Bai Feng gently tested the lid. It was sealed tight. Is this box like a coffin? He tried to calm himself and assess the situation outside. Obito, can you check the outside? Obito, can you check the outside? I already did before you woke up. I've also memorized the general direction and route. Now I'm just waiting for you to be taken to their lair, so we can find a way to escape. Uchiha Obito is incredible. Bai Feng couldn't help shouting in his heart. This is what it means to have a golden finger. What about their combat power? 2 Jinin and 1 Chunin. If you force your way through you might get a little hurt, but killing them shouldn't be a problem. I see. Then I'll have to kill all 3 as fast as possible without letting Song Do discover us. Having roughly planned his next move, Bai Feng quietly waited for the battle to come. 10 minutes later the daimyo's industrial lair came into view. The Chunin chuckled, this time we caught a strong fool. The boss will surely reward us handsomely, right? Just as the Chunin was imagining his future glory, the coffin on the 3 ninjas' shoulders suddenly exploded. Bang! What? The 3 ninjas were blown away. Bai Feng slowly stepped out from the debris. Damn, it's a trap. Kill him. He can't leave alive. At this moment the Chunin realized he had been tricked. This sturdy man must be from Konoha. If Song Do found out that he had leaked the lair's location, because of him, he would die. Kill. 1 Chunin and 2 Jinin roared in unison and charged at Bai Feng. Bai Feng said coldly, no need to shout so loudly. They'll send you all off one by one. How dare they make me lie in a coffin? Die. Already having formed hand seals, Bai Feng took a deep breath. Fire style Fire Phoenix, Jutsu. Several small fireballs shot toward the 3 ninjas who leaped into the air to dodge. Fire style Great Fireball Jutsu. Bai Feng had been waiting for the moment they jumped into the air, losing their mobility. So fast. The blazing fireball hurtled toward the 3 in the air. The Chunin gritted his teeth, using his 2 subordinates' bodies as stepping stones to forcibly shift in midair. The 2 Jinin were instantly charred. The Chunin landed and sprinted at full speed to report to the boss. Turning your back to the enemy. How did you even become a— To kill the Chunin as quickly as possible, Bai Feng's hair turned from black to white, and he glared with his eyes. Kim, PFF. The Chunin dodged to the left, avoiding a fatal blow, but one of his feet vanished without a trace. Blood gushed out. The Chunin smelled death. Wait. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I wasn't the one who instigated this. It has nothing to do with me. The Chunin began to beg, tears streaming from his eyes. To save his life, he had abandoned all dignity. Bai Feng looked at the Chunin like this and said slowly, I'm not some soft-hearted protagonist. I won't be so indecisive. Though it's unpleasant you must die, the path I've walked was not paved with ignorance or mercy. A flash of blade, and the kunai cut the Chunin's throat. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering on Bai Feng's face. With a splat, blood flowed. The Chunin had lost his life, and before dying he glared at Bai Feng, as if cursing him from the depths of hell. He died with eyes wide open in resentment. Well, how should I put it? I still can't get used to the feeling of killing. Forcing back the urge to vomit, Bai Feng began to gasp for air, and his body ached. To quickly slay his enemy, he had used the divine might. Now the side effects had kicked in, but thanks to his greatly improved physique, he wasn't completely incapacitated. Hiss. I have to get out of here. How do I go back? If I use divine might again, it'll probably be done for. Bai Feng fretted. Just as he was pondering, a frog hopped up to him, croaking incessantly. Huh. A frog. Where did it come from? At this temperature, shouldn't it have turned into frog jerky by now? Bai Feng crouched down in bewilderment. Croak. Croak. The cute little frog's eyes widened, and then it vanished into a puff of smoke. In the next instant, Shuaiman appeared before Bai Feng with a body flicker. Holy crap. Bai Feng was startled. He had heard of turning a person into a frog, but never a frog into a person. You're safe? I'll take you back. Shuaiman smiled gently. He grabbed Bai Feng's shoulder, and after a dizzying sensation of flying through the clouds, Bai Feng found himself back in the house. Damn it. Bai Feng felt his legs go weak. The flying thunder god technique was far too convenient. Ow ow. The pain intensified and sweat beaded on his forehead. Lin treated Bai Feng with medical ninjutsu, while complaining, honestly, you always end up all beat up. If this keeps up, you'll have permanent scars. Huh. I won't do it again. Hiss. With Lin's healing, the pain subsided considerably, and he felt much more comfortable. Phew. I can only do a simple patch-up for now. Don't move around for the next few days, and absolutely no training. Lin pouted and said sternly. Phew. I can only do a simple patch-up for now. Don't move around for the next— This little injury is nothing. His training progress was already slow. If he stopped, Kakashi would probably look at him with a very strange expression. By the time Kakashi and the others completed their training, Bai Feng would still be stuck in the same spot. He could only imagine how smug Kakashi would be. No, rest properly. Lin's face was set in a serious expression, exuding an aura that brooked no refusal. Bai Feng swallowed hard. I can't provoke her. Hearing Bai Feng's agreement, Lin finally smiled. Shuaiman coughed and said, All right, Dai 2, do you know the location of the daimyo's strong— Well, this is what happened. Bai Feng recounted everything that had occurred on the road, though he deliberately omitted anything related to Dai 2. Shuaiman nodded. That gives us plenty of room to maneuver. Next we wait for you to finish your training, and then we attack. Are you sure it'll be okay? Bai Feng worried. Teacher Shuman, you're strong, but the enemy has a whole army of ninjas. Even if not thousands. There must be at least 100. Are you really sure? Shuaimin flashed a confident smile. Don't worry. I'm strong. Nothing will go. Looking at Shuaimin's smile, Bai Feng somehow felt that Shuaimin really would be fine. Just how strong was teacher Shuaimin? This time, Bai Feng, you stay in the house to recover. Lin will take care of you. Kakaxi will come with me, Shuaimin said. Why, oi? Teacher Shuaimin, I think my injury is no big deal. Bai Feng waved his fist, but the pain made him wince. Shuaimin chuckled. All right, it's settled. Rest well these few days. As for training, we can do that when we get back to Konoha. Fine. Seeing that Shuaimin had made up his mind, Bai Feng didn't argue further. Being lazy for a while wouldn't hurt. He could take a break. Just as they were about to discuss more details, a deep male voice interrupted them. Leave. Get out of Han Kingdom. You can't defeat him. You can't save any. A haggard-looking man appeared behind them, followed by Yudu and Liangzi. Father, how can you? Shut up. The man bellowed, and Yudu flinched like a frightened rabbit. Bai Feng frowned. You're Yuda's father, Zhaochuan Longyuan. What do you mean by that? Konoha ninja, don't interfere. This is the status quo I've fought hard to maintain. If you meddle, everything will fail, and all my efforts will be wasted, Longyuan said in a low voice. Though he was an ordinary man, he showed no fear in front of ninjas. Shuaimin said calmly, Mr. Longyuan, our plan is designed to ensure victory. There's no need to worry. But you're also ninjas just like those evil bastards. I have no reason to trust you. Hearing this, Yudu cried out, Father died too, and the others are different from those damned scum. They're good people. Yudu. Longyuan's expression remained unchanged. I remember teaching you not to trust others so easily, even if they've helped you. Don't preach to me. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you aiding and abetting a murderer? Longyuan said, you don't need to know. Just understand that I'm doing what's right. With that, he glared at the entire Minato squad, his face full of menace. Everything you've done has ruined my plan. All I wanted was to protect my family. And now I've been ordered to deal with this mess. With that, Longyuan snorted heavily and left the room. Father. Yuda's face twisted in pain, and then he ran out, tears streaming through the air. Hey, Yudu. He'll go after him. Ignoring the pain in his body, Bai Feng chased after Yudu. Why? Why is this happening? Liar. Father is. Yudu ran, wiping his tears until he tripped over a stone and fell. Ouch. Blood oozed from his knee. At that moment, he felt helpless and utterly alone. Father had once been so strong, gentle, and kind. Why was he now so despicable? Yudu, are you okay? Bai Feng was panting, the pain nearly overwhelming him, but he had caught up. Die too. Please don't mind what Father said. I realize now that he's just like those guys. They're all the same. Yudu sobbed in pain. Yudo, why did it all come to this? Everything, every single thing. Bai Feng took a deep breath and gently embraced Yudo. I believe that a father's love for his child never changes. Even if his actions are wrong, that love remains unchanged. Bai Feng softened his voice as much as he could. Was Longyuan truly wrong? Was there even a real right or wrong in this world? No, perhaps there wasn't. All judgments of right and wrong are built upon each person's perspective. Different people see things differently. So then what is truly right or wrong? From Longyuan's own viewpoint, he believed he had done nothing wrong. From Yudo's viewpoint, he felt his father was mistaken. So what was the truth? Bai Feng released Yudo, gently ruffled his disheveled hair, and said warmly, leave it to me. I know it might be meddling, but once in a while I have to look cool, right? Don't worry, it's a promise. Bai Feng stood up, turned around, and gave a thumbs up. He'll make you two reconcile. He'll be the one to knock some— Don't worry, it's a promise. Bai Feng stood up, turned around, and gave a thumbs up. He'll make you two reconcile. He'll be the one to knock some sense into your father. With that, Bai Feng began to run. Maybe this isn't something I usually do, but I know it's what I want to do. So what if it's out of character? So what if it's meddling? This is just something Bai Feng wants to do. Right now, I'm only a 7-year-old kid. At this age, kids do whatever they want. Even if I go overboard, even if I fail, it's all allowed, isn't it? So I'm definitely going to see this through. Even if I'm despised, I'll see it to the end and reach an ending that makes everyone happy. Daitu silently watched Bai Feng sprinting recklessly, completely ignoring his own injuries, and a smile spread across his face. In his mind, his own figure merged with Bai Feng's. Since this is what Bai Feng wants to do, even if the ending isn't necessarily happy, the only thing I Uchiha Daitu need to do is one thing. Help this young man before me. You saved so many people. Then what I sent was— Idiot. Longyuan entered a room, cursed under his breath, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. This room was still so familiar, its layout exactly as he remembered, clean spotlessly. TCH. Longyuan recalled the mission the daimyo had given him and clenched his fists tightly. Kill the mother and son, and you'll get everything you desire. Bang. He punched the floor, his fists swelling, but Longyuan paid it no mind. What should I do? Longyuan's previous majesty and dominance vanished. He simply sat on the floor, burying his head in his hands. Had I really done wrong? The expression on Yu Dou's face was serious. He truly hated me, despised me. But to protect them I had no choice but to do this. Regret and confusion mingled together. That was Long Yuan now. Shouldn't you say these things in front of Yu Dou and your wife? Drip. Blood dripped onto the wooden floor. Bai Feng's face was streaming with sweat, but he struggled to keep himself. Damn it. Every time I try to look cool, I end up covered in injuries. Who gave me this cursed setting? Bai Feng grumbled inwardly, then took a deep breath. Kid, what are you doing here? I have nothing to say to you. Long Yuan said flatly, standing up and resuming his previous demeanor. Bai Feng bared his teeth. Are you just going to keep hiding it forever? Do you want to keep being hated by them? Shut up. Bai Feng bared his teeth. Are you just going to keep hiding it forever? Do you want to keep being hated by them? Bai Feng continued unfazed. Back then you were a hero in that child's heart, a strong and gentle father. Now you only make him feel disgust and alienation. Is that really okay? Shut up. What do you, an outsider, know? Don't meddle in our family affairs. Long Yuan stopped, his voice growing increasingly angry. Bai Feng still didn't back down. He took a deep breath. There were words he had to say, or else everything would shatter. Just like with Kakashi and Shuamao back, then if left unchecked it would spiral out of control. All I can do now is charge forward without looking back. Bai Feng raised his voice and shouted, that child just wants you to turn back. Bang. A fist flew with a whistling sound. Bai Feng felt his mind go blank, and when he came to, he found himself lying on the hard floor. Hua. Gasping for air, the punch to his nose made tears stream uncontrollably from Bai Feng's eyes, and he had a strong urge to sneeze. A liquid threatened to pour from his nose, but Bai Feng managed to hold it back. Long Yuan withdrew his fist and said coldly, now you see I have nothing to say to you. To me you're just here to destroy our family's happiness. Then tell me, do the expressions on Yu Dou and Sister Liangzi's faces show any happiness? Bai Feng stood up, wiped his tears, sniffled, and continued, in your eyes your actions are not wrong. But in the eyes of the mother and son your actions are wrong. If you keep being so self-righteous your bond will crack, even shatter. Why are these people so stubborn? They only think of themselves, not others. Are you blind? Do the faces of Yu Dou and Miss Liangzi show any happiness? They only show pain. Long Yuan snorted coldly and slowly raised his fist. He had grown impatient. No matter what this brat wanted to say, it had nothing to do with him. You damn bastard. What they need isn't for you to go out and do things or protect them. What they need is just for you to be by their side, facing difficulties together. Bai Feng also thrust out his fist, having grown just as impatient, and swung it. Bang! Long Yuan was sent flying backward, smashing through a table. Maybe everything you did was just to protect the mother and son you cherish. You didn't have a choice before, so you chose this path. But our Minato squad will lend you our strength. That's our oath, you bastard. Think. What exactly made you turn your back on everything you wanted to do? Bai Feng remembered his grandmother once saying that his parents in this world sacrificed their own lives so he could live and be happy. His life was bought with his parents' life, so that was partly why Bai Feng had been so laid back before. He didn't want to waste this precious life. He had to live happily. That was also his parents' wish, for their child to attain happiness. This is the wish of his family and also the wish of his deceased parents. Long Yuan kept coughing, lifting his head, tears streaming down the face of the 7-year-old boy. If you are truly a father, a good husband to a woman, if you want to be a good father and a good husband, then what you need to do is simple. Tell them everything, tell the people you care about. Did I really do something wrong? Bai Feng snorted coldly. Who knows? Maybe it was wrong, maybe it wasn't. No one can easily deny it. I just said what I wanted to say. As for whether you are right or wrong, when you resolve the knot with that mother and son, you will naturally understand. Bai Feng, who had reached his limit, walked out of the room. Outside, everyone had unknowingly gathered around. After all, the commotion between Bai Feng and Long Yuan was so loud that it was hard for others not to notice. Die too. Lin covered her mouth, looking at Bai Feng in such a miserable state. Bai Feng waved his hand, looked at Yudo and Rio, and forced a smile. Everything he did was for your good. You can talk it over and resolve the knot. As for me, sorry, I need to sleep for a while. After saying this, Bai Feng tilted his head and collapsed directly onto Lin. Bai Feng, who was already injured, deliberately stood there and took a punch from Long Yuan after intense exercise. All these injuries combined made Bai Feng faint. Mr. Long Yuan, maybe you don't believe we are right. But at this point, for the sake of the people you love, what harm is there in making it? Minato said with a smile. After that, Bai Feng knew nothing of what happened. He felt that this sleep was extremely comfortable, and he wished he could just keep sleeping like this forever. Too bad. If he had a girlfriend at this moment, he could try what a lap pillow felt like. Sleeping on a girl's thigh must be very comfortable. In his dream, Bai Feng couldn't help drooling, and then he felt someone pushing him continuously. After that, Bai Feng opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and said discontentedly, "Which insensitive bastard disturbed my sweet dream?" The feeling of a girl's lap pillow is so wonderful. After wiping his eyes, his vision returned to normal. Kakashi was staring at Bai Feng with a look of utter contempt. What are you doing? Kakashi said in a very strange voice. Huh. Bai Feng spent 2 seconds looking around, wiping the drool from the corner of his... Could it be? Did I talk in my sleep? Bai Feng said with a twitching mouth. Lin said somewhat awkwardly, Die too, what is a lap? You actually like it that much? Enough, I want to die. After feeling uncomfortable for a while, Bai Feng asked, How are Yudo and his family? Don't worry. Minato smiled beside him. Thanks to you, the three of them have regained their former happiness and Yudo's face has more smiles. Is that so? That's great. Hearing the result, Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then lay back down. Teacher Minato, any new news? Mr. Long Yuan told us a lot. First, the combat strength under the daimyo became clearer. Jonin. There were 3 of them and extremely exaggerated. In the ninja world, Jonin are not common. They are extremely rare talents. And the daimyo possesses 3 Jonin-level combatants, not to mention experts like Soto. Such strength could easily destroy a small ninja village. Then there were over 20 Chunin and a full 80 Genin. The combat power of over 100 ninja. This is the confidence that allowed the daimyo to commit such heinous acts. Bai Feng couldn't help but say, Are you sure there's no problem? Even you, Minato Sensei. Well, indeed, if it were purely a battle, I would be confident. But protecting so many captured people, that's difficult. Minato bowed his head in contemplation, then seemed to recall something. He bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and pressed his palm against the floor. Summoning jutsu. As white smoke appeared, the small toad Bai Feng had seen before materialized before their eyes as the smoke dissipated. This is a summoning technique. When you grow stronger and form a contract with a beast of your choice, you'll be able to do the same. Minato explained with a smile. Kakashi asked skeptically, Minato Sensei, with all your power, you only contracted this little toad. Croak. The toad, offended by Kakashi's words, glared at him fiercely as if ready to fight to the death. Minato quickly smiled and said, This is a specialized summoning beast for communication. Now please deliver a message to my teacher. I need help. Croak. The small toad chirped softly, then leaped into the air and vanished. Teacher. What kind of person is Minato Sensei's teacher? Rin asked. How to put it? A very interesting and powerful person. For some reason, Minato suddenly looked awkward. Obito, do you know anything? Yeah, just like Minato Sensei, I said, an eccentric and strong person. Hearing Obito's confirmation, Bai Feng became even more intrigued by this grandmaster. Gah! The daimyo collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and Nose's eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Soto's hands were drenched in blood. He extended his crimson tongue and licked the blood. Terrible taste. People like you don't actually think you can control us, do you? Soto sneered. The light of life gradually faded from the daimyo's eyes. This lord, who had yet to appear before the protagonist group, met his end. Humph. Soto's eyes brimmed with bloodlust. Teisei kicked the daimyo's corpse aside and asked, Big brother, what's next? Follow the plan. With so many people, we can definitely succeed in performing the forbidden jutsu of Kirigikure. Teisei said, but Konoha's lot must know about this place, right? Even if we kill everyone here now, it would barely activate the ritual. For perfection, we need more lives. No matter. Soto laughed greedily, his eyes cold and indifferent. As long as we sacrifice everyone in the land of Hong, it will be fine. Cold-blooded. That was the most striking trait of these two. I'll perform the ritual myself. Leave Minato Namikaze to me. Your task is to kill the rest of the land of Hong. Soto instructed. I understand. Tap tap tap. The wooden sandals made a crisp sound as a white-haired middle-aged man whistling carried a wooden box on his back. Oh, what's with this weather? Minato called me here. It's too hot. The white-haired man said, sweating profusely. This white-haired middle-aged man was none other than Minato Namikaze's teacher, the legendary ninja, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya panted heavily from the heat, trying to cool down. By the way, Minato is so strong. Why does he need me? Did something trouble even him? Well, if so, I don't mind coming. After all, he's my precious disciple. Jiraiya smiled. To him, Minato was like his own child. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Well, after dealing with the trouble, he'll gather material in the land of Hong. I heard the women there are particularly sexy. Thinking of this, Jiraiya's old face flushed, and he wore a lecherous grin, his mind wandering. The second volume of the Makeout Paradise series. I'll start my research right here in the land of Hong. Muttering to himself, while walking, Jiraiya arrived at the gates of the land of Hong. Why was no one on guard? That was his first thought. Very strange. Moreover, he felt someone was watching him. Jiraiya clapped his hands. I see. So this is what the land of Hong has become. Is this the trouble Minato mentioned? Then it's easy. His tone gradually turned cold, his expression becoming stern. A complete transformation from, sneaking around is not good and your technique is so poor. You deserve a beating for spying like this. Jiraiya clapped his hands together. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Jiraiya's white hair suddenly moved, as if alive, snatching toward the shadows. Ah, what kind of jutsu is this? Several ninjas were entangled by Jiraiya's hair, their faces filled with terror, as if seeing such a technique that used the body as a weapon for the first time. You're the ones, aren't you? The trouble my precious disciple Minato mentioned. Jiraiya said calmly. Don't kill me. I'm just a small fry. I was ordered to. Jiraiya nodded with a full smile. Saka. Too bad. You're not a reader of my books, or I might have considered it. But now no deal. Afterward screams rang out, and several ninjas fell to the ground. Jiraiya clapped his hands and straightened his clothes. So conflict is inevitable in this world after all. Jiraiya lamented. Though he said so, he showed no mercy. He ended the ninjas' lives in a way that they felt no pain. Jiraiya lamented. Though he said so, he showed no mercy. He ended the ninjas' lives in a way that they. Entering the land of Hong, the devastation unfolded before Jiraiya's eyes. There was also a deep crater, clearly the result of a ninja battle. The box contained Jiraiya's travel rations along with paper and pen. What will you choose? I only have these. How will you divide them? Set down his box. The box contained Jiraiya's travel rations along with paper and pen. What will you choose? I only have these. How will you divide them? Set down his box. Jiraiya said. He didn't want to do this, but he had only brought this much food. The villagers exchanged glances and pushed their children forward. This is your choice. I, Jiraiya, promise you that you will be saved. Definitely. Jiraiya showed a warm, heartening smile. Oh, how I've missed you, Shuemen. And Master Zillai. Time leaped as the white-haired sage Zillai embraced Shuemen as if he were his own son. Observing Zillai pressing his face against Shuemen, Bai Feng felt a profound sense of disgust and peculiarity toward this man. This old man on the verge of his twilight years is Master Shuemen's teacher. Zillai finally released his grip and turned his gaze toward the three young children. White hair. That appearance. Osakumo's son. Not bad. Excellent foundation. But why the mask? Zillai scratched the back of his head. Then his eyes fell on Lin, and they lit up. Oh, what an adorable girl. She'll grow up to be quite seductive. Hey, what are you staring at? You disgusting old pervert. Bai Feng shouted, but Zillai turned his gaze to him. As for you, you seem rather ordinary. Who are you? Zillai asked suspiciously. Infuriating. Bai Feng nearly ground his teeth to dust. What was wrong with this guy? My name is Bai. Uchiha Obito. Zillai said with a smile. I definitely can't get along with this guy. Alright, enough fooling around. Zillai's face shed its frivolity, turning serious as Zillai said with a smile. I definitely can't get along with this guy. Alright, enough fooling around. Zillai's face shed its frivolity, turning serious as his hands began to move involuntarily. Regardless of direction across the entire world, none can rival the three ninjas' white-haired child, the Toad Messenger. A handsome man who silences crying children with his mere presence. I am the great Zillai. This was far too unrestrained. Shuemen sighed helplessly. Well, let's just get down to business. This was far too unrestrained. Shuemen sighed helplessly. Well, let's just get down to business. Shuemen recounted everything to Zillai, who listened, and Songdo, that guy is no pushover. He possesses a bloodline limit and one related to speed at that. He slipped away several times. Zillai stroked his chin. To deal with a speed-type ninja, you must first seal off all his escape routes. Only then. Shuemen smiled. Master Zillai, don't worry. During battle, I'll scatter kunai everywhere, and then perform a sealing technique. Excellent. Zillai cautioned, but don't forget. He's a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. You know the customs of the Mist Village. He might have some strange jutsu formula on him, since he's already seen your strength. He didn't choose to flee but stayed here, so he must have something to rely on. He's a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. You know the customs of the Mist Village. He might have some strange jutsu formula on him, since he's the master and disciple burst into laughter. In a way, these two were somewhat alike. Lin and Kakashi had gone to continue their training, while Bai Feng was still recovering due to his injuries. Can't stand it. Bai Feng shook his head. He stepped out of the room. The scene was unchanged save for Yudo's family, sitting on chairs basking in the sun, chatting and Dai-tu. Yudo looked at Bai Feng and broke into a smile. Oh, your smile looks much better now. Keep it up. Thank you for everything. Seeing Yudo bow earnestly, Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. Alright. As the protagonist, what's wrong with showing off a little? No need to be so formal. Bai Feng smiled, feeling shy and unaccustomed to being regarded with such eyes. After all, he had only said a few words and nothing major. Long Yuan smiled and asked, are you going to fight? Yeah, but the three of us aren't the main force. Master Shuemen and the others are. That was fine. Bai Feng could finally rest. He felt like his body was waving his hand. Bai Feng went alone to the lawn where Yudo once lay, feeling the hot wind blowing through the air. Why have I gotten used to this kind of life? Bai Feng murmured to himself. Unknowingly, he had grown accustomed to the slaughter in this world. Hey Dai-tu, you came from the future, right? Then what will happen in my future? Bai Feng asked softly. He had seen Dai Tu's future, a bloody future that filled him with fear and unease. Bai Feng didn't want such a future, and Dai too didn't want to see another version of himself walk the tragic path. So Bai Feng couldn't help but grow curious about his own future. Had he truly changed anything? The future has already changed. I can no longer accurately predict your future. You've already walked a different path from mine. Dai too remembered that when Kakashi and Lin truly formed the Minato squad, they were all 9 years old. Now at 6 they had all become genin. The current future was no longer the one Dai Tu had experienced, so he could not predict Bai Feng's future. But let me show you a future you might encounter. Dai Tu's eyes manifested the Sharingan. Bai Feng felt a dizzying sensation, and fragments of different futures flashed before his eyes. This is, Dai Tu explained, this is an illusion, a future extrapolated from your current pace. In the illusion, Bai Feng grew continuously, becoming stronger. Though he was injured and faced life-threatening crises along the way, these trials only made him more resilient and powerful. His grandmother also lived happily because the missions Bai Feng took grew increasingly difficult and the rewards greater. He no longer let his grandmother toil, and her once frail body gradually recovered. This was the future Bai Feng had always wanted. But the good times didn't last. The scene shifted. A bloody, bleak, and sorrowful future appeared. This is... In the vision, Kakashi had collapsed from exhaustion, while Bai Feng knelt on the ground, holding Lin, who was drenched in blood. Lin was still alive, still breathing, but her body contained a powerful chakra, one that did not belong to her. Before Bai Feng, both Leaf Village Ninja and Mist Village Ninja stared at the Lin in his arms with predatory eyes. They pulled out the bodies they could find, dug pits, and buried them. Rescuing the survivors of the explosion. That was the current mission of the Shui Min squad. For Lin. For the one I love most, what does it matter if I stand against the entire world? Bai Feng in the illusion said thus. When Obito's illusion ended, Bai Feng collapsed onto the ground. Perhaps you are indeed different from my future self. You can save Lin and save more people. But in exchange there will be many consequences you must pay. Obito said calmly. Bai Feng had saved many, but perhaps more would die in the future. This was the price of altering the future, the ripple effect. Bai Feng fell silent, his eyes vacant. If this is my future, then I will grow strong, Bai Feng whispered. All along he had trained hard to attain happiness, not only for himself, but also for those he cared about. If tragedy was destined to strike, if someone was fated to die because of that tragedy, then as long as Bai Feng became strong enough to rival everyone, wouldn't that, then? I can't afford to stagnate like this. I have to become stronger. Obito, let's continue training that jutsu. I must master it. Bai Feng said with full determination. Then, I can't afford to stagnate like this. I have to become stronger. Obito, let's continue training that jutsu. Since I'm going to break the future, why can't I break this small piece of common sense now? Confidence and arrogance. That was Bai Feng's true nature. Once Bai Feng adapted to the ninja world and decided what to do, he would become a completely different person. Full of vigor, he trained until evening. Only at dinner time did he collapse from exhaustion. I can't go on. Wait. Did I forget something? If I go back looking like this, won't Lin scold me to death? Bai Feng shuddered. Having spent so many years with Lin, Bai Feng knew her personality well. Lin was usually very gentle, treating everyone with an even hand. But when she got angry, it was truly terrifying. Obito chuckled. A real man charges forward. Go, don't be afraid. You bastard. Bai Feng said angrily. You're just making sarcastic comments here. How about you take control of the body for a while? You can talk to Lin. But upon hearing this, Obito immediately fell silent. He had been given a second chance at life, yet he was still that cowardly. Bai Feng didn't know why Obito couldn't bring himself to say the words he had always wanted to say. Dragging his exhausted body, Bai Feng tiptoed back to the house. He sighed with relief when he found Lin was not there. Phew. He'll rush to my room and pretend to be asleep. Then Lin surely won't have the heart to scold me. How clever of me. Bai Feng smiled smugly. Oh, is that so? Eek. Bai Feng's body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head mechanically, and there stood Lin behind him menacingly. Lin crossed her arms, tapping one foot on the ground. Her beautiful eyebrows twitched, her large eyes blazing with fury. She was poised to strike. Well, before I die, let me say one thing. Looking at Lin, who was like a cat, Bai Feng gave a carefree smile and raised one hand to his forehead. What kind of development is this? Jiraiya and Minato stood by watching the chase with smiles. How should I put it? Truly youthful. Jiraiya sighed. Back in the day, he and that person had been the same, but in the end he never said the words, I like you. Aya. The entire house echoed with Bai Feng's incessant screams. The plan was about to begin. After a few days of discussion, Jiraiya and Minato felt it was about time. Then the operation will be at night. This time we must not only defeat the enemy, but also rescue the kidnapped villagers. Minato said seriously. Everyone in the house gathered together. Not only the people of the house, but also all the villagers on the street who would witness the moment tonight. The moment when Hong Country restored its former glory. They placed all their hopes on these Konoha ninja. Obito, Lin, Kakashi, the three of you stay here. The Chunin sent to monitor us are still around, you'll handle them. On the other side, Songdo and his group are left to me and teacher Jiraiya. Understood. Jiraiya looked at the people of Hong Country and declared loudly, I promised you that I would let you regain the happiness you deserve. That moment is tonight. Minato and I will definitely reclaim Hong Country's hope. Jiraiya flicked his long white hair, shedding his previous lecherous and frivolous demeanor, revealing only a reassuringly confident smile. Then we're off. Minato placed one hand on Jiraiya, and then the two vanished. Bai Feng was shocked. When did Minato-sensei place the mark? Who knows? Kakashi shrugged and said, all right, we need to stay alert. Mid-sentence, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. Except for Bai Feng, both Lin and Kakashi fell to one knee. Yodo's family and the other villagers had all fainted. Bai Feng was barely holding on, gritting his teeth against the pressure that felt like it was crushing his internal organs. He stepped out of the house. Who is this? At the end of the long street stood a man with grotesquely bulging muscles. On his face was the same bloodthirsty smile as a Jonin. Bai Feng understood that such an aura and pressure could only come from a Jonin. You can still stand. The man was Songdo's younger brother Taichung. Taichung was also surprised that a Jonin could withstand the pressure emitted by a Jonin. What's going on? Why is a Jonin here? What to do? What to do? Bai Feng believed he could put up a fight against even the most elite Chunin, but facing the muscular man before him, he knew he had no chance of victory. Forget it. This is my big brother's order. I'm going to kill everyone here. Kid, although I have no grudge against you, this is still my brother's command. He is my only family in this world, and I will do whatever he asks. So Taichung slightly hunched his body, his already exaggerated muscles becoming even more grotesque, radiating explosive power. Boom. With a single movement, the ground cracked, and his fist hurtled toward Bai Feng's head. Bai Feng, watching the fist bear down on him, his mind went blank. Boom. The ground shattered, and the immense force shook the earth. The villagers lying on the street were all caught in the blast, crushed under the rubble of collapsed houses. Here they come, the ninja of Konoha. Before Minato and Jiraiya stood Soto, a man possessing a bloodline limit. Behind him were his troops. The air reeked of blood. Jiraiya's nose twitched slightly, and he frowned. You killed the daimyo? Soto's lips curled into a grin. Of course, that fool of a pig actually tried to control me. Huh. Stupid. That was the price he had to pay. Not just him, but you too. Today you will die along with the land of Hero. After spouting all that at once, Soto clapped his hands together. Blood. Condense. Boom. The originally black sky turned red and countless screams erupted. Red blood beads materialized in the air, coalescing and merging with Soto. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his face brimming with murderous intent. Damn bastard. Using that technique. Minato, make your move. Soto's technique was one Jiraiya had heard of, a jutsu created by the Hidden Mist Village that could extract chakra from other ninjas to enhance one's own. However, this jutsu could also be used on ordinary people without chakra, but the price was not chakra, it was life energy. The birth of such a technique was inconceivable to the entire ninja world, that someone could create a jutsu so contrary to the laws of nature. But back then the Hidden Mist Village was known as the Village of Bloodshed. To survive there, one had to fight. Not fighting meant death. That was the best description of the Hidden Mist Village. Yet why did this completely lost and sealed jutsu appear on Soto? Suddenly Jiraiya recalled someone, a man who had been acting mysteriously a few years ago. Could it be related to him? Die. Jiraiya's thoughts were interrupted. Soto clapped his hands together, and his speed surged. Boom. In an instant he vanished from where he stood, and sonic booms echoed through the air. This technique is indeed powerful in a certain sense, but if everyone is rescued, and you lose your nourishment, this jutsu becomes useless. Jiraiya began forming hand seals. But can you do it? Soto suddenly appeared above Minato, and Jiraiya cackling. From somewhere he produced a long blade, and swung it down at them. Earth-style yellow spring swamp. Boom. Soto's attack missed, and worse, his feet sank into a swamp-like substance, immobilizing him. Not only him, but his subordinates as well. Minato will leave this to you. Minato smiled. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato pulled out all his kunai from his tool pouch, and scattered them across the area. Boom. Soto broke free from the yellow spring swamp, and began rapidly forming hand seals. You think you alone can stop me? Die. Soto's speed increased another notch, and earth spikes created by earth styles surrounded him. I won't lose because I'm going to become Hokage. The shadow of light will shine upon the entire ninja world until peace arrives. Minato transformed into a yellow flash darting between the kunai, his speed so immense that even time seemed to have no hold on him. Because Minato's speed surpassed his own from Soto's perspective, all he saw was a yellow light flashing before his eyes. Rasengan. Boom. A strike came without warning. Soto's body was driven into the ground, and the immense power of the Rasengan annihilated everything around, including the other ninja. This Rasengan had been infused with a great amount of chakra by Minato, making it far more powerful than an ordinary one. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl 3 Styles. This was a technique Minato had created using his incredible speed to disrupt the enemy's vision before delivering a fatal blow. This was the strength of Konoha's ace. Impossible to surpass even my enhanced speed. What is this? Soto coughed up blood. Soto's internal organs transmitted pain signals to his brain. The Rasengan also carried a spiraling force that prevented him from smoothly gathering. Damn, there's still a chance. If I can recover and extract more life energy, he'll become stronger. Soto sputtered blood as he spoke. You have no chance, Minato said flatly. The blood beads in the air began to shatter and Soto's body withered, as if exposed to the sun for a day, and Soto no longer had the strength to speak. Jiraiya returned to Minato's side. A few died from the strain, but most survived. Jiraiya said, looking at Soto, now a dried corpse, weak and helpless. Jiraiya also formed a Rasengan in his hand. Power obtained this way comes with a great price. So grit your teeth. Your cost is not just this. Looking at Jiraiya and Minato before him, fear flickered in Soto's eyes, followed by a look of malice. He recognized the white-haired man, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Soto mustered all his strength and said, I haven't lost. Taisei will carry on my will. What about your students and the others in the land of Hero? Why don't you go check on them? Boom. Without a word, Jiraiya slammed the Rasengan down. Soto's body turned to dust, scattering into the air. Minato hurriedly said, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll leave this to you. I'm going back to save them. They had miscalculated. Minato never imagined that someone would attack their camp while they knew the enemy was assaulting their stronghold. Obito, Rin Kakashi, please don't let anything happen to you. Kakashi and Lin rescued Bai Feng. Hey, don't just stand there in a daze. Kakashi said, sweating profusely. Why? How did you two also withstand the pressure of a Jonin? Tai Cheng's attack slowed down. He was slightly stunned. Were Jinin all this formidable now? Lin, holding a kunai, braced against the pressure and said, who knows, perhaps it's the conviction of not wanting comrades to get hurt that drives us. Is that so? Then whoosh. Earth release, Earth Dragon. A dragon made of earth and rocks surged into the sky, enveloping Tai Cheng. The ninjutsu merged with his power, exuding an aura that left the three unable to resist. This was a Jonin, the primary high-end combat force of villages in every shinobi war. Moved. Feeling the momentum of the opposing technique, Bai Feng kept shouting in his mind, willing his body to move. But his body trembled incessantly, unable to react. Boom. A punch was thrown and the Earth Dragon let out a dragon's roar, charging toward Bai Feng and the others with Tai Cheng's formidable power. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Water release, water barrier. Kakashi and Lin moved, casting defensive ninjutsu to shield the paralyzed Bai Feng. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out. The Earth-style wall shattered instantly. The broken earth mixed with the water barrier splashed onto Bai Feng's face along with crimson blood. Kakashi shielded Lin using his own body as a cushion as they crashed to the ground. Blood stained his mask. Lin was also gravely injured, barely conscious, her breath faint. Run. Daitu, at least you run. Clang. In this moment of crisis, Lin thought not of herself, but of wanting Bai Feng to escape. Damn it. Bloody hell. The smell of blood grew heavier, its pungent sting making Bai Feng dizzy. The groans of many people surrounded him. Perhaps many had died. What about Yudo and the others? Could they already be? Damn it, didn't I swear? Why, at the critical moment. Watching Tai Cheng approach step by step, Bai Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. Painful groans, crimson blood staining the earth. Bai Feng turned back. Lin, usually so strong, was now nearly broken, pleading with him to flee. This was not like the time he saved Kakashi. This battle was utterly hopeless. But I cannot run. If I flee, Lin will die and Kakashi will die. Since I made such a boast, I must prove it, even on my knees, that I will fulfill it with all my might. Bai Feng, I have only one strike. If you seize the opportunity, we can kill him. This is not a hopeless battle. You must create the chance. Daida's voice echoed. I must create a chance. For Lin, for Kakashi, for Yudo's family, forever, and for myself. I must win. I will win and show you. Under Tai Cheng's shocked gaze, Bai Feng's eyes transformed. The light of the full moon shone upon his eyes. The bloodthirsty eyes, the eyes that seemed to see through everything. Sharingan activate. Tai Cheng murmured. You like me, carry burdens, and will fight to the death for them. Bai Feng gripped a kunai in each hand, his trembling ceasing. The two rushed toward each other, engaging in a fierce battle. The gap in strength between the two sides was vast, but not insurmountable. Though Tai Cheng's power was overwhelming to the point of despair, his speed was not particularly fast, and that was Bai Feng's chance for victory. Boom! Bai Feng's Sharingan spun ceaselessly, the twin tomos swirling in a relentless dance. The Sharingan could predict attacks by sensing the residual chakra left behind from each strike. At the age of 7, he had successfully awakened the Tutomo Sharingan. That was Bai Feng. Tai Cheng threw a punch, sending up a cloud of dust that slammed into Bai Feng, forcing the air from his abdomen. Just dodging won't make you my match, Tai Cheng said slowly. Bai Feng panted softly, fully aware of the truth, but he had to protect the others. Tai Cheng watched Bai Feng's eyes, those eyes that even amid battle kept glancing elsewhere. Tai Cheng said sternly, "In combat you can't keep looking around. If you're always worrying about others while fighting, you're not fit to be a shinobi." What he said was true. Thinking of others during a battle only slowed your movements. A half-baked ninja like you can protect nothing, achieve nothing. Tai Cheng crouched slightly, and Bai Feng's heart leaped into his throat. Was he about to destroy everything here? What should I do? I have no ninjutsu capable of withstanding his attack. What can I do? For the first time, Bai Feng hated how few techniques he had learned. If he survived this, he swore he would train diligently in ninjutsu. Isn't Minato Sensei back yet? In his heart, Bai Feng clung to the hope that Minato Sensei would return soon to save them. Though Minato had not been gone long, Bai Feng couldn't help but wish for it. What Bai Feng didn't know was that this was exactly Songdo's scheme. Even if he was defeated, the time gap would be enough for Tai Cheng to kill the others. Now he had to rely on himself. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A blazing orb of fire roared toward Tai Cheng, who did not evade, but instead continued to gather power. Damn, you didn't even flinch. Are you a monster? Bai Feng yelled. Such a fierce great fireball, and he not only didn't dodge, but came out unscathed. Lin. His voice carried no hope or confidence, only resolve and determination. I will protect you and Kakashi with my life. Lin. His voice carried no hope or confidence, only resolve and determination. I will protect you and Kakashi with my life. If I die, please take care of my grandmother. Bai Feng's voice trembled. He didn't know why every battle he fought was such an uphill struggle. He had long since lost the energy to complain. Death was closing in, yet Bai Feng grew calm. No fear, no hesitation, no retreat. Whether he died or lived, he would go down in a blaze of glory. Boom. Tai Cheng's chakra exploded outward. This seemed to be a technique of his own creation. He molded the chakra into a sphere, then suspended it in the air. Lin murmured, dazed. Die too. She gazed at Bai Feng, whose hair was gradually turning white, his body covered in gushing blood. Bai Feng clasped his hands together in a seal. His mouth, already trembling with pain, slowly opened. Boom. Tai Cheng threw a punch, and the chakra sphere shot toward Bai Feng with the force to shatter everything. I will not lose Lin again. Dai Tu's eyes widened slightly as space began to warp. Fire release, blast wave, wild dance. Boom. The flame storm, empowered by Kim Yui, possessed the power to distort space, an ultra-strong fire release technique created by Dai Tu. Crack. This technique was no ordinary blast wave wild dance. It carried a trace of the Six Paths power, and the chakra sphere was pierced straight through. What a... Tai Cheng stared at the flames rushing toward him like a venomous serpent, his eyes hollow. This scene was so familiar. Long ago, he and Songdo had also lived amidst the flames of war. Tai Cheng and Songdo depended on each other now. From the moment Songdo rescued him from the laboratory, he had sworn to become strong to protect Songdo and to fulfill every one of Songdo's wishes. His body was scorched, black blood oozing from the lacerations caused by spatial distortion. Tai Cheng paid no heed. He only knew he had to accomplish Songdo's desire, even if it cost more lives. Tai Cheng endured the blast wave wild dance, focused all his power into a single point, and shot toward Bai Feng. Dai Tu had only one strike left. Now Bai Feng had returned, bleeding profusely, gravely wounded. But it wasn't over yet. Tiger. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Bai Feng took a deep breath and formed a single hand seal. Boom. This was Bai Feng's final strike, and Tai Cheng's as well. Their battle was reaching its end. The flames of the great dragon fire illuminated the entire street, yet they could not bring Bai Feng true hope. The great dragon fire was extinguished, and Tai Cheng's fist hurtled toward Bai Feng. Bai Feng could no longer even maintain his Sharingan. He stood there like a punching Dai Tu. Though his ears could no longer hear, somehow Lin's voice still reached Bai Feng. Bai Feng turned back, revealing a bloody, bitter smile. He could no longer speak, but what he needed to convey had already been passed to Lin. Live on. Schlick. The sound of tearing flesh rang out, blood splattered, and a figure slowly collapsed. Lin's eyes flew wide open. Before her astonished gaze, he crumpled to the ground. Bai Feng slumped down, his strength spent, facing a handsome man with blonde. Shuamin, holding a kunai in his hand, shielded Bai Feng behind him, and said in a gentle magnetic voice, "I'm here. You've done well." Although Bai Feng could no longer hear Shumen's voice, he felt an immense sense of peace, truly at ease. At the same time his nose tingled, Dai Tu's emotional fluctuation affected Bai Feng, making him tremble as he spoke these words. "You're finally here. This time you finally came. Teacher Shuimin. You made it this time." Resentment, hatred, doubt. These were the feelings of Dai Tu from his past life towards Shuimin. Every single time when he needed help the most, Shuimin never arrived in time. Yet when he was about to fulfill his own wish, Shuimin came to stop him. How ironic. But this time, in order to save Bai Feng, Shuimin had arrived here and protected him. No one died this time. Tai Cheng's chest was slashed open, blood spilling onto the ground as if it cost nothing. His eyes were wide as he gasped for breath, as if trying to say something. Tai Cheng's chest was slashed open, blood spilling onto the ground as if it cost nothing. His eyes were wide as he gasped. The flames of internal conflict in the hidden mist village reached that place. To avoid discovery, the owner of the laboratory abandoned the experimental subject and fled. That experimental subject was Tai Cheng, and on his neck was a strange black mark. Song Do happened to come here and save Tai Cheng. Tai Cheng had no memories from before. All he had were the memories of 3 years spent with Song Do. Although he felt confused about his identity and origins, Song Do always stayed by his side and helped him through difficulties. Although sometimes he felt that Song Do's killings were wrong and inappropriate, even wanting to stop him, he still never tried to persuade him because Song Do was his only family. However, the fact that Shuimin appeared here meant that Song Do was dead. Then, there was only one thing he should do. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Tai Cheng staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed on Bai Feng, who was also extremely weak. "He is just like me. Both of us carry heavy burdens and are willing to risk our lives for what we cherish. Even if my big brother is gone, I must fight with my last strength." That was his final request. Raising his trembling, bloodied fist, he walked slowly. Shuimin wanted to intervene, but Lin grabbed his arm and shook her head slightly, looking toward Bai Feng behind her. Bai Feng gathered his shattered consciousness. His eyes, ears, even his breath seemed to have vanished. Struggling to his feet, Bai Feng walked over to Lin. "There is no right or wrong, only differences in stance. You wanted to act for your foolish brother, and you've conveyed his feelings to me. But I also have something precious to protect. This battle you lost. Did I lose?" The light in Tai Cheng's eyes gradually faded, and he left this world. In his parting moment, he wore a smile of apology and also a smile of relief. Perhaps in this world there is no absolute right or wrong, only a matter of perspective. Bai Feng understood this truth, so he never claimed to be a champion of justice, but simply a ninja. "May you in your next life live in a peaceful world with those you care about," Bai Feng whispered softly. Tai Cheng died, and Bai Feng also fell unconscious from severe injuries. Although the outcome of this battle was a victory, no one felt any joy. Many people died. However, the villagers were still extremely grateful to these leaf ninjas for being willing to stand up for. Yudo's family was also unharmed, only suffering minor injuries. Overall, the result was good, and Shuimin's squad's mission came to an end here. Zilai seemed to recognize the mark on Tai Cheng's neck, so he planned to infiltrate the Mist Village to investigate. Before parting, he asked Shuimin to deliver a message to Bai Feng. "I underestimated you. Good job, kid." Kakaxi's injuries were not too severe. After a week of rest, he regained consciousness. But Bai Feng this time had truly injured his core. After training, Lin would come alone to Bai Feng's room to take care of him. Dai Tu. At that time, the image of Dai Tu desperately protecting him was deeply etched in her mind. Despite facing an opponent that seemed impossible to defeat, Bai Feng fought to the death to protect her and Kakaxi. "I will not lose Lin again." At that time, the white-haired Bai Feng was truly special. His tone carried vicissitudes and countless emotions, as if he had endured all the torments of this world. But those words made Lin feel at ease. Lin gently stroked Bai Feng's hair, and seeing him in such a miserable state, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Thinking carefully, every battle Bai Feng fought, every desperate struggle, was for her and Kakaxi. The first time they fought against a Chunin, Bai Feng could have left alone, and at that time he indeed intended to. Because that opponent was not one that Bai Feng and the others could defeat. However, in the end, Bai Feng still went for her, and for Kakaxi. Although Lin didn't know how Bai Feng and the other managed to defeat 2 Chunin, judging from the charred corpses, Bai Feng had truly risked his life in a desperate battle. When he arrived, Bai Feng at that time was also on the verge of death, just like now. And this time as well, Bai Feng gave everything for them. If not for teacher Shuimin arriving in time, Bai Feng would surely have died. At that moment, Lin felt as if something was missing from her. Anxious, uneasy, her heart ached terribly. Feeling inexplicably exhausted, Lin simply laid down beside Bai Feng and fell into a deep sleep. In the spirit, Bai Feng and Lu Dao Tu Gu sat back-to-back chatting. "Huh, Lin. Not bad, Bai Feng. In your previous world, were you a master at flirting with girls?" Dai Tu asked. He hadn't expected Lin to make such a move. This was something Dai Tu had never imagined. Bai Feng looked completely bewildered. What was going on? How did it relate to flirting? However, Bai Feng still shyly replied, well, in my past life, I was a single dog. I was the same. Both were slightly stunned and sighed. Dai Tu, why don't you tell me some things? For example, the future big boss, and such we can just go straight to his lair. Dai Tu shook his head. Some things can only make you grow through experience. Unless it's a life or death moment, I won't overly interfere. Everything depends on your own. Alright, I'll be going then. Bai Feng's figure turned into bubbles and disappeared. Dai Tu suddenly thought of something. What if Bai Feng really succeeded in wooing Lin? What should I do? This was a very serious question. Perhaps. At that time beat Bai Feng to death. Bai Feng naturally didn't know that Dai Tu already had plans for him. Bai Feng opened his eyes. The pain in his body had lessened significantly, but it was still within his tolerable range. Then he realized that something warm was holding. Yeah? Well, what's going on? Bai Feng's body tensed up. Lin was holding him tightly, afraid that Bai Feng would suddenly disappear. Warm breath hit Bai Feng's face. Her delicate face was already touching his, and one of her long legs was draped over him. This was a trial. Bai Feng deeply realized this, and could only force himself into sage mode. But, I can't hold on. Bai Feng swore that this was the first time he had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Wait, calm down. Must stay calm. Don't leave. Dai Tu. Lin suddenly spoke in her sleep, as if she was having a nightmare. Her arms holding Bai Feng tightened, and she rubbed her face again. Don't leave. Every time. You have to bear so much. Sorry. In the dream, Bai Feng left Lin behind, walking step by step toward the distant future, while Lin could only stand still. Bai Feng listened to Lin's sleep talk, paused slightly, then smiled, and gently stroked Lin's hair. Don't worry, I'm always here. I won't go anywhere. I will stay by your side to protect you, and that guy Kakashi is also a worry. Bai Feng spoke in such a gentle tone for the first time. He gently stroked Lin's soft short hair, and her expression gradually relaxed as she fell into a peaceful sleep. The arms that had been embracing Bai Feng slowly loosened, and he carefully slipped out of her embrace. Phew. That was close. I almost caused a disaster. Bai Feng couldn't help wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, I'm not a lullicon, or else I'd really be heading to jail. The pain in his body had lessened considerably. Bai Feng didn't know how long he had been unconscious. All right. My eyes. He walked to the mirror and looked at his own eyes. How exactly does one activate the Sharingan? Bai Feng gave it a try and found to his surprise that it wasn't as complicated as had imagined. Activating the Sharingan felt like an instinct. With the Sharingan active, Bai Feng leaned closer to the mirror, his eyes clearly visible. Tutomo. Obito had once told him that after awakening the Sharingan it would evolve through 3 forms. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo. As the number of Tomo increased, the Sharingan became stronger, and so did its ocular power. Bai Feng hadn't expected his first awakening to yield a Tutomo Sharingan. But the cost of awakening was too great. Bai Feng whispered. Not only had he nearly died, but so many others had lost their lives. If every step to become stronger required such a price, Bai Feng truly didn't want to grow stronger. Huh. Obito, you're awake. Lin's somewhat confused voice sounded. She rubbed her eyes and looked up, meeting Bai Feng's gaze. Your eyes. Those eyes had left a deep impression on her. Bai Feng smiled and said, this is the Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Oh. Lin nodded slightly. Obito, how are you feeling? Recovering well, the pain has faded a lot. All thanks to your care, Lin. Thank you. Bai Feng flashed a bright smile. Lin lowered her head, avoiding his gaze for some reason. Did I say something wrong? Women's hearts are truly hard to understand. No wonder I'm still single. Lin, what's wrong? Nothing. Just as Bai Feng was at a loss, Minato and Kakashi. Minato smiled. You're awake. Then we need to head back to Konoha. Say goodbye to everyone. Obito, what did you do to Lin? Kakashi glanced at him. How should I know what I did? Bai Feng couldn't be bothered to answer. Following Minato's words, he stepped out of the room and found the people of the land of Hong waiting outside. Obito, next time you come to the land of Hong, this place will be beautiful and full of passion. Yudo waved from afar and shouted, making Bai Feng chuckle. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Bai Feng gave a thumbs up cheerfully. Yudo returned the gesture with a smile. This was their vow. After bidding farewell to everyone in the land of Hong, Bai Feng and the others shouldered their packs and set off on the journey back to Konoha. Along the way, Minato asked Bai Feng about the details of the battle. When he learned that Bai Feng had awakened a Tutomo Sharingan, he was visibly stunned. Clearly this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Even his friend, the head of the Uchiha clan, hadn't been this extraordinary. Throughout the journey, Lin spoke much less. She kept staring at Bai Feng's back, lost in thought. Lin, what's wrong? Kakashi asked in confusion. Lin quickly waved her hand. Nothing. Kakashi tilted his head, glancing between Bai Feng and Lin. Smart as he was, he seemed to understand something. Kakashi whispered, Lin, are you? Do you like Obito? Lin's face turned red. She glanced at Bai Feng, but didn't deny it. Wait, is it that obvious? Even Kakashi, who is usually indifferent to matters of the heart, noticed. Could Obito have already figured it out? Bai Feng sensed her gaze and turned back with a pure innocent smile. What's wrong, Lin? Nothing. A blockhead like him probably wouldn't know. Bai Feng looked baffled. How come I feel like I'm being despised? After several days of travel, they finally returned to the familiar Konoha village. Suddenly I feel emotional. Bai Feng murmured. Minato smiled. Coming home always stirs feelings. It's normal. Come on, I'll treat you all to ramen as a reward. Awesome. Bai Feng's initial sentiment vanished instantly. Minato scratched the back of his head and chuckled helplessly. They arrived at Ichiraku Ramen and each ordered their favorite bowl of ramen with toppings. Minato ordered a small cup of sake. Teacher Minato drinks. Bai Feng asked. Minato replied, I always have a little after completing a mission, but never too much. Bai Feng nodded and took a slurp of noodles. He noticed Lin sitting shoulder to shoulder with him on his left, eating slowly, as if troubled by something. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell, Lin? Bai Feng poked her cheek with a finger and tilted his head. Well, what is it? I'm asking you. Are you okay? Ever since I woke up from my coma, you've been acting strange. Lin quickly shook her head. I'm fine. He'll go first. See you next time. Bai Feng shook his head, finished his own bowl, then pulled Lin's leftover bowl. Can't let it go to waste. Back at the familiar home, Bai Feng felt that even the air smelled sweet. Grandma, I'm back. Bai Feng called out. Obito, you're back. Are you hurt? Did you eat well out there? His grandmother came out, saw his injuries, and her eyes reddened. Bai Feng smiled gently. It's okay, Grandma. Your excellent grandson performed brilliantly and crushed all the enemies. So don't worry, your grandson did well. I understand. His grandmother wiped her eyes and broke into a smile. The entire shinobi world began to grow tense. Kumogakure took a strong stance at the 5 Kage summit, and not only them. Every other village followed suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his profound eyes tinged with weariness. Peace would not last much longer. Then the Chunin exams will be held in Konohagakure half a month from now, with students from all the major villages participating. That was the decision. Minato relayed the news about the Chunin exams to his students. The Chunin exams. Isn't it too early? We've only been training for a year, Lin said. Indeed, a year had passed since Bai Feng, Kakashi, and Lin became Genin, and they had completed countless drank and crank missions. Minato smiled and said, based on my observations, you already have the qualifications to become Chunin. Of course, the decision is yours. Then Minato handed each of the 3 a registration form for the Chunin exams. If they wished to participate, they could fill it out and give it back to him. After that, Minato vanished. The Hokage seemed to need him. Bai Feng, Lin, and Kakashi looked at each other. Obito, Kakashi, what do you plan to do? Lin, after a year of training, all 3 had matured considerably and grown much stronger. Bai Feng in particular had fully adapted to the rhythm of the shinobi world and was completely at ease in combat. However, even Kakashi himself didn't know just how powerful Bai Feng had become. Although they often sparred and exchanged evenly, Kakashi was well aware that Bai Feng was holding back. Kakashi glanced at Bai Feng and said, I think we have no problem. After this year of training both in spirit and strength, we can already match Chunin. After all 3 were geniuses. Even if Lin was slightly inferior to Bai Feng and Kakashi, she was still formidable. Bai Feng lowered his head in thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, then we'll participate in this Chunin exam. Having made their decision, as the 3 were looking for a place to rest and fill out the forms, they ran into an acquaintance. A bowl-cut, thick eyebrows, a face full of burning passion, and a skin-tight outfit that reeked of youth. A pervert. Might Guy? My eternal rival Kakashi. And that? Whoever in Lin. And Ryuka. Obito, long time no see. Bai Feng's eyes widened. Might Guy, what do you mean by that? Who the hell is Uchiha Obito? Why do you keep forgetting my name? Then, Uchiha Obito. Might Guy said apologetically. Bai Feng was too exasperated to retort. This guy was truly cruel. Bai Feng noticed the forehead protector around Might Guy's waist and asked in confusion, how did you graduate from the Ninja Academy? Because I couldn't learn much else, so, with the help of the 3rd Hokage, I graduated from the academy, relying solely on taijutsu, Might Guy answered honestly. Then flames burst from Might Guy's eyes as he pointed at the Chunin exam registration form in Bai Feng's hand. Runta, you're all going to take the exam too, right? Then we'll meet again. It'll prove that my youth surpasses yours. Bai Feng cursed. What the hell is Runta? Can't you remember people's names before spouting such passionate lines? By the way, you just became a Genin not long ago, and you're going to take the Chunin exam. Youth has no reason to retreat. You have to seize opportunities when they come. Isn't that what you're doing now, Dano? You're constantly provoking me, aren't you, youth guy? Bai Feng's forehead veins bulged. Was this guy deliberately forgetting his name? Kakashi crossed his arms and said, Then I'll see you at the Chunin exam, Guy. I hope you'll surprise me by then. Don't worry, Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. For you, I've been practicing a certain move for a long time. That move is reserved just for you. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. What was going on? What technique had Might Guy developed? Might Guy bid farewell and left. After Bai Feng, Lin and Kakashi filled out the forms and handed them to Minato, he nodded. This exam is also a test of your growth. I won't tell you too much, but remember, don't simply treat it as an exam. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. With those words, Minato vanished with a swoosh to who knows where. In a modern city, Bai Feng woke up, brushed his teeth, rinsed his mouth, ate the toast he had made with the toaster, and put on his school uniform. I'm off to school now, Grandma. Go on, come back early. Bai Feng took an umbrella from the umbrella stand by the entrance, placed it in his bag, and opened the door. The sunlight shone upon his face. Die too. A voice like a silver bell rang out. Bai Feng looked up and saw Lin dressed in her school uniform waiting for him at the gate. Bai Feng smiled and said, "Good morning, Lin. Why are you so early today?" "Well, I went to bed early yesterday since I've already finished reviewing everything. If I perform normally on today's exam, it should be fine," Lin said with a sweet smile. The two walked side by side to school and arrived at their classroom. Their friend Kakashi had already arrived and was now tutoring Might Guy. Kakashi sighed. "Guy, you don't know anything, do you? What have you been doing every night?" "Kakashi, I really want to study, but every time I pick up a book, I inexplicably fall asleep after reading just a few words," Might Guy said dejectedly. Bai Feng's mouth twitched, but he couldn't be bothered to care. Soon the bell rang. It was the final exam today, and after it was over the semester. I didn't review this question. Bai Feng frowned. Kakashi had finished the paper early while Might Guy was asleep on the desk. Lin, on the other hand, had a sweet smile on her face as if she had reviewed all the questions that appeared on today's exam. Bam! Suddenly heavy rain began to fall. Some students in the class looked uneasy, clearly without umbrellas. For instance, Might Guy, after being awakened by the rain, was on the verge of tears. Bai Feng wasn't worried as he always carried an umbrella in his bag. Today he wanted to go home quickly because a TV show he had been eagerly awaiting was airing. He had to get back early or had missed it. After the exam, Kakashi took out his umbrella from his bag, bid everyone farewell, and left with Might Guy. They were truly best friends. Bai Feng packed up his exam supplies, checked the time, and realized he could still make it if he left now. "Let him going first. There's a show I've been looking forward to." "See you," Bai Feng said, pulling out his umbrella. See you tomorrow, Die too." Bai Feng, panting, ran to the school gate, opened the umbrella, and prepared to dash home in one go. On the way, he saw many couples sharing an umbrella, their bodies pressed intimately together as they walked home. Damn it. May all these lovebirds perish. Bai Feng thought angrily, then suddenly recalled something. Did Lin bring an umbrella? Bai Feng began to rack his memory. Lin had said she went to bed early this morning, so it was very likely she had forgotten to bring an umbrella. Besides, the weather forecast had predicted a sunny day. The rain was completely unexpected. Moreover, after the exam, Lin had remained seated staring out the window clearly, without an umbrella. But if I go back now, I'll definitely miss the show I've been waiting for. Bai Feng struggled. Oh, the rain's so heavy. Lin buried her face in her arms on the desk. She planned to wait until the rain lightened, but it seemed it would persist for a Lin murmured, "Die too, he's gone." She didn't resent Bai Feng for leaving like that, because she had always known how much he had been looking forward to this day. Of course, Lin still felt a bit sad inside. All right. She stood up, intending to brave the rain home. Even if she got sick, there was no choice, for there was no one to rely on now. Just as Lin steeled herself and took the first step, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. "Whoa!" Bai Feng's voice rang out. Before Lin could react, he had already rushed into the classroom. Huff, huff. "I'm here, Lin." Bai Feng was out of breath. Lin exclaimed, "Why are you here? Are you an idiot? All your days of anticipation are wasted. Idiot, idiot, idiot. But I couldn't just leave you behind, could I? Bai Feng reached out and gently patted Lin's head. Lin closed her eyes and bit her lip. "But, your favorite show." "Silly." Bai Feng smiled, gently lifting her chin with both hands. "My favorite isn't that thing. My favorite is you." Bai Feng's eyes were clear as he spoke. Hearing his confession, Lin blushed crimson, lowering her head, unsure how to react. "My favorite isn't that thing. My favorite is you." Bai Feng's eyes were clear as he spoke. Hearing his confession, Lin blushed crimson. "But, Dai too will get sick. It's fine. I'm a guy." Bai Feng gave a radiant smile. "And didn't I just say, I love you the most? I definitely can't let my favorite person fall ill." Bai Feng had given up his most anticipated show for her. Lin smiled, her warm little hand grasped. The two left the school, sharing an umbrella, walking shoulder to shoulder. Lin secretly glanced at Bai Feng, who wore a smile. Even though half his body was drenched, he still tilted the umbrella entirely toward her. Bai Feng had given up his most anticipated show for her. Lin smiled, her warm little hand grasping Bai Feng's, which had frozen from holding the umbrella. "Thank you, Dai too. I feel the same. I love you the most." They exchanged smiles and clung tightly to each other. This is what love is, isn't it? How wonderful, Bai Feng thought. Bai Feng was caught between laughter and tears. Minato sensei is as fast as ever. We haven't even exchanged a few words, and he's already vanished. Obito, what do you know about the Chunin exam? To be on the safe side, Bai Feng called out to Obito in his mind, but received no response. What exactly is going on? Lately, he hasn't come out to chat with me at all. Could something have happened to Obito? Rin said softly. The first part of the Chunin exam is the written test. Obito, Kakashi, you two should be fine, right? Bai Feng and Kakashi nodded. The written test was naturally no problem for them. Then the focus will be on the next two exams. They will definitely not be easy. After all, Minato sensei just said as much. We must be well prepared. Danzo stood in a place devoid of any sunlight, his eyes tightly shut, as if deep in thought. Uchiha Obito. Regarding this young man, Danzo had learned most of the details through his special intelligence sources. Last time as a non-ninja, he managed to kill a Chunin. This time, he directly killed a Jonin who was not weak. Danzo said slowly. Regarding Taisei, Danzo knew a bit because he had some cooperation with a man named Orochimaru. Taisei was a failed product of the Cursed Seal project. Although he managed to survive, he had no further experimental value. However, Bai Feng was able to kill Taisei single-handedly. Although Danzo believed that Bai Feng himself certainly hadn't truly reached the level of a Jonin, he possessed some means to unleash a burst of power far beyond a Jonin in an instant. The Sharingan. After much thought, the only thing Danzo could think of was the Sharingan, the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. But even if Bai Feng had awakened the Sharingan, it should not have been enough to match Taisei. Danzo made a decision, find a time to make contact. If I can recruit him to become my subordinate, that would be excellent. This way he could also be used to monitor the Uchiha clan. But if he refuses, then I must find a chance to eliminate him. After all, the Uchiha clan would eventually become a threat to Konoha. If Uchiha Obito is allowed to grow stronger, it would be troublesome. With that thought, Danzo vanished with a single body flicker. Bai Feng was training alone. Lately, Obito seemed to have shut himself in, or something hardly. Could it be that each possession consumes Obito's soul? Is there such a troublesome setting? Bai Feng shattered a huge boulder with a single punch, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder. If that were really the case, then Bai Feng himself would have to hasten to grow stronger, because he couldn't rely on Obito every time. Pretty strong. To have such power at such a young age. Suddenly a voice, even colder than Kakashi's, sounded in Bai Feng's ear. Bai Feng was startled, and immediately distanced himself. Looking at the man before him with one eye bandaged, Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat. This man is very strong. You are Lord Danzo, Bai Feng said calmly. When he had taken on the mission in the Han country before, Bai Feng had seen this man, so he still remembered the name. Danzo smiled slightly. Not bad. Since you know my name, things become easier. Uchiha Obito, do you have any desire to become my subordinate? Lord Tuansong. Why summon me? Bai Feng had already prepared to flee, for the man before him exuded an aura of profound discomfort, and they were fundamentally incompatible. Tuansong smiled. Naturally, because of your talent. I have heard of your deeds. Very good. To have accomplished so much at such a young age, I believe in all of Konoha, only you and Shuei men possess such capability. I cannot afford to let talent slip away. Lord Tuansong, I apologize. I have my own convictions and cannot follow you. Bai Feng said with an apologetic Tuansong chuckled sardonically. Are you certain you want reconsider? Compared to this Uchiha clan, which will one day incite a rebellion, my side is clearly the wiser choice, is it not? The threat was unmistakable. Though Bai Feng did not understand why Tuansong said these things, he knew this man was certainly no good. The threat was unmistakable. Though Bai Feng did not understand why Tuansong said these things, he knew this man was certainly no good. Yet some words caught his attention. Incite a rebellion. What did that mean? Still, Bai Feng had some guesses. It was visibly apparent that the Uchiha clan had grown tense recently. No, this was not the time to dwell on that. He absolutely could not follow this man, or otherwise he would not know what he might become. Bai Feng began to ponder whether he could escape from Tuansong using his current abilities. Though he doubted Tuansong would dare act so boldly within the Uchiha compound, Bai Feng dared not gamble. For this was his life. Tuansong revealed a sardonic smile and gave a soft cough. Well, have you reached a decision? The urging came. Sweat beaded on Bai Feng's forehead, for he could not conceive how to escape Tuansong's grasp. From the fact that Tuansong could silently approach him from behind, Bai Feng knew he was outmatched. Damn it, Dai Tusk on who knows where. This is trouble. He'll risk it. Just as Bai Feng took a deep breath ready to activate his Sharingan and fight, a voice tinged with faint amusement sounded. Tuansong, what wine blows you here? Fuyu stepped in front of Bai Feng, a smile on his face. Tuansong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura gradually I merely dislike letting talent slip away. Fuyu chuckled. Is that so? I clearly heard young Dai to refuse you, did he not? At your age, threatening another's child? Is that not shameless? The Uchiha have always devoted ourselves to Konoha. Whenever the village needed aid, were we not the first to charge forward? whether in war, internal strife, or anything else. The Uchiha have never hidden in the rear and shirked our duty. So Lord Tuansong, is it not inappropriate to speak of us in such a manner? The Sharingan slowly activated. Fu Yu's aura surged, instantly overpowering Tuansong's. Bai Feng swallowed hard. Domineering. What was domineering? To have Tuansong too intimidated to utter a single word, that was domineering. Tuansong remained silent, avoiding Fu Yu's eyes, but fixed a profound gaze upon Bai Feng. Bai Feng felt a chill travel from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He understood all too well what Tuansong's look meant. Murderous intent. Damn it, I didn't even say anything. Daitu, will you truly not reconsider? Tuansong asked once more, this time, without a smile, his voice very low. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. Lord Tuansong, I apologize. Is that so? Tuansong said no more. After glancing at Fu Yu and Dai Tu, his entire body dissolved into blue smoke and vanished. Fu Yu said disdainfully, a coward who dares not even send his true body, yet presumes to poach the future pillar of the Uchiha. Then he turned to Bai Feng, who had yet to recover. Dai Tu, are you alright? Do not worry about Tuansong's threat. He will not act openly unless he truly wishes to start a war with the Uchiha now. Bai Feng, having somewhat composed himself, asked, Clan leader, what is this rebellion that Tuansong spoke of? You are still young, you need not know. What you must consider now is this: if such a thing occurs, and the Uchiha are forced to oppose the village, which side will you stand on? As your clan leader and a fellow clansman, Dai Tu, I hope that when the Uchiha face life or death, you will stand with the Uchiha. With that, Fu Yu vanished. Thud. Bai Feng collapsed to the ground, exhaling a long breath. Which side should he choose? From Fu Yu's words, it seemed the Uchiha might indeed clash with the village in the future, perhaps even fight. When that time came, what should he do? Everyone one after another putting this pressure on me. Bai Feng muttered resentfully. I haven't even turned 8 yet, and they're already taking such notice of me. Did I eat their rice? Bai Feng stood up. The most urgent task now was to increase his strength, otherwise his current situation was too dangerous. Today Tuansong had been humiliated because of Bai Feng, and he would surely seek revenge in the future. Though, as Fu Yu said, he would not retaliate openly, what about in secret? As one of Konoha's high-ranking officials, he had many methods. Strength. He must become stronger than anyone, so strong that no one would dare threaten him. He had felt Dai Tu's power. He must reach Dai Tu's level and even surpass him. After recovering, Bai Feng threw himself into training once more. The Chunin exams began. Instructors and genin from various villages streamed into Konoha without cease. Not only them, but ordinary people from other nations eager to witness this peak contest also flocked to Konoha. At this moment, the village was unprecedentedly lively. The first exam was a written test. Under Shui Men's guidance, Bai Feng and his team arrived early at the examination site. Well then, everyone do your best. The first exam should pose no problem for you. Shui Men smiled. After all, his 3 students were all outstanding. Kai, give it your all in the exam. We need a stage to prove our youth, and the Chunin exams are that stage. A loud voice rang out. A middle-aged man as passionate and thick-browed as Mike Guy was encouraging his son with fiery words. Mike Guy was equally fired up. Yes, father. Those around them stared at the pair as if they were idiots. The father and son laughed nonchalantly, flashing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth and giving a thumbs up. Thanks for the support. Passion and youth. That's the hallmark of this father and son. Hey, are these 2 the ninjas from Konoha? They look. Ninjas from other villages twitched at the corners of their mouths, contempt written on their faces. Bai Feng paid them no mind and began observing his upcoming opponent. A few individuals caught his attention. Bai Feng had always assumed that genin from other villages wouldn't be particularly skilled, but now it seemed he might have been mistaken. None of them were ordinary. However, what concerned Bai Feng most were 3 genin who had been standing in the shadows from the very beginning, occasionally glancing his way. They wore Konoha headbands, carried swords on their backs, and were clad entirely in black, as if trying to merge with the darkness. These guys are the Konoha ninja. As Bai Feng studied them, the genin standing in the middle noticed his gaze and offered a smile. It was a smile full of goodwill. Bai Feng blinked, finding it somewhat odd. Still, fellow villagers shouldn't be hostile, right? Maybe he was overthinking it. The first exam arrived. All candidates entered the venue and began the written test of the Chunin exam. The difficulty of the written test was higher than the genin level, approaching that of a Chunin. Some questions were even at a level only Chunin could answer. Many in the room frowned at these Chunin-level problems as they were beyond the scope of their training. Bai Feng smiled faintly. These questions posed no problem for him, thanks to the teachings of Minato and Obito. It reminds me of the college entrance exam. Bai Feng finished his paper and glanced at his teammates. Kakashi and Lin both nodded. They should be fine too. The Minato squad passed the first exam. Seeing that his teammates had no issues, Bai Feng used his peripheral vision to observe the others. The genin he had been concerned about earlier also finished their papers at an astonishing speed. Even Mike Guy heaved a sigh of relief after finishing the last question, wiping sweat from his forehead. It seemed that this blockhead had no problems either. However, the Chunin exam was still the Chunin exam. It was only natural that some failed. A few were caught cheating by the proctors and were kicked out on the spot, losing their chance to become Chunin. Overall, the first exam, being the simplest with no combat, saw most candidates pass. After it ended, the majority wore relaxed expressions. Mike Guy, Shiranui, Gunma, and Ebisu were drenched in sweat, but still managed to smile. Bai Feng, Kakashi, and Lin headed to a barbecue restaurant. Well, tomorrow is the second exam. We must be fully prepared, Lin said seriously. Kakashi picked up a piece of grilled meat, dipped it in his custom sauce, and placed it in his bowl. My father said that the second exam of the Chunin exam is usually about survival. But that's all he told me. Survival. To be honest, we're not exactly experts in that area. Bai Feng admitted frankly. Recently, their training had focused on enhancing their individual strength. Although Minato had taught them some survival techniques, they were still relatively weak. At that moment, Bai Feng wished he could bring Bear Grylls into this world to demonstrate the art of wilderness survival. Of course, that was an utterly unrealistic idea. Lin thought for a moment and asked, should we team up with fellow Konoha ninjas during the second exam? No need. Kakashi shook his head. Even if they're from the same village, it's best not to trust them completely. Besides, if candidates from other villages find out that Konoha ninjas are banding together, they might take action too. That would be really troublesome. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Kakashi is right. Overdoing it could backfire. But we must stick to our principles. We cannot attack fellow villagers. Though Bai Feng didn't consider himself a saint, he wasn't beastly enough to harm his own. Then for tomorrow's second exam, let's all do our best. Lin raised her drink with a cute smile. The three clinked glasses and encouraged each other. The rules of the second exam were simple. All candidates entered the venue and could not leave. The exam site was a vast forest meticulously simulated to be identical to the outside world, complete with birds, beasts, flowers, and the scent of nature, just like a real forest. Each team received a scroll upon entering the forest. The scrolls were not all the same. There were two types, the Nin scroll and the Sha scroll. Besides surviving in the forest for 7 days, every team had to obtain the complementary scroll to the one they held in order to pass. The rules were simple, yet perilous, for countless dangers awaited them. After hearing the rules, Bai Feng took a deep breath and reached out to accept the scroll handed to him by a Konoha Chunin. It was the Nin scroll. Bai Feng felt a twinge of nervousness inside as he was about to face geniuses from various villages. Lin's cool, soft hand gently squeezed Bai Feng's. Obito, it's okay. We'll definitely pass the exam. Lin offered a reassuring smile. Yeah, that's right. I've never been inferior to anyone. Bai Feng's. Kakashi discreetly averted his gaze, 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. How did I become the outsider? The exam begins. Without warning, the exam started abruptly. Bai Feng, Kakashi, and Lin exchanged glances and dashed toward the forest, entering it. The three moved swiftly as they had planned the day before. The moment they entered the forest, they needed to find a suitable habitat to gain the upper hand, and even set up ambushes for other candidates. But of course, Bai Feng's team wasn't the only one with this idea. All the candidates in the Chunin exam were the most talented genin from their villages, naturally sharp. Behind Bai Feng's team, another group charged toward them, clearly intent on seizing their scroll before finding a habitat of their own. Bai Feng signaled with a glance, and Lin and Kakashi nodded. Lin formed hand seals and inhaled slightly. Water-style, turbulent waves. Kakashi also completed his hand seals and extended his hands. Lightning-style, lightning stream. The combined water and lightning techniques blasted toward the ninjas from the other village. However, the opponents reacted swiftly, knowing that being hit would render them immobile. Earth release, mud wall. The opponent performed Kakashi's favorite jutsu, the mud wall, blocking the combined jutsu of Kakashi and Rin. Just as Bai Feng was about to seize the opportunity to directly knock down the opponent, countless shuriken flew out from behind him, and Bai Feng clasped his hands to form seal. Wind release, strong gust palm. With the propulsion of the wind release, the sneaky shuriken narrowly flew past his cheek. This was true combat. Here one must never let down their guard, otherwise they would very likely lose their life. Seeing that the ambush had failed, the attacker charged in with their squad members. Retreat. Bai Feng made a quick judgment through a smoke bomb, and then performed the shadow clone technique he had learned from Minato earlier. 2 shadow clones identical to Bai Feng appeared, and 3 Bai Fengs formed seals simultaneously. Wind release, strong gust palm. Boom. The 3 Bai Fengs grabbed Rin and Kakashi and shot out like a cannonball, choosing not to continue the fight. After seeing Bai Feng's team flee, the other teams did not choose to pursue, but instead engaged in battle with other teams on the spot. Having run out of sight of other teams, Bai Feng's team found an excellent resting place. It had a water source and a cave. A water source meant food, and a cave meant they could make a fire without being discovered. Bai Feng said, "Let's stay here. Lin and Kakashi Yugo set up traps to prevent sudden attacks. Prepare the food. The three divided the work and acted without any delay as fast as robots. This was the result of a year of cooperation. Their teamwork had improved greatly, and most importantly, they trusted each other. Although Kakashi was still a bit unconvinced by Bai Feng at first, he also knew that Bai Feng was stronger and more composed than him. So now that Minato Sensei was absent, Bai Feng was in charge of commanding the team. After the traps were set, Bai Feng also caught some fish in the water and used shadow clones to find some wild fruits and dry firewood for burning. Having done all this, Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh. Shadow clone is really a great thing. Which genius came up with this jutsu? However, the only drawback was that it evenly distributed chakra. Each time a clone was released, he could feel a bit of power flowing out of his body. After confirming safety, Kakashi returned with a piece of paper. This is a rough map I drew of the entire forest from the highest point. Bai Feng praised, as expected of Kakashi. Freaking awesome. Bai Feng took the map and Kakashi pointed a finger at a location on the map. We are at this position, Kakashi explained. Bai Feng once again couldn't help but admire. Indeed, there were some aspects where he was inferior to Kakashi. The three members of Bai Feng's team each had their own characteristics and strengths complementing each other. Let me see. If this exam is simply about surviving for 6 days, then we just need to hold this place. But to pass the exam, we need the scroll. Bai Feng began to think. The three of them were currently at a relatively remote position in the upper right corner of the map. If they wanted to obtain the item to pass the exam, staying here was definitely not an option. Bai Feng said, if everyone thinks the same way, then many examinees will definitely head towards the center of this forest. So if we want to obtain another scroll, our final target is also there. Bai Feng said, if everyone thinks the same way, then yes, some people are definitely charging straight to the center. If we go now, it'll be too late, and we might even get ambushed. It's too dangerous. Bai Feng smiled. Moreover, those who dared to do so must have absolute confidence in their own strength, perhaps matching or even surpassing Bai Feng's combat. This exam really has many hidden talents. Bai Feng licked his lips, feeling excited. As long as it wasn't the same kind of over-level challenge as before, Bai Feng was quite looking forward to it. Bai Feng thought for a moment and said, we don't need to rush yet. Since they set up ambushes there, we just need to wait for others to Bai Feng thought for a moment and said, we don't need to rush yet. Since they set up ambushes there, we just need to wait for others to step on the traps, and then we can strike and reap the benefits. But isn't a direct confrontation good? Kakashi said. Although he knew Bai Feng's reasoning was very sound and the best approach, deep down he still wished to face others head-on and compete. Bai Feng smiled. No need to rush. After this exam, there will be 1v1 battles with geniuses from various villages. Then you can have your fun. Now they just needed to wait quietly. On the other side, Might Guy's team repelled the enemy and found a hidden place to rest. Ebisu panted, Guy, we can't be as reckless as just now. Otherwise, after our stamina is exhausted, it will be very dangerous. I think so too, Guy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, he also calmed down, not being swept away by the youth in his mind. Guy looked up at the sun. I wonder how Kakashi and the others are doing. Don't worry, Kakashi and them will definitely be fine. They're excellent after all. Xianjin laughed. Guy nodded, recalling his father's encouragement in his mind. Dad, I will prove to everyone here that the path we firmly believe in is absolutely. Guy's firm voice sounded. He wanted to defeat all kinds of geniuses, including Kakashi and his team. He wanted to beat everyone, and he had put in a lot of effort for. A lifeless scream rang out. A ninja with a kunai stabbed into his eye fell to the ground and left this world. Tisk, the same as the scroll in hand. The young man in black clothes threw away the scroll in his hand, then sneered. Well, as long as I complete Lord Danzo's mission, it doesn't matter where you hide. If I accidentally kill you, there's no problem, right? Until then, anyone who stands in our way must die. The young Illusion Yin wore a bloodthirsty smile. All right, head towards the center. Kill anyone who blocks the way. Illusion Yin said this to his companions, and then the three disappeared from the spot. In the distance, Bai Feng seemed to sense something, and he let out a gentle breath. He had a feeling something was going to happen. Hope everything goes well. Let me take the exam smoothly and no more trouble. From now on, they would have to keep fighting. Soon 2 days had passed. Bai Feng and his 2 companions had been living here for 2 days. During this time, occasionally someone would step into a trap, but just when Bai Feng wanted to go and have an in-depth conversation with the one who fell into the trap, he could not find the person. The ninjas participating in the Chunin exam were not to be underestimated. At this moment, Bai Feng was still studying the map, constantly calculating in his mind. It should be about time. Bai Feng put away the map and looked at Rin and Kakashi. Next, we will experience a great battle. We should prioritize safety, though as long as there is an opportunity to strike, take the scroll, and run, no need to linger. Bai Feng cautioned. If they were discovered by other teams, it would be troublesome. Kakashi and Rin nodded. The three headed toward the midpoint on the map, planning to obtain the scroll, and then retreat, enduring until the 5th day to win the second exam. As Bai Feng and his team approached the destination, the smell of blood in the air grew stronger, making Bai Feng uncomfortable. The terrain here was also damaged, indicating that more than one battle had broken out. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly from the 3 o'clock direction came the sound of weapons clashing and screams. What happened? Without thinking much, the uncomfortable feeling in Bai Feng's heart grew stronger. He rushed toward the direction of the fighting. Why? Why are you attacking us? A Konoha Genin struck by many kunai knelt on one knee, his eyes full of confusion. His teammates had all been killed, and the attackers were also Konoha ninjas. Why? Iru Masahiko licked the blood on his blade. Because we need the scrolls you have, that's all. Just for this. You kill fellow villagers. The Konoha ninja quickly fell unconscious. He tightly clutched the scroll in his hand. Iru Masahiko walked slowly toward the Konoha ninja, sheathing his blade and drawing a kunai. As long as we can complete the mission, even if it means resorting to any means, this is our belief. Even if there is no sunlight, we will act in the darkness. Swish. The kunai mercilessly stabbed toward the Konoha ninja's head. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Just then countless small fireballs blasted toward Iru Masahiko. He stopped his action and leaped backward to dodge the attack. Who? You damned beast. Bai Feng and his team arrived in time. Bai Feng appeared behind Iru Masahiko and punched out. Humph. Iru Masahiko was unhurried. He bent his body at an extremely tricky angle, dodging Bai Feng's punch, then kicked out. Bai Feng raised his arm to block the attack. The two distanced themselves from each other, stopping at a point. Iru Masahiko retreated to his companion's position, his black eyes fixed on Bai Feng. You have some skill? The Uchiha clan crest. Are you the one that Lord wants to kill? Iru Masahiko said with delight. Like a hunter who had found the rarest prey, Rin finished checking the Konoha ninja's injuries. Her expression no longer held the gentleness of usual days, only anger. How cruel. He's beyond saving. Too much blood loss, and the kunai were poisoned. I can't treat him anymore. Rin's voice became a little shaky. After hearing this, Iru Masahiko said somewhat smugly, how about that? I've always been proud of my killing technique. He was pretty strong, you know, but I still tortured him slowly to death. Well, compared to his companions, that's still decent treatment, right? Rin continuously used medical ninjutsu to treat the Konoha ninja, praying for a miracle. Don't waste chakra, and beyond saving. The Konoha ninja, who had regained consciousness, now had a pitch-black face, a symptom of the toxin attacking his heart. I can't give up. There must be a way, Rin said through clenched teeth, eyes closed. The reason she became a medical ninja was that she didn't want to see people around her die, but at this moment a life was fading away before her eyes. The Konoha ninja smiled. Fortunately, Konoha still has people like you. In that case, I won't lose heart toward the village. Take this and live on. With the last ounce of his strength, he shoved the scroll in his hand into Rin's hand, then the light of life faded from his eyes. He died. Rin took the scroll, wiped her eyes, and slowly stood up. Her face was filled with coldness and anger. Bai Feng said slowly. Originally, I always thought that ninjas from the same village should help each other. Even during the exam, they wouldn't deliberately attack. But I was wrong. Even if they had simply taken the scroll, Bai Feng would not have said anything, because it was a matter of inferior skill. Even if they were from the same village here, they were competitors. But this bastard before him killed a fellow villager, and even looked smug, boasting about his technique to everyone. Such a person Bai Feng could never forgive. Bai Feng also felt some guilt inside because the enemy had come for him. Recalling the events of the past few days, Bai Feng quickly figured out who was behind it all. Tuan Song. Iru Masahiko drew his sword from behind. They are my partners Sasaki Machin and Gongshi Litian. Now please die here. I will never die. Kakashi and Rin stood on either side of Bai Feng. Iru Masahiko's actions had also angered them. Bai Feng burst into wild laughter and sneered. There are so many people who want my life, and none of them had a good end. You three pieces of trash dare to boast like I'm going to break my principles. This bastard must die. Kill. Bai Feng charged forward, first his hands forming hand seals so fast that after images, fire release, great fireball jutsu. Boom. A scorching huge fireball engulfed toward Iru Masahiko and his two companions. They dodged to the side. Boom. A large area of trees was burned to charcoal. Kakashi took advantage of the opportunity created by Bai Feng and sneaked behind Machin. He drew a short blade from his back. Kakashi was also extremely angry at this moment. His father had risked his life for the comrades in the village, for everyone. But these bastards before him had killed their comrades. Such people cannot be forgiven. A strange smile appeared on Moken's lips. He waved his hands, and then Kakashi felt everything around him change, with illusions appearing before his eyes. Illusion. Not good. In reality, in everyone's eyes, Kakashi's attack suddenly stopped, and then he crashed to the ground. Die. The blade in Moken's hand stabbed toward Kakashi's heart. Clang. Rin arrived in time using a kunai to block Moken's strike. So heavy. Moken's attack was powerful and heavy, quickly deflecting Rin's kunai, then slashing down. Feeling the chill, Rin's breath stopped for a moment. Fortunately, Kakashi broke free from the illusion at that moment, pushed Rin away, and slashed out with his short blade. Clang. Sparks flew. Moken's swordsmanship overwhelmed Kakashi, leaving a blood trail on Kakashi's cheek. Lightning-style lightning snake. The moment Imo-chun succeeded, Lee Tian unleashed the lightning snake, striking Kakashi. Their coordination was flawless, even surpassing the teamwork of Bai Feng's trio. Kakashi's entire body was paralyzed by the lightning style, unable to move, and his chakra could not be drawn. Then we'll start with you. Illusion and his two companions drew their blades in unison, ready to execute Kakashi. Kakashi. Rin tried to rescue him, but was too late. Just as Kakashi was about to be slain, a figure appeared before him, blocking the attack. Blood-red eyes gleamed with coldness. Bai Feng activated his Tutomo Sharingan, his movements swift as lightning, single-handedly deflecting the trio's lethal strikes. Bang! After a brief exchange of probing attacks, both sides retreated. Bai Feng's heart sank slightly, his hand trembling as he gripped his kunai. Their enemies were formidable. The force of their attacks nearly overwhelmed Bai Feng. Illusion looked surprised. You're quite strong, completely different from those two behind you. No wonder that lord wants you dead. Letting you grow would indeed be troublesome. Damned beasts. Bai Feng panted lightly. The enemy's strength exceeded his expectations. Coupled with Bai Feng's lack of combat experience due to his age, this clash left him at a disadvantage. Kakashi, Rin, are you alright? Fine, just a bit careless. Kakashi and Rin stood up, both wearing grave expressions. Imo-chan looked at Kakashi and shook his head. So you're the son of Konoha's Bai Feng. Though we're older, you're still too weak, aren't you? What did you say? Am I wrong? Imo-chan sneered. You're a disgrace to your father. Imo-chan's plan was simple and petty. Shake Kakashi's resolve, make him reckless to expose a weakness, then strike him down. Such verbal attacks were far from flashy, yet often the most effective. In the past, Kakashi might have been consumed by rage and charged at Imo-chan. But now he was different, not only in strength, but also in mindset. Perhaps you're right, Kakashi's voice was steady. But now he was different, not only in strength, but also in mindset. Perhaps you're right, Kakashi's voice was, people like you should just stop running your mouth. Calling me a disgrace. At your age, still a genin. I'd rather hang myself from a tree. The sharp retort made Imo-chan's expression twist with fury. He never expected this Kakashi to be so skilled at who had Kakashi been with. After spending so much time with Bai Feng, a modern man, his banter skills had naturally soared. Imo-chan was truly provoked this time, but he remained composed and did not attack recklessly. The two sides stood locked in a stalemate. 10 seconds later, Illusion began forming hand seals. Bai Feng's Sharingan flared, and he too began forming seals. Both took a deep breath and released the same jutsu. Wind-style cutting. The identical techniques collided and canceled each other out. Illusion remarked, so this is the power of the Sharingan. Truly troublesome. To be precise, the difficulty lay not in the Sharingan, but in Bai Feng himself. Even without the Sharingan, Bai Feng was an incredibly formidable presence. The fact that he had used both fire style and wind style indicated he possessed at least 2 chakra nature transformations. Given that Bai Feng was under 10 years old, mastering 2 or more chakra natures was a mark of true genius. And the masked boy beside him was no pushover either, coordinating seamlessly with Bai Feng. Truly impressive. Even the cute girl was not weak, reacting instantly to shield Kakashi from an attack. Illusion licked his lips, growing excited. Good, this is more interesting. How boring if it ended too quickly. You'll die here today. Just as both sides were about to engage in a second round of battle, a figure suddenly burst forth, executing a spinning kick. Konoha Whirlwind. The powerful kick generated a strong gale, repelling Illusion's trio. You're that idiot from before. Lee Tian recognized the sudden intruder. Might Guy looked at the fallen Konoha ninja nearby, his face dark with fury. I don't know what's happening, but I know you're an enemy on my path of youth. Beside Might Guy, Kinto and Ebisu appeared, standing together with Bai Feng's group. Illusion snorted. 6 people. Fine. They'll spare you this time, Uchiha Obito. Next time we meet, you'll die beneath my blade. Cherish your remaining time. With that, a smoke bomb exploded, and the forest echoed with Illusion's bloodthirsty cold laughter. Huh. Bai Feng exhaled and sheathed his kunai after confirming the enemy had left. Danzo. The mere thought of that name made Bai Feng clench his fists. He suspected that many of the previous incidents were the work of that insidious man. Danzo must be eliminated first. Once Obito returns, he would discuss how to kill Danzo. After burying the 3 fallen Konoha ninja, everyone's hearts were heavy. I never thought. Having heard the full story, Ebisu felt deeply troubled. He never imagined someone would actually kill their own village comrades. Bai Feng was filled with guilt. It's all because of me. If not for me, they wouldn't have died. Obito. Rin looked at the despondent Bai Feng, unsure what were. It's okay, Rin. I'm not the same as before. I won't stand still. Since it happened, there's no help for it. I just need to grow stronger so that such tragedies never happen again. Bai Feng quickly regained his composure. This was his most evident growth. No hardship could easily break him now. Rin nodded and let out a relieved sigh. Bai Feng looked at the earth scroll in his hand and asked, "Do you want to fight us? After all, we have the scroll you need." This was still an exam. Bai Feng was already moved that Mike Guy and his team had come to their aid, and he wouldn't complain if they fought for the scroll now. Mike Guy shook his head. "You must be tired, right? I, Mike Guy, am not one to take advantage of others. We'll take our leave. Be careful. They'll keep an eye on those three. I absolutely cannot let my comrades die at their hands again." Mike Kai was also seething with rage. On the surface, he appeared to be nothing but a hot-blooded fool, but in truth he valued his comrades more than anyone else. Upon learning that there existed in Konoha village a group of ruthless and scrupulous individuals, Mike Kai understood one thing: he absolutely could not lose to them. Mike Kai and his two companions departed. They had not yet obtained a scroll, so there was no time to waste. "Let's go too. Since they want to kill me, that means there will surely be a chance to meet them. I will settle things myself then," Bai Feng said softly. Then the three of them vanished from the spot. A gentle breeze, blue and green leaves, fell upon the graves of the three Konoha ninjas. Bai Feng and his two companions returned to the shelter they had initially discovered. It remained exactly as they had left it. Bai Feng frowned and said slowly, "Come out. I know you're here." Kakashi and Lin immediately became alert upon hearing his words. Could it be that Bai Feng had sensed something? As expected of a Konoha ninja, came a voice of admiration as three ninjas burst out from the jungle. "Bai Feng, damn, there really is someone. I was just bluffing, and there actually is an ambush." The three of them immediately distanced themselves and entered a combat stance. "Haha, I'm from Kumobikure village. My name is Kido Saikairo. I'm not here to take your scroll. We've already obtained what we wanted." Kido Saikairo showed a hearty smile. Bai Feng, upon hearing this, outwardly relaxed his guard. "You scared me. I was just bluffing and you came out. I thought you had designs on my scroll," Bai Feng said, patting his chest. "Saikairo, how does this guy feel so unserious?" Bai Feng continued, "If you're not after my scroll, then why are you lurking here?" "Just to ask a few things." Saikairo paused, then said, "What are your views on war?" "What else can I think? I hate war. War causes countless deaths, destroys the happiness of many families, and ravages the environment. I loathe war. I wish there were no war in this." Bai Feng answered swiftly without a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, Saikairo smiled faintly, lifted his head, and gazed at the sky. Birds soared freely in the sky, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. "Indeed, war is detestable, yet it is everywhere in this world. I also hope that one day true peace will come to this world," Saikairo said with a smile. "This man is strange, but I don't dislike him." Bai Feng returned the smile. "Yes, I hope war will never appear in this world again. By the way, why are you telling me all this?" "Nothing much. I was watching when you fought those Konoha ninjas earlier. Those guys were truly detestable." Bai Feng's impression of Saikairo improved further. If what he said was true, then Bai Feng was grateful that Saikairo had not chosen to ambush them and catch them off. Moreover, Saikairo's straightforward and outspoken personality made Bai Feng like him. Bai Feng agreed, "Exactly. I wish I could put those bastards on a railroad track and run them over back and forth." "What is a railroad track?" "Nothing." He had accidentally uttered a term that didn't exist in this world. Saikairo finally waved his hand and said, "All right, it's not good for me to stay here any longer. What's your name?" "Oh, I forgot to mention. My name is Yuzhibo Dai too, and the two beside me are my partners Kakashi and Lin." Saikairo nodded and smiled. "Then everyone will see you in a few days." With that, Saikairo left with his companions. "What a decent guy, even though he's a ninja from another village," Bai Feng murmured. Compared to certain beasts, Saikairo was much more fit to be a friend. Kakashi shook his head and said, "So we just wait quietly until the survival period ends?" "Yeah, we'll play it safe. But we must also prepare, because we'll definitely run into those bastards later." Kakashi and Lin both nodded. Time passed quickly, and during this period battles continued to unfold in the forest. Many people died in this exam. Blades and weapons have no eyes. When candidates step into this arena, they must be mentally prepared to lose their lives. Mike Kai and his team defeated a group of ninjas with a scroll and completed their mission. More and more teams from other villages were meeting the conditions for advancement. Incidentally, after killing a group of foreign ninjas, Iryu Masahiko and his team also successfully obtained a G scroll and advanced. Soon the 7 days came to an end. Following the instructions, Bai Feng and his group arrived at the foot of a lighthouse. There all the advancing teams had gathered. When Iryu Masahiko saw Dai 2, he waved at him as if greeting an old friend. Bai Feng shot a cold, icy glare at Iryu Masahiko, then ignored him, waving, "Damned beast, don't let me cross paths with you, or he'll cut off your hand." Bai Feng looked around. The structure here resembled a stadium. a large arena in the center surrounded by railings for spectators. There was also a huge screen on the wall. The instructors of each team had also arrived. Bai Feng quickly spotted Shui Min among the many teachers. Shui Min was looking back at him. Soon Bai Feng also spotted a disgusting figure, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo stared at Bai Feng with a strange smile on his face. Bai Feng let out a cold laugh, but made no move. Laugh, will you? When I grow strong enough, I'll wipe that smile off your face. First, congratulations to all candidates for passing the first half of the second exam. This shows that you are all excellent in every aspect. A jonin from Konoha announced loudly. Next, we will begin the second half of the exam. The rules are simple. 2 ninjas fight unknown until one falls, dies, or surrenders to claim victory. Next, I will draw the first group of combatants. All other candidates please proceed to the observation stands. All the candidates move to the stands. The large screen lit up displaying the names of the first group of combatants. In the first match, it was Gue Min Qing Yilong versus Bu Ji Huxianjian. Qing Yilong was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised to be the first one to step onto the stage. Xianjian took a deep breath, his fists clenched as he gazed at Qing Yilong, who had already leaped onto the arena to await him. Come on, Xianjian. This Chunin exam is our time to prove our strength and to wipe the smugness off their faces. Hui Baishou encouraged him. They had always been dismissed as underdogs. The team led by Mai Teikai was famously known as the loser squad. They had fought their way here, risking their lives just to prove that they were not failures. Xianjian took out the toothpick he had been holding between his teeth. It was his weapon. It seems I can't underestimate you. Qing Yilong crouched slightly, his entire body enveloped in lightning. The qianbin in Xianjian's hand grew larger, soon becoming the size of a normal longsword. The presiding jonin, seeing both parties ready, swung his arm down. Begin. Bang. The jonin vanished in a puff of smoke. Qing Yilong moved with incredible speed, lightning enveloping his body as he burst through the smoke, driving his fist towards Xianjian. So fast. Mai Teikai, who specialized in taijutsu and speed, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Bai Feng's eyes widened. He could barely keep up with the movement. Could Xianjian block the attack? Clang. The fist and the qianbin collided. The qianbin shattered instantly, and the fist struck Xianjian squarely in the chest. Bang. Xianjian spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward and crashing into the wall. The entire exchange took 2 seconds. The arena fell silent. Qing Yilong's displayed strength was overwhelming. Even Lu Zhengyan, witnessing such a formidable Qing Yilong, wore a grave expression. I held back. You'll recover in about half a month, Qing Yilong said softly. With that, he turned and walked toward the spectator stands. Hiss. Xianjian spat out another mouthful of blood, then took a sharp breath, gathering chakra. Ninja art, qianbin rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless qianbin shot toward Qing Yilong, who instantly transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished without a trace. Damn it. The gap was this huge. Xianjian spat out more blood, then used earth release to create a new qianbin, positioning it beside himself as a thud. Qing Yilong's fist struck the qianbin again, but this time it didn't shatter. Increased hardness. That's a peculiar way to use earth release, Qing Yilong remarked in surprise. Using earth release to forge his own tools. Qing Yilong had never seen such a technique before. Huff, huff. I'm not giving up that easily. Xianjian panted heavily, the pain in his chest blurring his vision. He could faint at any moment. Every breath brought searing agony. He had given his all, yet he couldn't even withstand a single ordinary strike from his opponent. Why was that? Could the underdog never surpass the genius? He had poured so much effort into his training, yet still, he could accomplish nothing. Crack. The qianbin broke once more. This time Qing Yilong's fist landed on Xianjian's face. Xianjian spat out blood, his body slowly collapsed. Just as Qing Yilong let his guard down completely, Xianjian, who had seemingly lost consciousness and was falling to the ground, suddenly steadied himself instantly. Just as Qing Yilong let his guard down completely, Xianjian, who had seemingly lost consciousness and was falling to the ground, suddenly steadied himself instantly, forming a qianbin and thrusting it toward Qing Yilong. Slash. Blood splattered. This time, Xianjian truly collapsed to the ground. His consciousness grew hazy. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He had given everything. Qing Yilong stood frozen in place. He reached up to touch the bloody scratch on his cheek, then broke into an unguarded smile. I didn't expect you to land that final blow in that state. Your tenacity and never give you up spirit carried you through to the end. You are strong. A smile crept onto Xianjian's lips as his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. First match, Gue Min Qing Yilong wins. Medical personnel carried Xianjian away. The spectators, having witnessed Qing Yilong's prowess, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. No one was confident they could defeat Qing Yilong. Xianjian. Mai Teikai clenched his fists, fighting back the tears in his eyes. Xianjian, your youth burned the brightest. You did well. Bai Feng murmured that guy's will is far stronger than mine. Xian Jian, one day he'll become an outstanding ninja. Yes, Shui Men said, appearing behind Bai Feng and the others without them noticing. Even if talent is lacking, even if you make a fool of yourself, as long as you strive with all your might, you can seize that glimmer of hope. Buji Hua Xian Jian. Though he lost, he displayed the pride of a Konoha ninja and a spirit that would never surrender. Shui Men smiled. Jiraiya Sensei once said that for a ninja, the most important thing isn't talent, but a never-give-up spirit. Do you have that spirit? Do you all have that spirit? Bai Feng fell into thought. Do I? Perhaps I train hard, and I would risk my life to protect my comrades, but that's only because of the support from others and the circumstances that shaped me. But if it weren't for Obito, for Lin, and Kakashi by my side, for Grandma, would I still be the same person? Probably not. Without everyone's encouragement and companionship, Bai Feng might have remained timid, a hopeless waste, until his hair turned white. Second match began. The names on the large screen kept changing, every heart in the arena racing. Soon the names were locked in. Uchiha Obito versus Hui Baisho. Bai Feng. Hui Baisho cradled his head in his hands. Even his black sunglasses couldn't hide his despair. No. Bai Feng's eyes widened as well. No matter how he calculated, he never expected to end up fighting against Huibishu. Looking at the dispirited Huibishu, who stood not far away wearing sunglasses, Bai Feng couldn't help twitching his mouth. Was this intentional? Helplessly, Bai Feng and Huibishu arrived at the arena. Why? Why is heaven treating me like this? Huibishu sniffled. I don't know either. I have no idea why we were paired together. Bai Feng himself was completely bewildered. He had prepared himself thinking that if he encountered Ilu Jinyan and the others, he would kill them without hesitation. But in the end, he was stuck with this guy. Exam begin. At the command of the referee Jonin, Bai Feng moved. He did not show mercy just because the opponent was considered his comrade. On the contrary, he intended to defeat him quickly. Before Huibishu could react, he felt Bai Feng simply form a hand seal, and then the scene before him drastically changed. Jinjutsu. Just as Huibishu was about to dispel the Jinjutsu, he felt a chill at his neck, then collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Winner Yuzhibo Dato. The entire arena fell silent once more, not because someone was too strong, but because Huibishu performed too weakly. Buzihuo Xianjian's fighting style and his never-give-up spirit still moved the ninja present, but Huibishu's performance was a bit too fast. Bai Feng looked at Huibishu lying on the ground in an indecent posture with his butt sticking up and felt helpless. Although I once said that occasionally let me experience a battle that wasn't over-leveled, this was too easy. The second exam ended at lightning speed. The referee Jonin coughed, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. Then let us begin the third match. It was the same familiar large screen, the same familiar operation. When the names on the screen stopped, Kakaxi's pupils slightly contracted, and he looked at the bushy eyebrows in the distance. Zuazoma Machin versus Meitikai. Machin let out a cold laugh, jumped directly from the spectator stand to the arena, his movements very graceful. A bloodthirsty smile hung at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes locked onto Meitikai like a venomous snake. Kakaxi shouted, Kai. It's okay, Kakaxi. Meitikai took a deep breath, his face filled with unprecedented confidence. The proud blue beast of Mai would not lose here. Facing the faces of the comrades who had died because of this guy appeared before Meitikai's eyes. Perhaps this was no longer just a battle to prove my father's and my own path of youth, but also for the Mai in my heart, a battle to prove that it is still worth shedding my blood. Meitikai gave Kakaxi a thumbs up, so I will never lose. Kai. Without any hesitation, Meitikai leaped high into the air, executed a 360-degree forward somersault, and then landed steadily. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee Jonin swung his arm down. Match begin. Bang. My whirlwind. Without a word, Meitikai approached Machin at lightning speed and delivered an upper-level spinning kick. Because Meitikai's leg strength was tremendous, even though there was no wind inside the lighthouse, everyone felt a gale descend. If hit by this kick, it would probably be... Machin made a judgment in his mind, also feeling somewhat shocked. These brats. Each one of them so powerful at this age. Although Meitikai's attack was extremely powerful and fast, his attack pattern was monotonous, so Machin ducked down and dodged the attack. That's all you've got. Die. The blade whistled as it swung toward Might Guy's neck, the cold edge sending a chill down his spine. By all logic, this strike should have been impossible for Might Guy to evade, for it was delivered at point-blank range. No ordinary person could react in time. Yet Might Guy was far from ordinary. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Suddenly his body spun, his rear leg whipping around in a roundhouse kick that deflected Mo Chen's blade. The immense force sent Mo Chen flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Mo Chen wiped the dust from his face. Had he truly reacted at such a close distance? Was he even human? Might Guy exhaled a long breath, his body slightly crouching as his aura surged upward. Boom. How immense was Might Guy's power? He stomped his right foot heavily onto the ground, causing a massive web of cracks to spread, then propelled himself forward like a cannonball toward Imo-chun. Konoha's great whirlwind. Using his heel as a thrusting leg technique, it resembled a mighty dragon. Earth-style earth wall. A wall of earth rose before Imo-chun, attempting to block the terrifying kick. The hardness of the earth wall cannot be broken by mere physical techniques. Once your attack's power fades, my chance will come. Imo-chun calculated his next move in his mind, his hands beginning to form seals. This was a lightning release. Imo-chun's plan was simple: use the lightning release to immobilize Might Guy, then finish him with a single slash. But he overlooked one thing. Might Guy had once astonished Bai Feng precisely because of his physical prowess and strength. Thud. The earth wall was shattered into pieces. Imo-chun tried to dodge, but lacked Might Guy's reflexes. Splat. A heavy kick struck his chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed through the arena. Imo-chun slammed into the wall, leaving a large crater. So strong. Every examinee present had underestimated Might Guy, most believing him to be merely a fool. But now the ability he displayed, even if only physical techniques, was so formidable it instilled fear in others. Kai. Kakashi looked worried. Rin asked, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Isn't Might Guy winning?" "No," Bai Feng explained in Kakashi's stead. "That idiot Imo-chun hasn't used his signature skill yet. Might Guy is strong, but only in physical techniques. He's not adept at ninjutsu." "What is Imo-chun good at?" "It's jinjutsu." At these words, Rin understood immediately, and her gaze turned to the battlefield with concern. The dust cleared and a laugh with a strange cadence rang out. Imo-chun's long hair was disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still grinned eerily, his face contorted like a vengeful ghost. Good. Might Guy very good." His bloodshot eyes widened. "I've changed my mind. They'll slowly torture you, make you wish you were dead." Thud. Might Guy shot forward again like a cannonball, intent on ending the fight. Cackle. Jinjutsu. Imo-chun let out a strange laugh, flicking his hand. The charging Might Guy suddenly halted, his eyes going vacant. "Damn it. Is this jinjutsu?" Might Guy clasped his hands to form seals, attempting to dispel the illusion. Though he was not skilled in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he could still break free. Release. The moment the jinjutsu was undone, Imo-chun's blade plunged into Might Guy's thigh, followed by a punch. Thud. Might Guy was struck on the nose, spun around, and crashed to the ground. "It hurts." Blood gushed from his right leg, and because he had taken a direct hit to the face, his nose bled profusely. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. They'll make you experience the most painful hell in this world." He activated the jinjutsu again. Might Guy's pain vanished, and his eyes beheld illusions he should not have seen. Release. The illusory world shattered. A kunai stabbed into Might Guy's right arm, and another punch landed on his right cheek, sending him flying once more. Kakashi couldn't help but shout. He wanted to make Might Guy surrender, but he couldn't, because he knew all too well that Might Guy would never give up. This was both his pride and his promise to himself. "Sensei Minato, please," Bai Feng said softly. Minato smiled. "I understand. If Might Guy were to fall into danger, he would intervene." Minato's gaze shifted to Danzo, a certain resolve settling in his eyes. Cough. Blood stained the earth. Might Guy's eyes were swollen, his consciousness wavering between clarity, and every movement felt as if his tendons were about to snap, the pain unbearable. At that moment, Might Guy truly wanted to collapse so that the agony would cease. But he understood. He could still fight, he could not fall. He had to stand back up. Might Guy's memories traced back to a distant past, when he was in an extremely disheartened state after failing the Ninja Academy entrance exam multiple times. Tears welled in Might Guy's eyes, his face etched with resentment and grief. Why have I worked so hard and still failed to get in? Am I really without talent? Might Guy slumped to the ground in despair. At that moment, Might Guy arrived, his face covered in pet fur, having just completed a mission. Seeing his son sitting dejectedly on the ground, Might Guy pursed his lips. Might Guy looked up, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Dad, can I truly not pursue my dreams? Is all my desperate effort utterly useless?" He had trained until his arms could no longer lift, had gone without sleep night after night. Such relentless, desperate effort yielded no results, no corresponding. Ignoring the strange looks from others, Might Guy gently embraced Might Guy. "I'm not a good father. Because of me, your mother left. Because of me, you have no talent. Because of me, you suffer so much. Guy, it's all because you take after me." Might Guy spoke in the gentlest tone. Though merely a genin, he worked tirelessly. Though he gave his all for the family every day, he never complained, facing each day with optimism. Might Guy was momentarily stunned. Indeed, his father had always been striving too, hadn't he? "Hey, I don't know your name, but don't give up so quickly." Just then a boy who looked utterly languid spoke with his hands on his hips. "It's a bit odd for me to say this, but even someone as idle as me got into the Ninja Academy. Why should someone as hard-working as you give up? Put in a little more effort, and hope might just come." With those words the boy waved and walked away. Might Guy quickly asked, "What's your name?" "Huh. My name." The boy turned back and thought for a moment. "Oh, it's Uchiha Obito. Well, we'll probably keep being lazy forever, so no need to remember it." With that the boy left the ninja academy. Might Guy stood up, looked at Might Guy, who was also on the verge of tears, and flashed a confident smile. "Dad, have you finished all your missions today?" Might Guy asked. Might Guy smiled knowingly and gave a thumbs up, "Of course. Keep training hard, and I'll train with you. Our youth will not wither so soon." Time returned to the present. Might Guy had become a bloody mess, fainting many times from excessive blood loss. Yet no matter what injuries Might Guy suffered, no matter if he had reached his limit in the end, he would always choose to rise again. Illusionary arts were indeed Might Guy's bane. Lacking proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he had only one method of attack: taijutsu. It was precisely because of Might Guy's singular attack style that Emo-chun kept kiting him. "Damn it. These guys are all so weak individually. Why do they keep getting back up every time?" Emo-chun panted. Whether it was Might Guy or Bazuhuo before him, they always rose after being struck down by. Emo-chun had lost patience. Enough of this game. Die. Once again the light faded from Might Guy's eyes as he was ensnared by the jinjutsu. The referee Jonin nearby was already prepared to intervene. Kakashi clenched his fists, deeply worried beneath his mask, ready to rescue Might Guy. Shueimon also twitched his fingers, ready to use the body flicker technique to save Might Guy. Damn it. Damn bastard. Wouldn't all that guy's efforts be in vain? Might Guy had a brief encounter with him when he first entered the ninja academy, so he knew just how hard Might Guy had worked. His hands were covered in calluses, his eyes perpetually shadowed with dark circles. Though he was utterly exhausted, he still sang of his own youth with optimism and determination. If Shumen Sensei and the others intervened, all of Might Guy's efforts would be wasted. But if they didn't, he would face only failure, or even death. Bai Feng couldn't help but shout, "Might Guy, don't lose yourself in the illusion. Use everything you have, all your effort, to seize the hope that belongs to you. Your youth lies ahead." Logically, Bai Feng's voice could not reach Might Kai. Not only because he was trapped in an illusion, but also because his injuries were truly severe. It was already a great effort for him to maintain consciousness and keep himself from collapsing. If it were merely a contest of taijutsu and ninjutsu, Might Kai had great confidence in defeating Emo-chun, for his taijutsu had reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, if the opponent was adept in jinjutsu, it truly countered Might Kai. Daitu. This time Might Kai called Bai Feng's name correctly. Although he was lost in the illusion created by Emo-chun, the one who guided him had also arrived. The time to become the green beast had come. 8 gates unlocking, gate of opening. The chakra inside Might Kai began to rage wildly. The time to become the green beast had come. 8 gates unlocking, gate of opening. The chakra inside Might Kai began to rage wildly, and Might Dai transformed into Emo-chun holding a blade. The illusion world shattered. Die. Emo-chun slashed out with his blade. Just as the edge was about to strike Might Kai's neck, Might Kai suddenly turned into a blur and vanished. What a... Might Kai's figure appeared like a specter throughout the arena. Second gate of rest, third gate of life open. With the voices fall, the green beast appeared before Emo-chun. At this moment Might Kai's entire body was enveloped in green light, and his skin turned red from blood congestion. Bang! A single punch sent Emo-chun flying into the air. The immense force dislocated his jaw instantly. So fast. How could it be so? Emo-chun barely twisted his body in midair, attempting to attack Might Kai with a long-range ninjutsu. However, he could not find where Might Kai was. Where is he? Where exactly is he? Cold sweat broke out on Emo-chun's forehead. He looked around, but simply could not find Might Kai. Over here. Without a ripple, without any hesitation, a voice sounded as Might Kai appeared behind Emo-chun. Bandages emerged wrapping around both Might Kai and Emo-chun, and they fell toward the ground together like a falling object. Bang! A violent explosion occurred, and the terrain was directly devastated. Kai! Everyone stared intently, wanting to know who in the dust had won the final victory. When the dust cleared, it was a figure drenched in blood, but standing straight, giving a thumbs up to everyone who had won. Might Kai had proven his strength to all, proving his own youth. The third match, Might Kai wins. Only then did the referee Jonin snap back to reality and announce the final result. Soon medical personnel carried Might Kai away. His injuries this time were severe. As for Zhuazwamu, Emo-chun, he had left this world with reluctance, but also with a certain satisfaction. Bai Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the one called Emo-chun was an idiot. All villains die from talking too much and from showing off. Didn't he know that? Serves him right. But still, what kind of technique was that? It could unleash such speed and power. Bai Feng swallowed. Even Bai Feng could not be sure of a sure win against Kai at that moment. Shueimon explained from the side, The 8 gates unlocking technique is a method that removes the bodhis restrictions on chakra, releasing excess energy. The 8 gates are the places that restrict chakra, and the 8 gates unlocking is the key to open them. When all 8 gates are open, the user can obtain power surpassing that of the Hokage, but the user will surely die. Such a dangerous technique. Kai, you really have surpassed me, Kakashi said honestly. Bai Feng was also filled with respect. Even though he knew that using such a technique would cause irreversible damage to his body, he still performed it to prove his own. Might Kai, such a man would one day become a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with any ninja, because he possessed that. Can I learn such a technique? This thought had just emerged when Bai Feng killed it, sealing it away forever. I already have a life-draining Dai 2 on me. If I learn the 8 gates as well, how can I survive? Bai Feng inquired. Teacher Shui Min, who knows the 8 gates? Very few people know it. Shui Min said, to learn the 8 gates one must first train the body to the extreme of extremes. The hardships during that period are not something ordinary people can endure. Even my teacher, one of the 3 ninjas Zilai Yi, does not know this technique. I've always wanted to ask who exactly are the Sannin. The Mai San and Zilai Yi, Da Shi Wan, and Qian Shou Gang Shou. They can be said to be the strongest group of ninjas in my village, but currently none of the 3 are in the village. Teacher Zilai Yi is on a journey, as is his way of life. Lady Gang Shou is probably gambling somewhere again. As for Lord Da Shiwan, Teacher Zilai Yi once said that this guy has become mysterious. I haven't seen Lord Da Shiwan many times in the village either. Shui Min said with a smile. Bai Feng nodded, and then did not ask anything else. Suddenly he felt an extremely cold gaze directed at him. Bai Feng turned around, and sure enough it was Tuanzong, that old schemer, staring fixedly at him. Is this guy sick? Am not some pretty girl, why is he looking at me so affectionately? Shui Min also noticed something, frowned slightly, and stepped in front of Bai Feng. He did not make any other moves, but wore a faint smile on his face. Humph. Tuanzong withdrew his gaze, and began plotting his next plan in his mind. Because he knew that Bai Feng, Shui Min had already noticed it was impossible to kill Bai Feng now. If that's the case, if we strike from the aspect of his family. Bai Feng, feeling the pressure lift, breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Shui Min, what exactly is the situation with that Tuanzong? Bai Feng inquired. Shui Min shook his head and did not explain too much. You just need to know that my village is not as wonderful as you think. Where there is light there is darkness, and Tuanzong is that kind of person. Bai Feng nodded, lost in thought. As long as he doesn't touch the people around me, I'm not afraid of him. Although it is difficult for Bai Feng to kill Tuanzong, now, he should still have no problem escaping if he cannot win. The next exam began soon. Both candidates were from other villages, and Bai Feng lost interest after a glance. Yo! Qing Yalong waved and walked towards Bai Feng. He nodded to Shui Min, Kakashi, and Lin as that guy with the bowl cut is really strong, Qing Yalong said with a smile. Yeah, he is truly strong. He reached this level through hard work, which none of us can. Bai Feng said softly. Qing Yalong smiled, and looked at the 2 ninjas still fighting. If you encounter the black-clothed ninjas and their group, what would you do? Bai Feng replied without hesitation. If I can kill them, I will kill them. I will never be indecisive. Bai Feng is no saint. If the opponent wants to kill him, then Bai Feng will slay them without hesitation. Is that so? Qing Yalong was not at all surprised by this answer. I look forward to fighting you. You must hold on until... After saying that, Qing Yalong waved his hand and walked towards his own team. Really, being handsome makes one an easy target, as expected. Bai Feng shook his head as if enlightened. Kakashi and Shui Min beside him couldn't be bothered to say anything. The match ended quickly, and a genin from Sunny. The big screen began to change. When the names were locked, Bai Feng's pupils contracted. Hataki Kakashi versus Li Tian of the bow and arrow. Kakashi. Lin called out in concern. Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Li Tian beside Danzo, falling into silence. Li Tian let out a cold smile and leaped directly into the arena with its destroyed terrain. Shui Min said gravely, Kakashi, I believe you understand that this is no longer just an exam. You must be careful. I know. Just as Kakashi was about to descend and fight Li Tian to the death, Bai Feng grabbed Kakashi's wrist. Bai Feng said gently, Kakashi, don't push yourself. You are my best friend, and I don't want to see you get hurt. Obito. Seeing the sincerity on Bai Feng's face, Kakashi nodded, extended his fist, and gently tapped it against Bai Feng's chest. I will definitely win this life and death battle beautifully, because I am the son of Konoha's White Feng, and because I am a member of Shui Min's squad. After speaking, Kakashi also left the spectator stands and began to exchange stares with Li Tian. The match begins. As the referee Jonin vanished, the duel officially commenced. Li Tian and Kakashi drew their blades simultaneously, and the edges clashed, producing sparks. I won't be like Mo Chun, I will kill you directly. As the two remained locked in stalemate, Li Tian spoke calmly. Kakashi snorted coldly. That depends on whether you have the skill. Clang. Both sides distanced themselves simultaneously, hands forming seals rapidly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Bang. The two wind release techniques canceled each other out, leaving neither injured. Both sides have mastered 2 or more types of nature transformations. Kakashi, you must win. Bai Feng shouted. Huff. This bastard is older than me, so his chakra reserves should be greater too. If this continues, he'll definitely lose. Kakashi began to analyze, continuously seeking an opportunity to win. However, Li Tian was also a strong opponent. He naturally wouldn't give Kakashi too much time to think. He threw a shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The number of shurikens suddenly multiplied, hurtling toward Kakashi. In an instant, the sheer volume of shurikens could turn Kakashi into a pincushion. Shui Min said slowly, the third Hokage's jutsu. Is it from Danzo? The technique Li Tian used might well be one Danzo had taught him. To be able to unleash such a high-level ninjutsu as a Jinin, this guy is no ordinary person. On the other side, Kakashi, seeing the vast number of shurikens, remained calm. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking all the shurikens. Taking advantage of this, Li Tian leaped into the air, his cheeks bulging. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball blasted toward Kakashi, whose pupils contracted as he retreated. Bang! The great fireball struck the ground, igniting the surroundings. To evade the flames, Kakashi leapt into the air, but Li Tian had already prepared his next earth release, earth dragon. Roar! A stone dragon erupted from the earth, letting out a deafening roar, then lunged at Kakashi, who was airborne. The gap became evident. When the combat power of both sides was not vastly different, battle experience became the decisive key to victory. Li Tian had been seizing the initiative all along, aiming to constantly suppress Kakashi and then strike him down the moment he showed a flaw. And now Kakashi was clearly cornered. At this distance and this time, Kakashi could no longer perform any ninjutsu. This was a checkmate. Kakashi, Lin called out, turning to look at Minato. But Minato merely curled his lips slightly, choosing not to rescue Kakashi. Bai Feng, whose Sharingan had already awakened, observed everything clearly, though others remained oblivious. Don't worry, Lin. That Kakashi is quite cunning, Bai Feng said with a smile. Lin shifted her gaze to the battlefield. The earthen dragon had devoured Kakashi, its fierce dragon roar echoing incessantly. How strange. Though Li Tian had forced Kakashi into this state himself, and such an outcome was exactly what he wanted, a nagging doubt lingered. However, while he didn't know Kakashi, while the son of the White Fang of Konoha, could he really be taken down so easily? Moreover, from start to finish, Kakashi had never shown a trace of panic. Had he truly been defeated? If the Kakashi swallowed by the earthen dragon was a decoy, then where was his real body? There were few places to hide a body at that time, and from the situation, only one location made sense. At this thought, Li Tian's unease grew. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air. Boom! The very moment he jumped, the ground suddenly shattered, and a massive fireball erupted upward. Hot! Though Li Tian had moved swiftly, the fireball still grazed him, leaving a scorched smell on his body. Bastard! Wind release, gale palm. Boom! Kakashi burst forth from underground, short blade in hand, slashing toward Li Tian's neck. Die! Li Tian seemed to tap into an inner strength, knocking the short blade from Kakashi's hand with a single strike. Without his weapon, how could Kakashi stand a chance against Li Tian? Kakashi was kicked and sent crashing heavily to the ground. Lightning release. Yellow lightning crackled in Li Tian's hands as he struck the fallen Kakashi. Paralyzed throughout his body, Kakashi lost all mobility. This battle is mine. Li Tian formed hand seals, remaining extremely cautious. Unlike Emo-chun, he chose not to engage in close combat, but instead used ninjutsu as his final attack. What if Kakashi unlocked hidden potential in close quarters? Li Tian would never let such a fluke happen. He completed the final hand seal. Kakashi still lay motionless on the ground, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to turn the tables on Li Tian. Just as Li Tian was about to unleash his ninjutsu and kill Kakashi, a buzzing sound rang out, and an explosion struck him from behind. Gah! The device that attacked Li Tian was not an explosive tag, but a hidden ninja tool developed by Minato himself. Powerful, yet small, and easily overlooked by others. The moment had come. Boom! Kakashi's kunai plunged into Li Tian's body, which was rigid from the explosion. You bastard! The kunai struck Li Tian's vital point. Just as Kakashi prepared to deliver the final blow, the referee Jonin intervened. With a palm strike, he pushed Kakashi back and shielded Li Tian. The match is over. The winner is Hatake Kakashi, the referee announced. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kakashi was unharmed. Although he had taken a few hits to create an opening, the damage was within his tolerance. Even if one's experience is inferior, as long as you maintain absolute confidence in victory during battle, you will not be suppressed by the enemy. Li Tian was carried away by medical staff after being severely injured, and Kakashi returned to the spectator stands. Kakashi glanced at Bai Feng and raised an eyebrow. He extended his hand, and their palms met with a crisp clap. I want to have a real fight with you, Kakashi said with a smile. Bai Feng returned the smile. Yeah, I know. If we meet later, we'll have a good, thorough battle. Shu Min and Lin smiled from the sidelines. This was the scene they wanted to support and protect. Bai Feng was about to say something else, when suddenly his vision blurred, then returned to normal. What was that? Bai Feng touched his eyes. Could it be due to overtraining recently? For some reason his eyesight had been deteriorating intermittently, and he attributed it to insufficient rest. Lin noticed Bai Feng's unease, and asked worriedly, are you all right? What's wrong? Dai too. Nothing, just my eyes blurred for a moment. Bai Feng rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. Could it be a side effect of Dai 2's previous possessions? If so, what was happening to Dai 2 now? Bai Feng called out repeatedly, but received no response, filling him with anxiety. Dai 2. Lin bit her lip as she watched Bai Feng, whose eyes had suddenly... She knew that Bai Feng was hiding something from them, and it was likely nothing good. At that moment Bai Feng realized that Lin had seen through him, but he could only keep pondering. Yet without Dai 2 present there were no clues. Bai Feng racked his brains, but came up with nothing. The match began once more, and the names on the big screen began to change rapidly. Dai 2. Whether it was women's intuition or something else, Lin suddenly felt a deep unease, as if something terrifying awaited her. Then the names on the big screen fixed. Lin Yi versus Ilu Zhengyan. Hey, this is intentional. Bai Feng immediately grabbed Lin's arm. Ilu Zhengyan was formidable. He had never revealed his true strength from start to finish, but Bai Feng knew that Ilu Zhengyan was powerful. So powerful that even Kakashi might not be able to defeat him. Bai Feng locked his gaze on Zhengyan, who curled his lips into a terrifying grin. He wanted to kill Lin. Bai Feng took a deep breath. Listen, Lin, I'm sorry, but this match... Don't worry, Dai 2. Lin shook her head, and interrupted Bai Feng, then looked at the members of Shumen's squad with a gentle smile. If I hide behind whenever there's trouble, I'll always be standing still. I know my talent isn't as good as yours. I don't expect to catch up and fight alongside you, but I just want to get a little closer to support you from behind. Lin's voice lacked its usual assertiveness. She looked at Bai Feng, who still gripped her wrist, and her eyes pleaded with him. She was well aware that her talent was mediocre. No matter how hard she worked, she could never catch up to Bai Feng or Kakashi. But Lin wanted to protect them, to support them from behind until they realized their dreams. But Bai Feng still refused to let go. He didn't know why he had become like this. Normally he would never do such a thing. Could it be that Dai 2 was gradually merging with me? Bai Feng considered a possibility, merging in the literal sense, everything blending together. That was why seeing Lin about to step into a match she could never win tore his heart apart. No, damn the merging. This wasn't Uchiha Dai 2's will, it was mine, Bai Feng's. I don't want to see Lin get hurt. Lin said nothing more, simply staring straight into Bai Feng's eyes, into the pupils that reflected her image. I understand. But you must promise me absolutely do not overdo it. Can you do that? I don't want to see you get hurt. Bai Feng spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. Bai Feng released Lin's slender wrist, and Lin gently rubbed it. His grip had been so tight in his agitation that it had turned red. Then I'm going. Thank you, Obito. Lin raised her reddened wrist and smiled. Match begin. Lightning release. Zheng Yan launched the first attack. He had observed carefully, although this girl was not weak, she currently only mastered one chakra nature. Water release. If Lin used water release to counter lightning release, it would backfire. Lin knew this too, so she did not directly block, but instead relied on her agile footwork to evade the attacks. While Lin was scrambling to dodge, Zheng Yan seized the opportunity to close in and swung his blade. I won't go easy on you just because you're cute. Die. The merciless slash swept out, and a chill engulfed Lin. Clang. A kunai met the blade, and then the clashing of steel began. Zheng Yan had trained under Danzo's root since childhood. In ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship, he was unmatched among genin. Not to mention Lin, a girl of about 8. So fast, so heavy, so strong. Lin barely managed to defend against each of Zheng Yan's strikes, and her body was already cut in several places, her clothes torn. Lin. Bai Feng gripped the railing, gritting his teeth, barely restraining himself from rushing to stop the match. Damn it, I was already worried enough about Lin, and now I seriously suspect that some aspect of Obito is merging with me. This is ridiculous. Now strange images kept flashing through Bai Feng's mind, and his inner turmoil was immense. He feared he might lose control and go berserk. Lin was knocked to the ground, gasping for breath, with several bloody cuts on her face. Why won't any of you just surrender directly? You know perfectly well that you can never defeat me, right? Zheng Yan suddenly stopped attacking. Instead of killing her immediately, he asked. Despite saying at the start that he wouldn't go easy, Lin sneered. How could someone like you ever understand? The bond between us is something no one can sever. Someone like you who would kill even your own villagers will never comprehend. Is that so? Then Zheng Yan said nothing more and swung his blade down. Clang. Lin's body turned into water splashing across the ground. A water clone. Zheng Yin snorted coldly, thrusting the hilt of his sword backward. Lin appeared at that moment, was struck in the stomach and fell to the ground. Zheng Yin said indifferently, "I want fall for such cheap tricks." Cough. Much was omitted. "Forget it, I don't want to see Lin keep getting hurt. Let's skip the fight." Lin stood there swaying, her eyes void of light. Zheng Yin said slowly, "This should be the end." He never imagined that this girl who should have fallen long ago kept getting up to fight. What drove her to fight so desperately? Not only her, but those before her as well. Why? What was it? Zheng Yin glanced at the supervising Jonin, who was watching him warily, then sneered. "My comrades are dead or wounded. This girl must also die." What are these? Memories that did not belong to Bai Feng surfaced before him, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. "Obito, what's wrong?" Kakashi asked. Kakashi. In his mind, Kakashi had pierced Lin's heart. What was this? Bai Feng barely suppressed the turmoil and looked at Lin. Her condition was dire. Though she had stood up, she could not last much longer. "Move, damn it." Lin collapsed in his arms. Bai Feng blocked Masahiko's fatal blow. "Nanny." The speed of that attack. How had this kid managed to keep? Impossible. Bai Feng's Sharingan spun relentlessly as he pressed his kunai against Masahiko's blade, preventing it from advancing another inch. A mere child dares to interfere in the match. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo appeared in front of Bai Feng in an instant, kunai in hand, aiming for his neck. Clang. Minato blocked Danzo, his kunai meeting the elders. "Lord Danzo, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Minato's voice gradually turned cold. He would never let his comrades die. Damn Minato Namikaze. Having failed to land the killing blow in that single chance, Danzo could no longer openly attack Bai Feng. Bai Feng gently held Lin in his arms and let out a soft breath. He lightly stroked her blood-stained face, then slowly turned his head. His crimson eyes fixed on Masahiko, filled with such hatred and fury that Masahiko's heart felt like it had plunged into an icy cavern. "This match goes to IRU Masahiko." The Jonin referee announced the final result. Bai Feng turned back to gaze at the unconscious Lin, his heart wrenching. This was not only Obito's feelings, it was also mine. I don't want to see my comrades hurt, even if such a thought is laughable in this shinobi world. Bai Feng said slowly. "IRU Masahiko, I will defeat you. I look forward to seeing which of us lives and which dies." Masahiko sneered, then vanished with Danzo. Bai Feng wiped the blood from Lin's lips with his hand, then under Minato Sensei's body flicker, they quickly reached Konoha Hospital. Bai Feng and Kakashi remained in the tower, continuing to watch the matches. "Obito, are you all right?" Kakashi asked. "Don't worry, I'm calm," Bai Feng replied with a smile. He was indeed calm now, and no strange images surfaced in his mind. Bai Feng. Bai Feng closed his eyes and began to telepathically communicate. "So you finally decided to show yourself? What have you been up to recently?" "Nothing much, just acting for the future." "The future?" Bai Feng frowned at the word. Could it be that the fusion of Obito's memories with his own was meant to prepare him for events yet to come? Obito laughed as he explained, "It's not that I actively merged with you, we were always one. Our current state is like two souls fighting for the same body. Though I haven't tried to seize control, we are slowly merging from certain aspects until we truly become one. Because having two souls in one body is already an impossibility. What does that have to do with the future?" Obito continued, "Before that, let me ask you something. Do you want me to disappear?" "I want to have a real fight with you," Kakashi said with a smile. Bai Feng returned this. "Do you want me to disappear? Do I want Dai 2 to disappear? Dai 2 has helped me so much, taught me so much, and it is because of him that I didn't lose my comrades, and it is because of him that I have reached my current level. I don't want you to disappear," Bai Feng said resolutely. "Is that so? You really are a lot like me." Dai 2 was not surprised by Bai Feng's response. Dai Tu's Sharingan fixed on Bai Feng's Sharingan. "I will not disappear, neither now nor in the future. I will fight alongside you." Dai 2 smiled. Bai Feng curled his lips. "That's good. After all, it's your responsibility that I became like this, so take good responsibility." "Don't worry." Dai 2 chuckled and said, "I will not disappear in the future. I will become an independent entity similar to a tailed beast." Regarding the knowledge of tailed beasts, Dai 2 had already explained it to Bai Feng. "Tailed beast. So you mean you can give me a portion of your chakra like a tailed beast instead of directly projecting your power onto me?" Bai Feng asked. Dai 2 nodded. "That makes things convenient. Directly taking over caused too much damage to Bai Feng's body, but if it's just a portion of chakra, Bai Feng can still bear it." The telepathic communication ended. Bai Feng opened his eyes and let out a slight breath. "Now even if Tuanzong secretly makes a move against me, I have the confidence to escape." His consciousness returned to reality. Bai Feng let out a slight breath, looking at the distant Tuanzong and Zheng Yan. These two must die. The second exam has completely ended. The winners will proceed to the third exam. Because the venue needs to be prepared this time, a generous week of rest is given. Kakashi went to visit my Teikai. He gave a look telling Bai Feng to visit Lin. Bai Feng carried a basket of fruit, and also brought flowers for the sick visit. Bai Feng walked to the door of Lin's room, took a deep breath, and knocked. Dai Tu, come in. Okay. He slid open the ward door, and Lin was sitting on the window of the ward was open. The weather was fine today. Sunlight streamed into the ward, shining on Lin. Lin's face was bandaged, but her spirits were quite good. She turned her head to look at Bai Feng and revealed that signature calm smile. Good morning, Dai Tu. A slightly weak voice sounded. Bai Feng arranged the flowers in a vase, then placed the fruit on the table. Good morning, Lin. How is your body? Are you alright? Bai Feng sat on the bed and smiled. Much better. I'm sorry I'm the only one who lost. Lin lowered her head, her fingers intertwined. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something. I'm sorry. I'm the only one. I lost. I was left behind. The tears that hadn't fallen even when she was beaten black and blue now streamed down. She only wanted to use all her strength to help Bai Feng and Kakashi. Lin only wanted to witness the moment when Bai Feng and Kakashi fulfill their dreams. But now she was being left further and further behind. Lin. Bai Feng reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lin's eyes. I will wait for you to join us. We will progress together and fulfill our own dreams. And that idiot Kakashi, the three of us are inseparable, you idiot. Bai Feng said softly. But what I can do has already. Bai Feng continued gently. Then let's become stronger together. I won't abandon you, just as you once encouraged me, just as you once pulled me out of self-doubt. This time it's my turn to help you. This was Bai Feng speaking for Obito. Part of Obito's past memories had merged with Bai Feng. When Obito was very young, he was a complete underdog. Despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, his talent was so poor that others mocked him. At that time, Obito still aimed to become Hokage, but with his talent he received only sarcasm, not encouragement. Even Obito himself fell into confusion and self-doubt. The darkness obscured Obito's vision of the path he should take. The young Obito had entertained the thought of giving up more than once. At that time he truly had no one to rely on. But every time there would always be someone standing ahead on that dark path waiting for Obito, comforting him, encouraging him, and helping him reclaim his dream of becoming Hokage. Obito, I want to witness the moment you become Hokage. I will support you from behind, so let's work hard together. For that single sentence, Obito worked hard and harder. But then a series of events occurred, causing his originally smooth path toward the future to halt, and he instead the memory ended. That was all Bai Feng knew about Uchiha Obito so far. It was because the girl before him was so gentle, always encouraging those around her, that Bai Feng also wanted to move forward with her and grow stronger together. The Sharingan appeared in Bai Feng's eyes. This is a pair of eyes that can see through everything. I will use them to prove that everything I said was not just to comfort you. I will defeat everyone, and then take your hand and move forward together. Obito, thank you. Lin wiped away her tears, revealing a genuinely heartfelt smile. The familiar Lin was back. Bai Feng sighed in relief and said, then he'll go train first. I will definitely defeat that damn bastard, and he'll show you. After uttering this proud line, Bai Feng walked out of the ward and let out a breath. Thank you, Bai Feng. Obito's figure emerged, his expression extremely complex. Just now Bai Feng's words had also been spoken for him. Bai Feng waved his hand. It's nothing, brother Tuzi. Alright, let's go train. At the very least we must defeat them in this Chunin exam. Yeah, it's just right. Let me see how strong you've become while I was asleep. Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Obito's words, he guessed he would be beaten up again in the mental world. Uchiha training ground. Bai Feng lay exhausted on the grass. Although he had no physical injuries, his spirit had suffered severe damage. But I'm still too inexperienced now. My dojutsu power is too low. Even using the Sharingan to cast Genjutsu, it's hard to harm others. Moreover, my control over the Sharingan is not yet proficient. Sometimes my eyes keep up, but my body can't. My prediction ability is still lacking. During these 7 days, Bai Feng studied with Obito, occasionally seeking advice from teacher Shuemin. Kakashi went to train with his father. As for Might Guy, he was still recovering in the hospital. It was hard to say whether he could participate in the third exam. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. The final exam of the Chunin exam had arrived. The third Jorin exam began. An endless stream of people made their way toward the venue of the third exam. This exam was open to the public, so even ordinary civilians could come to watch. Not only villagers from my village, but also many from the allied Cheyenne village had come to watch. Even the third generation Fengying had arrived in my village at the invitation of Yuanfei Risen. At this moment my village was a sea of people. Bai Feng and several other examinees had already arrived at the exam venue. Aside from Bai Feng, everyone else was. After all, they had to demonstrate their strength under the watchful eyes of so many, especially under the gaze of the Huoying and the Fengying. Even Bai Feng's heart was not entirely undisturbed. In my world, the third generation Fengying gets killed by Xia after the Zhongren exam, and Dai Tu's voice sounded from beside him. Xia, who is that guy? What a strange name. Xia's parents were killed by the White Fang of Mai during the Second Ninja World War. Xia has always wanted revenge, but in my timeline the White Fang of Mai committed suicide after a previous mission. Unable to vent his hatred, Xia killed the third-generation Feng Ying, and then the Third Ninja World War broke out. After hearing this, Bai Feng swallowed hard. Damn, so Uncle Shomao was that formidable. Dai 2, are you trying to say that in this world the White Fang of Mai isn't dead, so Xia's target for revenge is naturally still the White Fang of Mai, and then the Third Ninja World War won't break out? Not exactly. The outbreak of the Third Ninja World War was only triggered by the incident of the White Fang of Mai. In truth, the various villages had long been eyeing each other covetously. Even without Xia killing the third-generation Feng Ying, war was inevitable sooner or later. Bai Feng nodded. He had to mention this to Shuomao. What if that Xia, driven by vengeance, attacked Mai without regard for consequences? That would be disastrous. Able to kill a Ying-level powerhouse, his strength was naturally among the very top. Soon preparations were made. The presiding examiner this time was not the previous one, it was a Shangren who looked exceedingly formidable. The match list was finalized yesterday. Those whose names I call stay. The rest proceed to the spectator stands. First match, Yuzhibo Dai 2 versus Ilu Zhengyan. The first match was practically a grudge match. Bai Feng's lips curled upward as he glanced at the guy standing beside him. What a narrow path for enemies. Except for Bai Feng and Ilu Zhengyan, the other examinees headed toward the spectator stands. Before leaving, Kakashi said to Bai Feng, "Be careful. This guy hasn't shown his true strength from start to finish." I know. After all the examinees had left the battleground, Bai Feng and Ilu Zhengyan put some distance between them, silently waiting for the signal from the first match begin. Bang! Both sides erupted with a loud report. This time Bai Feng actually brought a blade. A few days earlier, Dai 2 had let him choose a weapon he was comfortable with. Initially, Bai Feng still picked up a kunai. But while a kunai was light and convenient for both close combat and ranged attacks, that was all it had to offer. After trying various weapons, Bai Feng found that he had a particular fondness for the blade. At this moment, Bai Feng was a true swordsman. When the two blades clashed, sparks flew. Both Bai Feng and Zheng Yan refused to yield, matching each other's strength. Clang, clang, clang. The duel of swordsmanship commenced. After all, Bai Feng had limited time to learn the blade, so naturally, he could not compare to Zheng Yan, who had been training in swordsmanship since childhood. That was why seeing Lin about to step into a match she could never win tore his heart apart. No, damn the merging. This wasn't Uchiha Dai 2's will. It was mine. Slap. With a flick of his blade, he sent Bai Feng staggering back. Masahiko swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning released lightning snake. Bang. Bai Feng's Sharingan had already foreseen it, and his hands were already sealed. Shadow clone technique. Using the shadow clone as a springboard, Bai Feng leaped into the air to evade the attack, and in the instant he jumped, the next seal was already complete. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Over a dozen small fireballs shot forth. Masahiko dodged the attacks, continuously seeking an opportunity to directly restrain Bai Feng. But under Bai Feng's Sharingan, all of this appeared utterly naive. Having predicted the position, Bai Feng clasped his hands to form seals. Fire release Great Fireball technique. Boom. A scorching great fireball surged toward Masahiko. Just as Masahiko was about to form seals to defend, Bai Feng suddenly widened his eyes. Fire release Great Fireball technique. Boom. A scorching great fireball surged toward Masahiko. Just as Masahiko, though Bai Feng's current ocular power wasn't enough to casually control others with the Sharingan's Genjutsu like Obito, it was sufficient to momentarily disrupt an opponent's attack. Just as Masahiko was about to be engulfed by the great fireball, he clapped his hands. Boom. His body transformed into lightning, piercing through the great fireball at incredible speed and charging straight at Bai Feng. Bang! With a single punch, Bai Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, then turned into a log that fell to the ground. Substitution technique. This area was not just an open field, it also had a small forest. There was also a pond, making it less difficult for ninjas who only used water techniques. At this moment, Bai Feng was hiding in a tree. That was close. This bastard indeed concealed his strength. That way of manipulating chakra, just like Saikairo using lightning to augment his speed, Bai Feng analyzed. Moreover, Masahiko's strength probably didn't stop there. As a genin sent by Danzo to kill Bai Feng, he was likely the strongest genin. He was also fully capable of surpassing his rank. Thinking this, Bai Feng's caution increased. I must keep probing, or he'll be at a severe disadvantage. Just as Bai Feng was pondering his next move, Masahiko, standing in the distance, suddenly turned his head toward Bai Feng. Found you. Damn. Under Bai Feng's Sharingan's gaze, Masahiko charged at him with such speed that Bai Feng could barely keep up. Bai Feng wanted to ask how these people could wield lightning release so masterfully. It wasn't even a Kekkei Genkai, yet they made it seem more formidable than one. Bai Feng leaped down from the tree in a flash. Masahiko's blade struck empty air, and he formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon. Boom. Masahiko also mastered more than one nature transformation. Bai Feng felt deceived by the teachers at the Ninja Academy. Where was the promise that only Jonin could reach this level? The Earth Dragon charged at Bai Feng with a dragon's roar. Bai Feng pulled out explosive kunai, which were wrapped with explosive tags possessing immense destructive power. He threw several explosive kunai at the Earth Dragon, blasting it to pieces. Even after destroying the dragon, Bai Feng did not let his guard down. He kept retreating as Masahiko was rushing toward him at full speed. After Bai Feng led Masahiko in a few circles, Masahiko frowned. Something was off. This guy seemed to be deliberately luring him. A trap. Thinking this, Masahiko stopped his pursuit and instead bombarded Bai Feng with long-range attacks. TCH, he didn't fall for it. Seems he does have brains. Bai Feng's heart sank. Indeed, as Masahiko had guessed, Bai Feng wasn't just dodging randomly. He had been secretly planting explosive tags and hidden ninja tools in one spot as a trap. He had practically staked his entire arsenal, but Masahiko didn't take the bait. Damn, Bai Feng couldn't help but curse. Those explosive tags had cost him a fortune, and now they were all wasted. Since the trap was useless, there was no point in continuing to evade. Bai Feng switched from defense to offense. Clang. One slash after another, Bai Feng's assault grew increasingly fierce. What's going on? Masahiko frowned. Though he was still suppressing Bai Feng with his blade technique, Bai Feng's momentum was building. Sharingan. Clang. Masahiko staggered back, disbelief in his eyes. Is this all you've got? He'll return those words to you. Bai Feng shouted. Bai Feng created distance, hurling countless shuriken attached to thin steel wires. Sharingan blade technique, 3 blades of the Grandmaster. Bai Feng pulled the wires, and with a yank, Masahiko was bound to a tree immobile. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. The Dragon Fire technique was a jutsu that concentrated power into a single point. Though its attack range was small, its penetration was formidable. The Dragon Fire technique followed the steel wires, binding Masahiko, blasting into him. The immense power pierced straight through the thick tree. When the flames subsided, Masahiko stood there charred and motionless. Huff. I'm exhausted. Should be done right. Bai Feng panted. The Sharingan blade technique was a move only the Uchiha clan could use, as it required the Sharingan's insight to choose the optimal angle for throwing shuriken and to predict the enemy's movements. Without the Sharingan, one could not achieve Bai Feng's level. By now, Bai Feng's chakra was significantly depleted. He was breathing heavily. Through the Sharingan, he observed that the Masahiko before him was not a substitution. As for a shadow clone, he didn't think so. Leaving aside the difficulty of learning the shadow clone technique, Masahiko's every move had been under Bai Feng's watch, and the hand seals for a shadow clone were very distinct. So it was impossible for Masahiko to have used a shadow clone. But just to be safe, he should finish him off. Though Bai Feng thought this, he still approached cautiously. It seemed nothing was wrong. Bai Feng raised his blade, aiming for Masahiko's crown. Thud. Blood did not flow. Instead, a fierce surge of lightning erupted. Bang. The sudden electric shock left Bai Feng's mind blank, and he was sent flying. A self-created clone. That was the only thought that crossed Bai Feng's mind before his mind went blank. Other than that, he could think of no other possibility. Self-created lightning clone. Masahiko's true body appeared from the side, driving a blade toward Bai Feng's heart. Damn you. At the instant the blade was about to pierce his heart, Bai Feng's chakra surged unexpectedly, restoring his previously paralyzed body. With his weapon dropped, he had no choice but to catch Zheng Yan's sword barehanded. Blood dripped from Zheng Yan's blade onto the ground, the edge mere millimeters from the heart, yet unable to advance a single inch. Zheng Yan found it unbelievable. How could a mere child possess such overwhelming strength? And that burst of chakra he had just unleashed. Get lost. Bai Feng roared, straining his arms as he braced against the pain and hurled Zheng Yan's body. Whoa! Bang! A fist slammed into Zheng Yan's face, sending blood spraying as he spun like a top and crashed into a tree stump. Detonate. Zheng Yan's position now coincided exactly with the explosive tag trap Bai Feng had laid earlier. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, billowing smoke through the forest and even igniting a blaze. Bai Feng had dashed out of the forest the instant the tags detonated, escaping unscathed. Damn it, all those explosive tags I hoarded for so long are gone. Under my Peido wind strike, even if the Heavenly King himself came, you'd be done for. Bai Feng panted. The referee Jonin narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the outcome. In the audience, Kakashi felt a chill for Bai Feng. The speed Zheng Yan had displayed earlier seemed overwhelming even to him. Qin Yilong also remained thoughtful. Zheng Yan's application of lightning release chakra nature was similar to his own, though evidently superior. Kakashi, how is Obito? Just then Rin approached Kakashi, her face pale. Rin, why are you here? You're badly injured. You should be resting. Kakashi frowned. Rin gave a bitter smile and shook her head. I'm worried about Obito. Since we're walking this path together, at least I want to witness his moment of victory. Kakashi sighed and said nothing more. The third Kazekage and the third Hokage were watching the battle between the two prodigies while chatting. These two children are incredibly strong. Especially that Uchiha boy. To have mastered the Sharingan to such a degree at his age is remarkable, praised the third Kazekage. From this one could see the depth of Konoha's strength. Both Jinin were under 20, yet had achieved such feats. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, then frowned as he glanced toward the shadowy figure of Danzo. That boy Iru Zheng Yan. He's Danzo's man, isn't he? Why? Still, though he didn't know Danzo's intentions, he had to stay vigilant, though otherwise the already tense Uchiha clan might seize the opportunity to act. He hoped Danzo wouldn't do anything too extreme. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Feng was secretly forming hand seals. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take him down, damn bastard. Bai Feng cursed. Here he comes above you. Obito's voice rang out. Bai Feng looked up. Zheng Yan had already leaped into the air. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. Boom. A fiery dragon soared skyward, its fangs bared, biting at Zheng Yan in midair. Zheng Yan's body was engulfed by the dragon, which then exploded, leaving no trace of him. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. Boom. A fiery dragon soared skyward, its fangs bared, biting at Zheng Yan in midair. Zheng Yan's Bai Feng used kunai to deflect Zheng Yan's attacks repeatedly. Since Zheng Yan was cloaked in lightning, every time Bai Feng drew near he was jolted by electricity. Gradually Bai Feng's muscles became unresponsive from the shocks, and if this continued they would cease to obey the brain's signals. He couldn't let this go on. Bai Feng pulled a smoke bomb from his pouch and crushed it. Thud! As smoke billowed, he crushed several more, perfectly concealing him. Zheng Yan scanned the area warily, his vision obscured. Suddenly sensing something, he tilted his head. A cut appeared on his cheek, drawing blood. "You bastard." Zheng Yan accelerated again, quickly escaping the smoke. The moment he left a searing fireball. So that's the plan. Distract me with the smoke, then use a great fireball as a feint while the real killing blow comes from behind. Zheng Yan vanished like a bolt of lightning, dodging the fireball. When he reappeared, a barrage of kunai and shuriken flew at him at a speed that rivaled the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Truly a master of hand speed. Just as I thought, but you're still too green. Earth-style earth flow wall. Zheng Yan slammed his hands on the ground, raising a wall of earth to block the projectiles. Zheng Yan panted. After such a prolonged fight, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to use ninjutsu freely. Boom. Suddenly a shadow appeared at Zheng Yan's feet. Startled, he looked up to find a cloth hanging on a kunai, swaying like a balloon. The instant Zheng Yan was distracted by the decoy, Bai Feng struck from another angle, landing a heavy kick. Zheng Yan hastily raised his arm, but Bai Feng, using his Sharingan, broke through his defense and kicked him at an impossibly sharp angle, smashing his head into the earth wall and leaving him dazed. Zheng Yan hastily raised his arm, but Bai Feng, using his Sharingan, broke through his defense and kicked him at an impossibly sharp angle, smashing his head. So this is the real body. Bai Feng was already fully prepared. The moment Zheng Yan's true form appeared, a kunai slid from Bai Feng's sleeve into his hand. Boom. Zheng Yan suddenly transformed into a lightning explosion, charring and numbing Bai Feng as he stumbled back. So the one who was kicked was the real body all along. In the instant Bai Feng was completely immobilized, Zheng Yan's blade plunged into his heart. Blood gushed, and the light of life faded from Bai Feng's eye. "You're finally dead, Uchiha Obito." Zheng Yan panted, his chakra exhausted after unleashing a self-created lightning clone technique. But he had won this battle. He had completed Lord Danzo's mission, successfully eliminating Uchiha Obito. Blood splattered, the sound of a heart being pierced, blood gushing out like a fountain. Thud! Obito's body turned into white smoke and vanished, and the blood that had sprayed from his body disappeared in an instant. Shadow clone. Just as Zheng Yan realized he had been deceived, a fist whistling through the air was already upon his face. Bang! Zheng Yan was struck so hard that blood spewed from his mouth, and the blade in his hand was cast aside. Obito, whose chakra was also nearly depleted, panted heavily, raining one punch after another upon Zheng Yan. "Damn you!" Zheng Yan also drove his fists into Obito's face, and Obito spat blood wildly as they exchanged blows relentlessly. "Obito!" Rin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Obito time and again risked his life for his comrades, even though he always spoke of being a slacker, of not caring, even though he appeared so flippant on the surface. But this time it was still Rin he was protecting, giving his all, even if he was beaten so badly, even if he looked so utterly miserable. "Damn it! Go to hell!" Zheng Yan landed a heavy punch squarely on Obito's nose, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the ground. A breath. The sound of breathing. "I can feel it, still breathing, I can still stand up." Just as the referee Jonin was about to announce the result, Obito, trembling, slowly rose to his feet, raised his fist unsteadily, and staggered toward Zheng Yan. "Obito, stop fighting. That's enough. Really, it's enough." Rin's plea, her words reached Obito. Obito lacked the strength to turn his head and offer Rin a reassuring smile. In his current state, even an ordinary person could easily knock him down. But even so, what of it? Obito could still stand, and that was enough. The entire audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the blood-soaked youth who still struggled to reach the finish line. Uchiha Obito. That name was deeply etched into the hearts of those present. Silently they prayed for this young man, hoping he would achieve the result he desired and reach the end he longed for. Time and again, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash. Time and again. Go to hell. Zheng Yan's mind was shaken. Before him stood Obito and earlier Rin, and even the Shiranui he had looked down upon. All of them were knocked down again and again, yet rose again and again. Are these people even human? With injuries like that, there's no way they can stand. Sorry. I may not be talented, but as someone who has died once, I have a tenacious life. Raising his fist with all his might, Obito's face was already a mess, like a red monster. This monster bared a bloodthirsty grin, a smile that filled Zheng Yan with terror and madness. Hey! The monster laughed wildly. Have you ever tasted defeat? Go to hell, you monster. I may be a good for nothing, but you are worse than me. Bang! The fist as hard as rock smashed into Zheng Yan's face. Words grew larger before his. I may be a good for nothing, but you are worse than me. Bang! The fist as hard as rock smashed into Zheng Yan's face. Zheng Yan felt the world spinning before him, and the next moment the connection of consciousness snapped, plunging into darkness. What a madman. Also a terrifying monster. That was Zheng Yan's last thought before losing consciousness. Thud. Zheng Yan collapsed to the ground motionless. Obito stood swaying on his feet. Even though he longed to fall asleep, he had to hear the result of this match, because it was a promise between Obito and Rin. The referee Jonin came to his senses, shock evident in his eyes. This youth with such an indomitable spirit would surely become a ninja renowned across the 5 nations. The winner of this match is Uchiha Obito. As the result was announced, the entire venue erupted. Encouragement, concern, praise. The audience showered it all upon the young man without reservation. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 3rd Kazekage were moved by Obito's spirit. Uchiha Obito. Both cage-level powerhouses were deeply impressed by what a bunch of noisy people. But still, it's not bad. Having heard the result, he wanted Obito could no longer hold on and fell backward. A figure flashed. Minato gently caught Obito's battered body in his arms, his eyes full of pride. Well done, Obito. I'm proud to have you as my student. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any longer. Minato's voice was soft and gentle, but then he turned his gaze to Danzo with eyes that could freeze anyone. What a bunch of useless trash. Danzo cursed inwardly. This was going to be troublesome. Minato Namikaze was being groomed by that old man Hiruzen as his successor. This was a problem. Supported by Kakashi, Rin also came to Minato's side. Seeing Obito, who was hardly recognizable, Rin's tears once again overflowed. Idiot. Why did you go so far? I can't do anything, and I have such a foolish dream. Why did you risk so much? Because just as you wanted to witness Obito's dream, he wanted to support you from behind. Minato embraced his 3 students together. I'm so glad you are my students. Both Obito and Zheng Yan were sent to the hospital. Their injuries were extremely severe, almost to the point of death. Fortunately, Konoha Hospital's medical expertise was top-notch, pulling Obito back from the brink. After treatment, Obito, completely wrapped in bandages, was sent to a ward to rest. Kakashi and Minato left first, due to the Chunin exams. Rin took on the major responsibility of caring for Obito. Watching Obito, whose breathing had become calm, she gently held his hand. Although Rin's own body also needed rest at that moment, all she wanted was to take care of Obito. Obito, thank you. Her soft, gentle words whispered into Obito's ear. Finally exhausted, Rin fell asleep, still holding Obito's hand. Sunlight streamed into the ward, illuminating Obito's face, which was wrapped in bandages, his lips still curled into a smile as he slept soundly. It also shone on Rin's face, holding his hand, feeling at ease, a smile upon her own. At that moment, no one disturbed them. No one interrupted their beautiful dreams. Once again, it ended with him gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Bai Feng lay weakly on the grass of the consciousness space, a wretched expression on his face. According to common sense, as Bai Feng grew stronger, the injuries he sustained should have decreased. But what was happening now? From fighting above his rank against Chunin, then to Jonin, and now to fair and equal battles. No matter the outcome, Bai Feng ended up utterly miserable. I wonder when he'll wake up in reality. By the way, what exactly is the principle of this place? Every time I fall asleep, I come here. Bai Feng closed his eyes and said. Everything in the consciousness space felt quite real. The sun was bright, with occasional gentle breezes passing by, making Bai Feng feel extremely comfortable. Just as Bai Feng was enjoying this soothing tranquility, a youth who looked exactly like him appeared before Bai Feng. Whoa! Who are you? Bai Feng instantly sprang up, looking warily at the youth before him. He hadn't used a shadow clone, had he? The youth waved his hand. Don't worry, I am Yuzhibo Daitu. This appearance is probably a temporary form after you merged with a part of me. At this moment Dai Tu wore a forehead protector and goggles not much different from Bai Feng's attire. You really scared me. You really look exactly like me, Bai Feng said while stroking his chin. Isn't that stating the obvious? Dai Tu thought with some weariness. Bai Feng sat up and Dai Tu walked over to sit beside him. The two youths, identical in appearance, but completely different in heart, gazed into the distance. When will that so-called fusion be completed? Bai Feng asked first. Dai Tu shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. This is my first time trying to transform my soul into a tailed beast form, so I have no idea how long it will take. I see. I just hope that you two Zigu won't suddenly disappear with a pop at a critical moment. If that happens, I'll really cry for you, Bai Feng said wearily. Little did Bai Feng know he had secretly set himself up for a flag. What was waiting for him in the future? How exciting. The two fell into a brief silence. What is your opinion of Lin? Dai Tu asked. Bai Feng paused slightly. What did Tu Zigu mean? As for Lin, she is a very good girl, gentle, strong, and resilient, and also cute. Maybe just a little lacking in one area. If it were a bit bigger. But for her age it's not bad. Bai Feng rattled on. Dai Tu, I didn't ask you to voice your desires. Then what are your feelings for her? Bai Feng smiled. Feelings? I'm not sure. Maybe I simply treat her like a sister. Maybe like a friend. Maybe as a girl. I don't know, and there's no rush. We're still young. It's not early anymore. The future that awaits you is one I cannot predict. Perhaps a future of despair rather than hope. So before that future arrives, do what you must. Don't be like me, only realizing it's too late after losing everything. Dai Tu's voice was filled with world weariness. Bai Feng, I don't want your future to be like mine, full of detours and scheming. I hope your destination is one where everyone is happy, not a hell leading only to despair. Because I have already been drenched by the rain, all I want to do now is to become your umbrella to prevent you from getting wet again. Dai Tu paused, then continued with a smile. Although it sounds strange, I actually treat you like a younger brother. Tu Zigu. From the very beginning, Dai Tu had always helped Bai Feng, without ever mentioning any rewards, selflessly assisting him. Perhaps Dai Tu wanted to atone for everything he had done in his past life, or perhaps he was simply a good-natured man. But indeed, Dai Tu had helped Bai Feng a great deal, guiding his training and turning the tide in desperate situations. That's true. Tu Zigu, thank you for everything all along, Bai Feng said sincerely. Although in this ninja world such sentimental attachments might dull Bai Feng, making the one stuff Bai Feng indecisive again. But this was merely what Bai Feng wanted to do, and that was enough. Alright, since we're idle, let's train. Dai Tu smiled and stood up. Bai Feng shook his head with a wry smile. After that, the entire spiritual world echoed with screams. The Chunin exams had ended. Because this Chunin exam had been too brutal, whether winners or losers, many were dead or wounded. Therefore, among so many candidates, which ones could become Chunin required discussion and analysis by the Mu Yihai Evil. Of course, Bai Feng was naturally unaware of all this. He lay in bed for a full week, only regaining consciousness after a week. Opening his eyes, the familiar ceiling instantly made Bai Feng realize. It was that familiar room again. The hospital, eh? By the way, why have I become the main customer of the hospital? Thinking about it is really pathetic. Bai Feng complained as soon as he opened his eyes. The pain all over his body had eased a little. At least Bai Feng could bear it. Wrapped in bandages, he felt uncomfortable. He looked around the room, then out the window. The sun was just setting. Are Lin and the others still on missions? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I wonder what the results of the Chunin exam are. Bai Feng slowly got out of bed. After lying in bed for a week, he was extremely weak, walking unsteadily. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But how can I regain consciousness so quickly from such a near-fatal injury? With 2Z guess, so-called tailed beast transformation, is my Bodis recovery ability gradually increasing? Bai Feng speculated. Then he clenched his fist. The extremely weak Bai Feng could barely make a fist. This injury was really too severe. It was a miracle. I hope my handsome face doesn't leave any scars. Otherwise it would be awkward when I'm with Lin later. Bai Feng lay back down on the bed. With such a body he couldn't do anything, so it was better not to cause trouble. I wonder if that bastard Lu Zhengyan is dead or not. Damn it, he dared to hit Lin so hard. He'll beat you to death. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. Bai Feng did not believe that Zheng Yin could survive. Even with his own formidable regenerative abilities, he had nearly met the King of Hell. There was no chance that Lu Zhengyan was still alive. In the end, Bai Feng and Zheng Yin fought with their lives on the line, for only one of them could emerge alive. Yet Bai Feng proved to be the more resilient, standing victorious at the final moment. Bai Feng closed his eyes, intending to resume his training with Dai Tu. He had just experimented with various other weapons alongside Dai Tu. Although he found the blade to be quite convenient, and the image of a swordsman quite dashing, something still felt missing. Bai Feng had tried many weapons, daggers, swords, even hammers. all of which Daitu had tossed to him for testing. At that moment, Bai Feng desperately wanted to ask Daitu which village had such poor taste as to forge a hammer. Closing his eyes, Bai Feng quickly fell asleep. This was a place even more hellish than the root base. Danzo's expression was extremely grim. His presence here was a matter of sheer necessity. Because of bluffing Shuimin, Danzo's actions had been severely restricted. "Two damned bastards," Danzo cursed under his breath. "Oh my lord Danzo, what brings you here?" Suddenly a hoarse voice echoed as a pale-faced man with strange eyeshadow around his eyes slowly emerged from the darkness, his long hair trailing behind him. "Deshiwan, one of the three ninja of my legendary shinobi who mastered countless ninjutsu." Danzo said slowly, "Deshiwan, I need your assistance." "Do tell," Deshiwan chuckled eerily. "Could it be that you intend to move against Yuzebo Daitu?" Danzo frowned, surprised that even Deshiwan, who was rarely seen, had learned of this matter. "A man of your age making a move against a child. Hardly appropriate, is it?" Deshiwan remarked with a faint smile. Though Deshiwan was also curious about how a child not yet 10 years old had achieved such feats, he had no intention of cooperating with Danzo to strike against a child. Deshiwan laughed derisively. "You've truly fallen, Danzo. Not only can't you handle a child, but you're also acting so childish." "Is that so? Remember this, Deshiwan." Danzo's figure faded away, and Deshiwan shook his head in disdain. "Yuzebo Daitu. It might indeed be worth making contact with him. He defeated my failed creation, which proves he harbors some secret." In the desert, a red-haired man walked through the sands, his eyes filled with hatred and a burning desire for revenge. Bai Feng of my village. That name, he would never forget it, for his parents had died at the hands of this man. Uchiha Scorpion, that was his name. He was the finest puppeteer of Cheyenne village, the grandson of the village's advisor Chio. "This time I will kill him. Bai Feng of my village, you must die." A strange smile curled on Xie's face. At this moment, he was somewhat deranged. His heart had become as hollow as a puppet. Xie sought vengeance, and anyone who stood in his way would die. "And his son? Bai Feng of my village has a son, doesn't he? I will slowly torture him with poison until he perishes." Xie spoke venomously. There was no mercy, only cold-bloodedness. No humanity, only a heart consumed by revenge. What drove this puppet named Xie was nothing but hatred. Killing the Bai Feng of my village was his sole desire. After a month of recuperation, Bai Feng was finally granted permission to leave the hospital. Even so, he was still unable to undertake any particularly violent missions, as his body had not yet fully recovered. The sun shone brightly beneath a cloudless sky, and the weather on the day welcoming Bai Feng's discharge was exceptionally fine, lifting his once heavy spirits considerably. "Daitu," a crisp and melodious voice rang out. Bai Feng turned his head to look, and his good mood instantly soured, as if he had encountered something utterly exasperating. The members of Schumann's squad had all come to pick Bai Feng up from the hospital. This should have been a joyful occasion, but when Bai Feng spotted Rin and Kakaxi wearing their Chunin vests, his mood became complicated. What exactly is going on? This is based on the higher-ups' evaluation. They deemed that Rin and Kakaxi are qualified to be Chunin. Shuimin, discerning what was on Bai Feng's mind, spoke directly. Kakaxi had performed exceptionally well in all aspects. While Bai Feng was unconscious, he had used his intellect to defeat Qin Ilong, and this display earned him the qualification to become a Chunin. As for Rin, though her combat strength was somewhat lacking, her spirit and her exquisite medical ninjutsu had also earned her recognition. As for Bai Feng, despite his formidable power and tactical acumen in battle, he could sometimes be rather stubborn. "Somehow I feel an inexplicable melancholy." Bai Feng looked up at the sky. Now he was the only Jinin left in the entire Shuimin squad. Kakaxi closed one eye and said, "Well, I've finally surpassed you." What did you say?" Bai Feng retorted, refusing to accept it. "I was so brave. If it weren't for me wanting to stand up for Rin, would I have fought so desperately?" Bai Feng and Kakaxi began their long-lost bickering. Shuimin and Rin exchanged a glance, and both smiled. "Sensei, seeing this, do you feel both helpless and heartwarming?" Rin asked playfully. Shuimin smiled at the scene, both familiar and strange, and the familiar exchanges. "It's really hard to get them in sync, but it is indeed heartwarming, making one want to protect it forever," Shuimin said with a smile. Shuimin's mood grew slightly heavier. Relations between the various nations were gradually becoming tense. In particular, the Cloud-Hidden Village seemed to be contemplating war. How long would this peace last? "That's just how you are. That's why I can't get along with you. Why do you always wear that mask? Showing off." "That's my freedom." "Then why do you wear that ugly visor?" Just as they were about to escalate into an impromptu spar, a small figure stepped between them. All right. Why do you two start arguing every time you meet? Honestly, try to act more reliable," Rin said with a smile. Bai Feng and Kakaxi both turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other. Childish. Seeing all this, Dai too couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he had been much the same in the past, hadn't he? Alright, to celebrate Dai Tusk discharged the meals on me today. Let's go eat at Yao Ramen with all the toppings. Shuaimin declared generously. I love you, Shimin Sensei. Bai Feng's erstwhile melancholy instantly transformed. He cleared his throat and cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, as if to say he wouldn't stoop to a child's level. Kakashi, why is this person so childish? After finishing the ramen, Bai Feng patted his belly with a look of utter contentment. This meal was truly satisfying. After all, Teacher Minato had said he could order any side dish he wanted, so why not indulge himself? As for the constipated expression on Minato's face afterward, Bai Feng automatically erased it from his mind. Returning to the familiar Uchiha compound, he felt that even the air here was sweet. It feels like I've been away for ages, though I really have been gone a long time, Bai Feng said with a smile. Huh, Obito-senpai. Suddenly a voice even younger than Bai Feng's rang out. He turned to see a boy who looked a year or two younger than him. Shursui, what are you doing here? Shursui smiled and pointed behind a tree where a toddler who appeared to be 2 or 3 years old was hiding. His name is Uchiha Itachi, a very cute little brother. I'm playing with him today, Shursui said with a smile. Bai Feng nodded and looked at the cautious Itachi, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yo! Itachi trembled all over. Bai Feng had somehow appeared behind him. You? Don't be scared. Bai Feng revealed a warm smile and reached out to pat Itachi's head. I'm from the Uchiha clan, just like you. I'm your senior. Don't judge me by my looks. I really like kids. Nice to meet you. Looking at the big brotherly Bai Feng, Itachi nodded, tilted his head, and broke into a smile. Shursui walked out from the side. It seems Itachi really likes you, Obito-senpai. Yeah, by the way, how are things going at the academy? I remember you're in the 1st grade, right? Bai Feng asked. Shursui replied. Yes, I've already finished what the academy teaches. It's a bit too simple. Simple? Well, from Bai Feng's perspective, it really wasn't hard. The fact that Shursui said it so casually meant he was a true genius. By the way, senior, is war about to break out? Shursui uttered an unexpected line. I don't know. I see. At that time, senior and I might both be sent to the battlefield, right? Shursui said with a smile, patting the worried Itachi standing beside. Don't worry, Shursui. If there really is a war in the future, and if the flames of war reach Konoha, or even the Uchiha clan, he'll step up. Bai Feng said with a smile. Though his current strength wasn't enough to truly change the course of battle, that didn't mean it couldn't in the future. Once that so-called tailed beast transformation that Obito mentioned succeeded, Bai Feng's power would definitely jump several levels. Itachi asked worriedly, is war coming? Wars kill many people, right? Is there anything I can do to help? Itachi, you don't need to help us with anything. Shursui crouched down and patted Itachi's head. Senior, and I will handle it. You have great talent, so train hard. You're too smart. Your future achievements will surely surpass mine. Really? Of course it's true. Shursui smiled. I will absolutely risk my life to bring peace to Konoha because you are my little brother. Shursui revealed a gentle smile. Even Bai Feng couldn't help but admire the young man in front of him. To have such conviction at such a young age was far beyond mere genius. Anyone with this kind of resolve would surely achieve great things in the future. After bidding farewell to Shursui and Itachi, Bai Feng returned to the familiar home. Obito, are you feeling better? Are you all right? Before he even stepped through the door, Grandma's voice, laced with concern, reached him. How did she manage to do that? Perhaps it was because Grandma was familiar with Bai Feng's footsteps. Bai Feng smiled and said, it's fine. My body is in great shape. Grandma, are you washing clothes? I'm coming. Grandma, you go rest. With that, Bai Feng took a stool and began to wash the clothes. Grandma was a bit at a loss. Although Bai Feng was usually sensible and filial, wasn't he a bit over the top today? Did something happen? Grandma asked worriedly. Bai Feng shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. I just suddenly felt like doing this. All right, Grandma, go rest outside. The weather is nice today. You can have a cup of tea and bask in the sun. It's good for your health. But don't stay out too long. Although Grandma was still a bit uneasy, she didn't say much. Now, even if Bai Feng was hiding something from his grandmother, as long as she supported her grandson, that was enough. Bai Feng finished washing the clothes, hung them up to dry, and let out a soft sigh. He returned to his room, lay down on the floor, and pulled out the box that had been hidden under the... Inside was a masked one that only revealed the eyes. Have you made up your mind? Obito's voice sounded. Bai Feng nodded without hesitation. I must kill Danzo. Yes, Bai Feng was going to take action today. Although Obito had not yet fully merged with Bai Feng could still use a portion of Obito's chakra. Coupled with countless battle training and the nourishment of Obito's chakra, Bai Feng's physical strength had greatly improved. At this moment, Bai Feng planned to eliminate Danzo, who had been scheming behind his back. Seeing that Bai Feng had made up his mind, Obito said nothing more. In that case, be prepared to face the entire route. As for intelligence about route, Obito told Bai Feng everything he knew. Even some future masterminds, such as the founder of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Now Bai Feng was qualified to know these things. As for future actions, it would depend on Bai Feng's own choices. If he made the right choice, then those tragic futures would not come to pass. If he made the wrong choice, then a hell more despairing than what Obito had experienced would descend. Everything, even the direction of the future, was now in Bai Feng's hands. Bai Feng whispered, "Let's deal with Danzo first. As for the others, I really don't have the ability to handle them now." At present, the greatest threat to Bai Feng was Danzo. As for the likes of Uchiha Madara at this stage, they were only plotting and had yet to take real action. Obito warned, "But you must know that although Danzo's methods are wrong, even detestable and hateful, his contributions to Konoha are also great, and so." The root organization under Danzo was completely different from the Umbu directly under the Hokage. They were like blades in the darkness of Konoha, specializing in the darkness that justice could not accomplish. In other words, their job was to do things that couldn't see the light. Danzo and Root became the most direct and effective sword of Konoha, eliminating all threats inside and outside the village with the attitude of better to kill by mistake than to let go. It could be said that the existence of Root also contributed greatly to the peace of Konoha, though their methods had always been harsh. This also made the third Hokage increasingly dissatisfied with Root's methods. Bai Feng whispered, "But if I don't take action, I will remain passive. His target is me now, but what about later? That old schemer Danzo will definitely attack the people around me just to see me fall." Even if Bai Feng could protect himself, could he truly protect everyone around? Even if he might become a sinner because of this to protect those he cared about, Bai Feng could only walk this path. Bai Feng's actions this time would not be understood by others, so he prepared this mask, one that could conceal his identity. Then get ready. The stock of shinobi tools also needs to be replenished. Bai Feng's hair had grown long because he had been recuperating for the past few months and hadn't had a haircut. "Since I've chosen this path, I must make sure that I am never discovered." The sun gradually set, dusk fell, and after Grandma finished basking in the sun, soon dinner was ready. Bai Feng and Grandma sat at the table eating and chatting about the future. "Grandma, I'm not bragging. Although I didn't become a Chunin, my strength is far beyond that level. I can even beat Jonin." Bai Feng laughed. Grandma couldn't help but laugh. Although she was an ordinary person and didn't know the strength of Chunin or Jonin, seeing Bai Feng like this made her happy. After dinner, the moon was full tonight. Bai Feng lay on the rooftop admiring the round moon. "Phew. Nervous. Yeah, after all, my next opponent is the darkest side beneath the surface harmony of Konoha. It's normal for me to be nervous, right?" Bai Feng said with a bitter smile, constantly encouraging himself in his heart, but he couldn't calm down. After all, he was still not mature enough. Bai Feng stood up, shook his head in self-mockery, put on the robe he had made, and wore the mask. Whoosh. Bai Feng disappeared from the rooftop, leaping into the air. The moonlight shone on him. Long black hair, red eyes, a black robe, and a black mask with spiral. "Where is Danzo?" Bai Feng moved through the night, his mind racing. The root base was far too obscure. Aside from a few high-ranking members of Konoha, almost no one knew its location. Even Obito, after witnessing so much, did not know where Root's lair was. "I must be careful today. In terms of raw strength, 10 of me wouldn't be enough to fight Danzo. I need to strike him down in one blow." Bai Feng muttered to himself. He knew that Danzo was not as weak as he appeared on the surface. At least he was no match for Bai Feng. Moreover, Bai Feng was not only up against Danzo, but also Root. Root was filled with formidable experts, and one slip-up would send Bai Feng to his grave. This operation must not fail in any way. Bai Feng stealthily arrived at the Hokage's confidential chamber, where important secrets were kept. The guard ninja outside was lying on the ground, sound asleep, apparently knocked out. Wearing a mask, Bai Feng began searching for information about Root. "I found it. Here it is." Just as Bai Feng was about to open it, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end. An indescribable chill swept through him in an instant. A flash of blade light, and the mask on Bai Feng's face was slashed with a cut. Bai Feng retreated rapidly, his Totemo Sharingan fixed on the blonde-haired. This was bad. Minato Namikaze, Bai Feng's teacher and ninja of unmatched power. Bai Feng had calculated many things, but never expected Minato to come straight for him. Minato raised a kunai, his eyes cold. "Who are you?" "Minato Namikaze." Bai Feng lowered his voice. Now Bai Feng had no choice but to brace himself and charge. Minato raised a kunai, his eyes cold. "Who are you?" "Minato Namikaze." Bai Feng. Minato already had an answer in his heart, but he still couldn't believe that the person before him, who was trying to steal secrets, was his own student. Yet no matter how much he refused to believe it, the figure's height and aura, along with the Sharingan glowing red in the darkness, all told Minato that this was reality. Bai Feng was panicking inside, completely unaware that Minato had already figured out everything about him. Why did it have to come to? Truly the mission had failed before it even began. Is that so? Minato's body slightly hunched, poised, and ready to strike. A battle was inevitable. Clang. A chain appeared in Bai Feng's hand. The next moment Minato was in front of him, his kunai thrusting at a deadly angle. Bai Feng was also skilled with the chain. He not only blocked Minato's kunai strike, but also successfully restricted Minato's movements. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I need to find a way to escape. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for Bai Feng. And with so much commotion, reinforcements would surely arrive soon. Thud. Minato exerted all his strength, and Bai Feng was slammed heavily onto the ground. Just as Bai Feng whipped his chain to entangle and restrict Minato, Minato vanished with a body flicker. Damn it. Bai Feng quickly grabbed the intelligence file about Root and tried to flee. But Minato appeared above him, kicking out. Bai Feng raised his arm to block. Bang! Minato's kick was powerful. Bai Feng was sent crashing through the wall, flung into the street, and smashed onto the roof. It hurt so much. Whoosh! The light of a Rasengan gleamed above Bai Feng's head. Minato had already formed a Rasengan and was thrusting it toward Bai Feng's back. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Hearing the commotion, ninjas kept rushing to Minato's side. There was a deep crater at Minato's feet, but Bai Feng's figure had vanished. Minato, what happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi also arrived at the scene. Minato smiled. A ninja from another village tried to steal intelligence, but I've already eliminated him. A ninja from another village. Minato continued with a smile. It was from an obscure little ninja village. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, harboring no further suspicion. Minato let out a sigh of relief, his blue eyes gazing into the distance, toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Obito. Pat. Bai Feng collapsed onto the floor of his own room. Removing his mask, he gasped for breath. It hurt so much. Gritting his teeth, he shed his robe. The one he had just finished making had already been ruined. Bai Feng had also sustained an injury on his back, a wound caused by Minato's strike. Is Minato sensei already aware of my identity? The reason Bai Feng had managed to escape was that Minato had deliberately let him go, even allowing him to take the confidential documents. Sensei. Bai Feng understood perfectly what Minato's action meant. What was Minato sensei's dream? To become Hokage. But by letting Bai Feng go, Minato was moving away from his dream. Even if no one blamed him, could Minato truly feel at ease in his heart? Bai Feng felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, sensei. I won't make this mistake again. Just this once, let me be stubborn. Because Bai Feng had to protect those. Removing his mask, Bai Feng endured the pain and glanced at the intelligence he had risked everything to steal. Before long, he tore it to shreds. That scheming Danzo. After all the effort to steal the intelligence, it turned out to be nothing but useless gossip. What a waste of effort. It seemed Danzo had never trusted the Konoha High Command, always keeping his own secrets. This is a disaster. I worked all night for nothing and got injured too. Bai Feng cursed. It seemed he would have to figure something out later. He side-hid the mask again, stowed away the torn robe, and also put away the chains he had used. He'll just take it one step at a time from now on. The next day, since his injuries were not severe, he naturally had to report to the meeting point of Minato's squad. When Bai Feng arrived, all the members of Minato's squad were already there. Kakashi frowned. Obito, why are you late again? Well, something came up. Hiss. Rin tilted her head, worried. Obito, what's wrong? Are you injured again? Let me see. It's nothing. Wait. Rin, what are you doing? What? Without a word, Rin lifted the back of Bai Feng's shirt, revealing a bruise on his back. Really, what have you done now? You just got out of the hospital. How did you get hurt again? Rin was rarely angry, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Bai Feng. Wanted to crack a joke to brush it off, but seeing Rin's fierce beast-like aura, he eventually gave in. I know. I won't do it again. Bai Feng lowered his head and said. Seeing him bow his head like a child who had done wrong, Rin shook her head helplessly. All right. But you must be careful next time, okay? After comforting Lin, Bai Feng's gaze turned to Shui Min, who was also looking at him. Teacher, you knew all along, didn't you? Then why did Teacher Shui Min withdrew his gaze, and as if nothing had happened, revealed a gentle smile. Now then, let's talk about the important matters first. Shui Min led Bai Feng and the other two to a barbecue restaurant, found a private room, and ordered a lot of dishes. Starting today, for the next month, your squad leader will be replaced by another teacher, Shui Min said, while picking up a piece of grilled meat. Huh? Is something wrong, Teacher Shui Min? Bai Feng immediately stood up, thinking that Shui Min could no longer be their supervising jonin because of him. Ow. Bai Feng's facial muscles twisted in pain. Shui Min smiled and said, don't worry. It's just that relations between the nations have been getting tenser recently, so I need to stay by Lord Third's side to assist him. Once the turmoil passes, he'll still be your squad leader. That's good. Shui Min continued with a smile. As for the teacher who will replace me for the next month, it's also someone you're all familiar with. Someone we're all familiar with. Kakashi tilted his head in thought. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't be sure who it was, because the range was too. Shui Min laughed. All right, let's all have a good meal today. If it's not enough, order more, eat your fill. After eating and drinking their fill, the members of Shui Min's squad each had their own matters to attend to, so they all went home. Just as Bai Feng was also planning to return to the clan grounds to cultivate, Shui Min called out to him. Dai-tu, how about we go together for a while? There are some things I want to tell you, Shui-min said with a smile. Ah, I see. The two walked down the street, not talking, just walking in silence. Bai Feng was the first to break the silence. Teacher Shui-min. Where are we going? I'm back home to get something, Shui-min said with a smile. The two arrived at a large house. Shui-min knocked on the door. Gio Xin Nai, am home. Welcome back, Shui-min. Is this your student? Gio Xin Nai asked quietly. Shui-min nodded. Gio Xin Nai smiled and said, welcome. My name is Uzumaki Gio Xin Nai. If I remember correctly, you're Uchiha Dai-tu, right? Master's wife's hair is very beautiful no matter how many times I see it, Bai Feng said a little shyly. Haha, you're quite the talker. Would you like to come in and sit? Gio Xin Nai was in a good mood and enthusiastically invited Bai Feng to come in as a guest. Bai Feng quickly looked at Shui-min, who helplessly shook his. Alright, Gio Xin Nai, we just came back to pick up something. I didn't expect you to like Dai-tu so much, Shui-min said with a smile. Gio Xin Nai whispered, what can I? Dai-tu complimented my hair. This is the first time I've heard a child compliment my hair. Even though Gio Xin Nai spoke so quietly, Bai Feng, whose senses were sharper than ordinary people, naturally still heard her whisper. What does that mean? It's just a compliment about hair. Why is she so happy? Gio Xin Nai coughed and said, well, if you have a chance next time, be sure to come. I will. Shui-min took a folder, hugged Gio Xin Nai, and then left with Bai Feng. Shui-min led a bewildered Bai Feng to the summit of the Hokage rock. Standing atop the rock, Bai Feng gazed down upon the entire Konoha village, a torrent of emotions surging within him. So this is the view of Konoha from this angle. So beautiful, so harmonious. I know everyone has their own path to walk, so I won't blame you. A gentle voice rang out. Shui-min's blue eyes fixed on the Konoha before him, a shimmering light flickering within them. Shui-min whispered, my dream is to become Hokage. It's not just my dream, but also Kushina's. So I will give my all to realize our dream. But that dream can only be fulfilled with Kushina by my side. There was no reproach. Even though his student had done such a thing, Shui-min understood that Bai Feng had acted to protect those close to him. Thus Shui-min had no right to blame Bai Feng, for if he were in Bai Feng's place, he would have made the same choice. If Shui-min had to choose between being Hokage and Kushina, he would unhesitatingly choose Kushina, because Kushina was everything to him. Shui-min smiled and said, I won't stop you from doing what you want. If you truly wish to kill Danzo, then go ahead. But I will not offer you any help. Because this is a fate you must bear on your own. Danzo had been at odds with Bai Feng since Bai Feng's days at the Ninja Academy, so it was only fitting that Bai Feng should end this himself. However, Obito, do not underestimate Danzo. He once undertook missions with the second Hokage and fought alongside the third Hokage. Could such a man be weak? Naturally, that is impossible. Bai Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and said, I know. I have never underestimated any enemy. The reason I dare to scheme against Danzo is that I have a certain degree of confidence. In short, it's better to be careful. Everything you are doing now goes against everyone's wishes, because behind the scenes Danzo is also a pillar of Konoha. Everything he does is to protect the village. It's just that his methods are. In short, it's better to be careful. Everything you are doing now goes against everyone's wishes, because behind the scenes Danzo is also a pillar of Konoha. Everything he does is to protect the village. It's just that his methods are extreme. Shui-min continued. To avoid dragging others down, Bai Feng would have to face Danzo alone. Teacher, what exactly is a Hokage? Bai Feng asked. What is a Hokage? Bai Feng was now hazy about the position. Was it simply the highest authority in charge of Konoha village? It couldn't be that simple. Shui-min paused. Do you have aspirations to become Hokage? I don't know. Bai Feng answered honestly. Had Bai Feng ever fantasized about becoming Hokage? Naturally he had. Back when he was still timid, he had imagined, if he became Hokage, would he no longer have to live in constant fear. Even if war broke out, the Hokage would be behind the scenes formulating strategies, never setting foot on the battlefield. And there would be money to earn, ensuring a worry-free life. That was Bai Feng's current understanding of the Hokage position. But it seemed it couldn't be that simple. Because a man like Teacher Shui-min also aspired to become. If I become Hokage, even if my deeds are not so glorious and grand, would there still be people who acknowledge me? Bai Feng murmured. Shui-min saw the sincerity in Bai Feng's eyes, then looked up at the sky. The sun's light bathed the entire Konoha. Obito, it's not that you become Hokage and then gain recognition from others. It is that you must gain the recognition of everyone before you can become Hokage. Obito, being Hokage is not just a title. Every Hokage's duty is not merely to live comfortably for themselves. What a Hokage must do is to regard everyone in the village as family, to ensure that family lives without worry, to create peace for the village, and to bring peace to the entire world. Being Hokage is not an ordinary position. It carries the dreams and ideals of many people and also harbors much darkness. Only those who can bear all this can become Hokage, and Shui-min already possessed such resolve. Because Kushina was by his side. So that's how it is. Uncle Tsukumo is our new team leader. At the fixed meeting point of Team Minato, Kakashi stood together with Tsukumo. Yes, Obito-rin, please take care of me from now on. Tsukumo revealed a calm smile. Do all true masters walk around with a perpetual smile? Bai Feng grumbled inwardly. Rin looked at Tsukumo with curiosity. She had certainly heard of the legendary title Konoha's White Fang that shook the entire ninja world, but she knew very little about Tsukumo. Kakashi shook his head and asked, Father, what is our mission today? Since you have all become Chunin and Obito's strength is even close to that of a Jonin, the difficulty of future missions will increase. But it won't be too hard at the start. This time our mission will mainly focus on reconnaissance. Reconnaissance? Tsukumo explained, because relations between the various nations are growing increasingly tense. The third Hokage has asked us to investigate some intelligence to see if there are any excessive movements among the nations. Had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Bai Feng frowned. Originally he had thought that since Sasori had not killed the third Kazekage, the Great Ninja War would be delayed by at least a few years compared to Obito's timeline. Because with the Kazekage still alive, even the Hidden Cloud Village would not dare to act rashly. But what was happening now? It felt as if the war was not only delayed, but coming earlier. How could it seem that instead of being postponed it was advancing? It is a story where Obito becomes the Hokage, constantly encouraging the growth of his juniors as a senior. The ensuing plot is to prepare for the Great Ninja War, allowing Bai Feng's strength to truly reach a level where he can participate in the war and even turn the tide. The ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan is currently related to the domain. As for who will die next, attentive readers should already have a good idea. Perhaps as I write I might suddenly come up with some bizarre ideas making it so that no one dies. I personally think the plot of the Great Ninja War is still very interesting. There Bai Feng will also save more people such as Might Guy's father and others. Of course, as Bai Feng saves more and more people, the difficulties he will face will also increase. These difficulties are not only directed at him, but also at those around. Then there is the mastermind behind the scenes, which is naturally Madara. In the end, Bai Feng and Obito will make a final confrontation with Madara. However, it seemed another long-term mission was on the horizon. Bai Feng sighed heavily. To him, long-term missions always heralded unforeseen events. What kind of difficulties lay ahead for Bai Feng this time? After explaining everything that needed to be said, Shuan Mao smiled and said, Alright, that's all for today. Everyone go back and pack your belongings. The mission starts tomorrow. Then while Kakashi was utterly bewildered, Shuan Mao grabbed his shoulders and vanished in an instant. Lin waved with a smile. See you tomorrow, Lin. Bai Feng smiled back as he saw her off, then let out a sigh. I feel like I've been too busy. Lin waved with a smile. See you tomorrow, Lin. Bai Feng smiled back as he saw her off, then let out a sigh. I feel like I've been too busy lately, haven't I? I was discharged from the hospital not long ago. Bai Feng murmured. Could this be the treatment of a protagonist? A disaster magnet and event trigger. Shaking off these irrelevant thoughts, Bai Feng decided to return to the Yuzibo clan compound to pack his luggage. Are you Yuzibo Dai too? A hoarse voice rang out. Bai Feng turned around to see a figure that looked like a woman, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, smiling at him. Who is it? Bai Feng frowned. This long-haired individual was definitely not someone he recognized. Having been betrayed many times before, Bai Feng was extremely wary of this type of person, fearing another unknown assassin. My name is Deshiwan. Yuzibo Dai too, I'm very interested in you. Deshiwan smiled. Deshiwan. Deshiwan was a name Bai Feng had heard of, a legendary ninja of Konoha along with Zilai Yi. Why would such a formidable figure come to see me? Bai Feng outwardly relaxed his guard and said respectfully, Lord Deshiwan, is there something you need from a small fry like me? You're not a small fry. The strength you displayed during the Chunin exam surprised many, including myself. Deshiwan laughed. At less than 10 years old, possessing such combat prowess and tactical acumen was simply incredible. Deshiwan uncrossed his arms and slowly walked up to Bai Feng. I came to ask you something not very important. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Deshiwan smiled. Bai Feng remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was baffled. Disciple? Hey, we've only just met for the first time, right? Is this really appropriate? You're not going to say something like, young man, I see your bones are extraordinary. Hey, raise a peerless divine technique for you, are you? The reason I say this is because you remind me of a child I once knew. He was my disciple, but now. A flicker of sadness passed through Deshiwan's eyes, quickly concealed. The reason I say this is because you remind me of a child I once knew. He was my disciple, but now. A flicker of sadness passed through Deshiwan's eyes. Bai Feng looked at the expression on Deshiwan's face. He wasn't lying. So what should he do now? Accept or refuse? Currently, Bai Feng wasn't lacking in teachers. First, there was Dai Tu inside him, guiding his training and imparting knowledge. Second, Shui Men would teach him much during missions. And occasionally he received guidance from Yuzibo Fuyu. In terms of teaching talent, Bai Feng was surrounded by experts. He didn't need a teacher at all. It might be worth a try. Dai Tu's voice suddenly rang out. Shi Wan is a genius. He not only knows many forbidden techniques, but is also a scientific prodigy. If you study under him, you'll achieve no small feat. Dai Tu spoke softly. With Bai Feng's talent learning some of the forbidden techniques Shi Wan mastered shouldn't be a problem. The more techniques he had, the safer he would be facing the grand scenes. Shi Wan's words had been heard by Dai Tu. If Bai Feng became his disciple, and some things changed, might the future take a better turn. After all, in Dai Tu's previous life, many tragedies were caused by Shi Wan. Of course the decision is yours. Bai Feng thought for a moment. What Dai Tu said? Lord Shi Wan, could I give you my answer after I finish the mission? My mind is still a bit unsettled. Bai Feng said with an apologetic look. Shi Wan replied expressionlessly, of course there's no problem. I was indeed too hasty. If you've made up your mind, you're always welcome to find me. Why does everyone leave in such a hurry? They didn't even leave an address. Where am I supposed to find you? Sometimes Why does everyone leave in such a hurry? They didn't even leave an address. Where am I supposed to find you? Sometimes the behavior of these masters is truly baffling. After returning home, Bai Feng began packing his luggage. He took out the mask, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to put it in his bosom. Maybe it will come. Knock knock. Just as Bai Feng finished packing and was about to practice cultivation for a while, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Dai Tu, it's me. The kind yet slightly hoarse voice of his grandmother came through. Bai Feng quickly stood up and opened the door. Grandma, what's wrong? Dai Tu, are you going on another mission? Grandma saw the packed luggage, sat on the bed, and sighed. His wounds had barely healed, yet he had to go on a long-term mission. What dangers would he face this time? Dai Tu, this time. Will you be able to return safely? Grandma said. Every ninja mission required the determination to face injury or even death, and Grandma was well aware of this. But she was terrified. Dai Tu's parents had died protecting him on a mission. Now besides Bai Feng, Grandma had no one else by her side, and Bai Feng was the only one she could rely on. Although Grandma had once hoped for Dai Tu to become a ninja, because in her mind only by becoming a ninja could Bai Feng achieve success and strive desperately for a happy future. However, Bai Feng's repeated serious injuries, hospitalizations, and brushes with death made Grandma realize that her thinking was wrong. Grandma didn't want to see Bai Feng suffer any harm. Grandma, rest assured, I am very strong. I will definitely return safely. Guessing Grandma's thoughts, Bai Feng said this to ease her worries. But could he really return safely? Even Bai Feng was uncertain. Although his strength had grown much greater than before, did he truly have confidence in returning safely from the upcoming mission? No. But Bai Feng had prepared for everything. Even if something unexpected happened and he couldn't return, he would do his utmost to repay his grandmother. Having completed so many commissions, Bai Feng had hardly spent any money beyond purchasing essential ninja tools. He had saved it all so that even if he met with an accident, his grandmother's life would not be too difficult. This was the best he could do to repay his grandmother in this life. To strive to make her life happy, to stay by her side until the end when heaven and earth would separate them. I am really strong. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely be fine. There aren't many in the Uchiha clan who are stronger than me. So don't worry, Bai Feng said with full confidence. To prevent Grandma from worrying, he could only act confident and show that he was strong. But did Grandma really not know? Actually, she knew everything. Her grandson bore everything on his own to keep her from worrying because no one else could help him. Dai Tu, Grandma suddenly regrets making you a ninja because I don't want to see you get hurt. Bai Feng had been very laid back before, and for the sake of his own safety, he hadn't wanted to become a ninja. But she, the grandmother who should have protected her grandson, had forced him onto this dangerous path. Seeing the guilt on Grandma's face, Bai Feng let out a breath. His smile vanished, replaced by a very serious expression. Grandma, perhaps the old me was indeed, but since I have chosen this path, I will not regret it. It's true that becoming a ninja has brought greater dangers around me, but I have also gained a lot in return. In this world, once you choose a path, there is no time for regret. You must forge ahead courageously. This was the biggest difference between Bai Feng now and the Bai Feng at the very beginning. The seriousness on Bai Feng's face finally dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. So Grandma, just wait for me at home. I will never let anything happen to me, Bai Feng said with a smile. The next day, Bai Feng slung his travel bag over his shoulder, donned his forehead protector and goggles, and sat at the entrance to put on his shoes. Today was the day of departure. He hoped to return soon. After tying his laces, he pulled open the door, ready to leave. Dai Tu, his grandmother called out, stopping him. No matter what happens, don't waver. Do what you must, and do what you can. She wiped her eyes as she spoke. I know, Bai Feng replied, turning back with a smile that could warm anyone's heart. When this mission is over, Grandma, how about we go on a trip together? His grandmother nodded and smiled. Bai Feng stepped out and closed the door. Outside, Lin and Kakaxi were already waiting for him. Let's go. The three of them chatted and laughed as they headed toward the rendezvous point. Not far away, Zhishui was strolling with you, and they caught sight of Bai Feng. Zhishui, is Dai Tu going on another mission? You asked curiously. In a little while, I might not have as much time to spend with you. I need to catch up quickly and become a ninja too. Jishui smiled and ruffled Yu's hair. After all, the situation was becoming more and more precarious. Yu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Jishui. Jishui, can I go on missions with you? Jishui was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Haha, Yu, how old are you? And missions aren't exactly easy. You look so serious I thought you were going to ask for something small. But this? How old are you? Haha. There's no need to keep repeating that, is there? I just want to help you, Jishui. Yu's face was full of displeasure. Jishui laughed again, then reached out and poked Yu on the forehead. Silly kid. As your elder, how could I let you help me? My dream is to create a peaceful world where you can live happily without conflict. So you don't need to help me. Just be happy. Jishui said gently. Yu touched his red forehead, gritted his teeth, and glared at Jishui. Everyone's here. Let's set off. Shuomao was also fully armed with his trademark smile on his face. Just as Bai Feng and the others left, a dozen masked ninjas observed their every move from the shadows. Lord Tuanzang's orders kill them no matter the route, a group of ninjas who operate in darkness. Needless to say, news of Shuomao and Bai Feng's upcoming reconnaissance mission reached Tuanzang's ears. He planned to use this opportunity to eliminate both Shuomao and Bai Feng, those troublesome individuals. If this mission failed again, the root ninjas dared not imagine what awaited them. Probably the most painful and darkest hell. Whoosh. The root ninjas vanished without a trace. As expected of the root, an organization only elite ninjas could join. Their skill in concealing their presence was remarkable. Bai Feng and the others didn't even notice them. The root didn't rush to strike. They planned to launch a surprise attack once Bai Feng's group reached the border of another country. Bai Feng were being followed. Bai Feng was startled. So soon after leaving, someone had their eyes on him. That old schemer Tuanzang, couldn't he wait any longer? Even a fool could tell that only he would be so fixated on Bai Feng. Since you've come, then stay here. A cold sneer curled on Bai Feng's lips. He was in no hurry to inform Shuomao and the others about the stalkers. Since Root wanted to catch them off guard, Bai Feng would play the same game with them. Along the way, Bai Feng acted as if nothing was amiss, chatting with Kakaxi and Lin about everything under the sun. Shuomao led the way with a gentle smile, more like they were on a pleasure trip than a mission. After traveling for a long time, they were now not far from the border. This area, infested with bandits and other dangers, was rarely traversed by anyone. Even if someone had to pass through, they would commission ninja protection from the village. Let's rest here, Shuomao said with a faint smile, his eyes flickering. Bai Feng nodded. Then let's settle this here. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, countless shuriken and kunai rained down on them like an endless torrent. Bai Feng and Shuomao shielded the bewildered Kakaxi and Lin, their hands forming seals. Fire-style grand fireball. The scorching, raging fireball consumed the shuriken and kunai, robbing them of their momentum and sending them clattering to the ground. Not bad. Now it's my turn. A glint flashed in Shuomao's eyes. He gently grasped the hilt of his blade, then stomped his right foot, heavily vanishing, and several screams erupted simultaneously. The root ninja had no time to react before being cut down by Shuomao. This was the White Fang of Konoha, who had shown brilliantly in the Second Shinobi World War. His strength even surpassed that of the Sannin. The root ninja dispatched to assassinate Bai Feng and Shuomao were naturally the elite among elites, at least Jonin level, yet they couldn't last a single exchange against the White Fang. Damn it. In that case, kill Uchiha Obito first, then take the others hostage. True to their elite status, the root ninja realized they stood no chance against the demon-like strength of the White Fang. They changed tactics and turned to charge at Bai Feng and the others, viewing them as easy targets. Just as Kakaxi and Lin were about to act, Bai Feng stopped them. Leave it to me. They're strong. Kakaxi frowned, irritated by Bai Feng's words. Lin bit her lips, staring intently at Bai Feng, her thoughts unreadable. Bai Feng, however, didn't think much of it. He was merely stating the truth. The root ninja charging at them were all jonin, far beyond what Kakaxi and Lin could handle. Uchiha Obito. The ninja at the forefront of the root squad swung his blade, its edge gleaming with cold light. Humph. Bai Feng snorted coldly. Did they really think he was a pushover? Want to poke him? Let's see if your hand doesn't get crippled. Fire-style Grand Fireball Jutsu. Although the Great Fireball's damage wasn't extremely high, its range was vast. The root ninja scattered to dodge, but Bai Feng had already formed the next hand. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon. Boom. The ensuing dragon of flame, carrying the force to incinerate all, roared toward the root ninja. They reacted swiftly. Earth-style Earth Wall. Boom. The earthen wall blocked the fire dragon, but the immense power caused it to crumble like an eggshell, fragments falling slow. What a troublesome brat. Is he really a genin? At such a young age, he mastered so many powerful fire techniques, and his chakra reserves were absurdly vast. He used jutsu, as if they cost nothing, unleashing them indiscriminately. Just as the root ninja were about to launch their next attack, their pupils contracted. What did the root ninja see? A monster directly pierced through the earthen wall. How was this possible? Clang. Chains lashed out and several root ninja were ensnared by Bai Feng's thrown chains. The other root ninja circled behind Bai Feng, attempting a surprise attack, but their blades passed straight through his body. The blade that Bai Feng had dodged struck his own comrade, staining the earth with blood. I don't want to kill because this feeling truly is terrible, but since you've come to kill me, then grit your teeth. Bai Feng raised his scarlet eyes. Bai Feng would no longer be weak and childish as before. Now Bai Feng was a true ninja, decisive in killing. Crack. Bones shattered, blood splattered, and a god of slaughter descended. All the root ninja who had tried to seize Bai Feng were killed, their blood staining his face. Bai Feng gently exhaled. Bai Feng's consumption was also heavy. He was not as relaxed as he appeared. The phasing ability just now was the power of Obito's Mangekyo. Due to his current physical limitations, he could only make his body intangible for 1 second, and the cost was immense. But this technique is really convenient. Bai Feng shook his head, ignoring the blood on his face, and turned to walk toward Lin and Kakashi. HM, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bai Feng approach, both Lin and Kakashi couldn't help but step back. Bai Feng's long hair fluttered, his face covered in blood, truly like a vengeful spirit. Bai Feng stopped, briefly considered, and his entire body stiffened. Just now Bai Feng's behavior was indeed unlike his usual self. Neither his strength nor his personality matched the Bai Feng that Kakashi and Lin knew. But I didn't do anything wrong. I couldn't just let the enemy escape, could I? Bai Feng said stiffly. Are you afraid of me? Obito, no, we. Lin stepped forward, wanting to say something, but when she saw the blood on Bai Feng's face and his red eyes, the words she wanted to say were forcibly swallowed back. Why? Why is this happening? It was Obito who killed them to protect us, so why am I afraid of Obito? Lin wanted to explain, wanted to approach Obito, but couldn't. The Obito before her, both in aura and strength, was far too unfamiliar. I see. It's all right. Bai Feng gave a bitter smile. Because Bai Feng and Obito were slowly merging, it was natural for Lin and the others to feel that Bai Feng had become strange. It just felt a little ridiculous. Shuo Mao also quickly finished off his enemies. Wiping the blood off his chakra blade, he looked at the root corpses lying behind Bai Feng, a hint of shock in his eyes. Though Shuo Mao killed with ease, he had traversed battlefields and slain countless foes, so such a feat was normal for him. But what about Bai Feng? How old was he? Kakashi. Shuo Mao saw Kakashi staring fixedly at Bai Feng. Kakashi wanted to say something, but his pupils involuntarily widened, and his whole body trembled. I see. Shuo Mao, a seasoned veteran, understood at once. He walked over to Bai Feng and patted his shoulder. Obito, go dispose of the bodies. After all, they were Konoha ninja. Shuo Mao said sternly. I understand. Bai Feng nodded, let out a breath, then performed a shadow clone technique, hoisting the bodies and leaving. Shuo Mao watched the departing Bai Feng, then looked at his son and his friend Lin. I won't say much. If you find him strange, if you're afraid of him, that's fine. But you must never forget Obito once risked everything for the two of you. He regarded you as his most trusted people, and he was willing to turn his back to you. Yet now you look at him with such eyes. Isn't that too pitiful for him? Shuo Mao still vividly remembered that youth who was the same age as his son had stood up and spoken for him, the one who had fallen into despondency for the sake of his own. Was Bai Feng not afraid back then? Undoubtedly he was. At that time Bai Feng was far too weak, and it was likely from that moment that Bai Feng and Danzo had forged a deep enmity. Time and again afterwards, Bai Feng risked his life to save his companions, each time ending up severely injured and hospitalized. Shuo Mao held great affection for Bai Feng because Bai Feng never rejected Shuomo's perspective. In this cold, heartless world of shinobi, Bai Feng stood up. Though he gained absolutely nothing for himself, Bai Feng never ceased running, never pausing even for a moment. Now that Bai Feng faced difficulties, Shuo Mao had to help him, for Shuo Mao could not bear to see Bai Feng become the person he himself once was. If even you deny Obito, then everything will change. The Obito that emerges then will be the one you truly find unfamiliar. Do you wish to see such an Obito? Shuo Mao's expression turned extremely grave. His own son Kakashi and Rin were still children. Though it might sound harsh, Shuo Mao had to say it. Because if he didn't speak out, if he didn't do something, Bai Feng might indeed undergo some transformation. Perhaps once you deny everything Obito has done, Obito will also deny this world. Shuo Mao's face was heavy with sorrow. To be able to effortlessly slay root shinobi at such a young age. If he were to become an enemy, just how terrifying would that be? Shuo Mao dared not even. That's all I have to say. Think it over yourselves. With that, Shuo Mao went to prepare the camp, for after traveling such a long distance it was time to rest. He laid all the bodies on the ground, dug a dozen pits, tossed the corpses in, and covered them. Phew, it's done. Bai Feng leaned against a tree and sat down, his head lowered, lost in thought. Obito, am I truly that terrifying? He buried his face in his arms, his voice. He had lived 2 lives. Kakashi and the others were children, while Bai Feng was an adult. By all logic, Bai Feng should have remained unwavering in the face of their gazes. But Bai Feng could not. He felt as if everything he had done before had been in vain. This is what it means to be a shinobi, a profession that endures pain with blood and tears in their eyes pressing forward. Obito spoke slowly. But did shinobi truly never suffer? Of course not. Whether modern people or shinobi, as long as they were human, they were bound by emotions. After a brief pause to compose himself, Bai Feng rose, his face returning to its sunny smile. Alright, let's head back. I'm fine now. Bai Feng smiled. Bai Feng returned to the site of the earlier battle. The bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned, the metallic scent in the air had vanished. Shomao had brought a pile of firewood. Lin and Kakashi were not there. They had probably gone to look for fruit or a water source. Uncle Shomao, let me light the fire, Bai Feng said with a smile. He refined a bit of chakra, exhaled a small flame, and the kindling caught fire. Shomao chuckled. Sometimes ninjutsu really is convenient. Bai Feng found 4 relatively smooth stones, gave one to Shomao, positioned the remaining 2, and sat down on one himself. The warmth of the flames brought Bai Feng great comfort, and his mind began to relax. Die too. I'm fine, Uncle Shomao. I'm not that young anymore. After everything I've been through, there's no difficulty that can easily defeat me. Before Shomao could say anything, Bai Feng had already finished his reply with a smile. Shomao cast a profound glance at Bai Feng, then said no more. Did you notice the root's surveillance earlier? Bai Feng nodded. Shomao was once again inwardly astonished. The root had concealed themselves exceptionally well this time, to the point that even he had almost failed to notice them. Yet Bai Feng had been able to detect them. This was truly unbelievable. Shomao was actually aware of the worries of Lin and Kakashi, for the secrets surrounding Bai Feng were indeed too numerous. Every time Bai Feng grew stronger, every time he changed, Lin and Kakashi would worry, would Bai Feng still be the same Bai Feng? If he was no longer that pure Bai Feng, what would he become? Would he change for the better or for the worse? That was what Shomao and the other 2 feared. Bai Feng shook his head. Don't worry, Uncle Shomao. No matter what I become in the future, I will never stand against you, because you are my comrades. With observation skills beyond ordinary and eyes that seemed to see through anyone's thoughts, Bai Feng smiled. Dai Tu. Lin and Kakashi returned to the campfire carrying wild fruits. Dai Tu we. It's not that. I'm just afraid that you might disappear, Lin said, biting her lip. Lin did not dislike him because Bai Feng had killed people, or because of his appearance. She was simply afraid that Bai Feng would become someone she no longer recognized. Kakashi also asked, you will always stay here, won't you? Bai Feng looked at the sincerity on Lin and Kakashi's faces, paused for a moment, and then broke into a so it wasn't what I thought. So they were just worried about me. Bai Feng laughed and said, don't worry, even if the Heavenly King himself comes, I usually would die, too. I'm still usually would die too. I will always stay by your side. Lin showed a relieved smile. Shomao looked at the 3 youngsters before him with a gentle smile, feeling that he had been worrying too much. Indeed, the bond among the 3 of them had long been something that difficulties could not easily sever. Alright, it's good that you've made up. Come, everyone must be tired. Let's eat something, Shomao said with a smile. He took out some military rations and his homemade meat buns, distributing them to Bai Feng and the others. Kakashi's mood had also returned to normal. A hint of pride appeared on his sleepy face. My father and I stayed up all night to make these. They must taste great. Lin was a bit surprised. After taking a bite, she smiled. It tastes really good. Bai Feng also took a bite. Although the meat in the bun had long gone cold, the taste was still decent, much better than the cold military rations. Indeed delicious. I didn't expect you, Kakashi, to have a tendency to become a house husband, Bai Feng teased. Kakashi rolled his eyes and retorted with a laugh, get lost. Bai Feng chuckled, not minding. What's wrong with being a house husband? I'd be happy to be one. Lin saw the expression on Bai Feng's face, and her smile froze. Could it be that Dai too wants to become a house husband? After the meal, everyone felt a bit tired. Since this mission was primarily reconnaissance, there was no need to rush. Bai Feng leaned against a tree trunk and yawned. The chakra consumed in the previous battle had nearly recovered, but he still felt somewhat drowsy, a little sleepy. Something was wrong. Not to mention Kakashi and Lin, but a veteran like Shomao, seasoned through countless battles, would show something was wrong. Not to mention Kakashi and Lin, but a veteran like Shomao, seasoned through countless battles, would show such an expression during a mission. Moreover, Bai Feng saw that Shuaomao's face bore not the same drowsy look, but pain. Is this a jinjutsu? Uncle Shuaomao and the others, are they seeing illusions? It's poison. Just as Bai Feng was at a loss, Obito's figure gradually materialized, his face also grave. Uncle Shuaomao and the others, are they seeing illusions? It's poison. Just as Bai Feng was at a loss, Obito's figure gradually red sand scorpion. It was likely a toxin dispersed in the air, Though not lethal, it could cause one to see illusions they wish to avoid, similar to the effects if it were a simple Jinjutsu. Bai Feng could inject chakra into Shuan Mao and the others to break the illusion. But if the hallucinations were caused by poison, the only solutions were an antidote or the body. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. If it were a simple Jinjutsu, Bai Feng could inject chakra into Shuan Mao and the others to break the illusion. But if the hallucinations were caused by poison, the only solutions were an antidote or the body spontaneously developing immune cells to eliminate the toxin. He activated his Sharingan. Drowsiness surged, but Bai Feng fought the urge to collapse and fall asleep, staying alert to his surroundings. You're quite interesting to have remained unaffected by my poison. Suddenly a young, pleasant male voice, as if accompanied by rolling thunder, resounded across the entire sky. Anyone who made such an imposing entrance was never an easy opponent. Thinking this, Bai Feng had already prepared himself in secret. But when the enemy truly appeared, Bai Feng swallowed hard cold sweat, breaking out all over his body, trembling uncontrollably. What did he see? He saw an army. Even if you're unaffected, can you alone stop my puppet legion? I prepared this just to kill the White Fang of Konoha. His tone rose, filled with hatred, sounding utterly terrifying. You've got to be kidding. Hey, what am I supposed to do now? Before him, hundreds upon thousands of puppets exuded an irresistible momentum, their emotionless eyes all fixed on Bai Feng, making him deeply Before him, hundreds upon thousands of puppets exuded an irresistible momentum, their emotionless eyes all fixed on Bai Feng, making him deeply Seeing that despair-inducing number, Bai Feng, his scalp tingling, kept retreating as his Sharingan began to transform his clothes, stained with blood. With a series of whooshes, blood streamed from his eyes as the space around Bai Feng began to warp. Then he brought Shuan Mao and the other two into the distorted space. All the poison needles missed. A red-haired man slowly stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot and filled with resentment. Space-time ninjutsu. White Fang of Konoha, I will definitely kill you. Scorpion said venomously. Inside the space-time pocket, Bai Feng and the three others fell to the ground. This was a space accessible only to Bai Feng, or rather Obito, because one needed the power of space-time ninjutsu, like Kimui, to enter it. Ow ow ow. Damn it, Bai Feng swore. It had been a long time since he used Obito's Kimui power, and he had no idea how many new wounds had appeared on his body. What a painful feeling. Just out of the hospital, and already injured again. Was I cursed? Bai Feng looked at the three still trapped in the illusion world, feeling mentally exhausted. If not for the cheat inside me, I would have been done for. Scorpion's poison was formidable, colorless, odorless, and dispersed in the air, so even Obito hadn't noticed it. What to do next? Bai Feng took out bandages to stop the bleeding and dress his wounds. The pain made him gasp, but it was tolerable. We'll wait for Shuan Mao and the others to wake up first, Obito's voice rang out. This colorless and odorless toxin was hard to detect, but generally not too potent. It mainly stimulated the nerves. After a period of time, Shuan Mao and the other two would awaken. This colorless and odorless toxin was hard to detect, but generally not too potent. It mainly stimulated the nerve. Obito explained, Scorpion can be considered the strongest puppet master of Sunigakure. Moreover, the most dangerous aspect is not the puppets themselves, but the poison he coats them with. A poison far different from the illusion-inducing one. Oh, it's truly lethal. With a multitude of puppets, each armed with deadly poison, this setup truly made Bai Feng feel despair. Unless he used Kamui to directly twist off Scorpion's real head, there was no good solution. But Scorpion was too cunning, he would never expose his true body. What should he do? Bai Feng began to ponder, but could think of nothing. The physical pain interrupted his train of thought, preventing him from settling his mind. Speaking of which, this space is incredibly convenient. Bai Feng remarked, gazing at the seemingly boundless time-space around him. Even if he couldn't win, he could just hide here. Wait, could he open a portal directly to Konoha? If so, Sasori wouldn't be able to find them, right? Unless he had the audacity to attack Konoha alone. Minato Sensei would teach him a lesson. Obito chuckled, it's useless. To achieve such long-range Kimui, you'd have to be prepared to die. Obito's many tricks were mainly due to having Hashirama cells in his past life. In this life, Bai Feng had nothing except Obito. The six paths nourished. Bai Feng lay directly on the ground. So in the end, we still have to face Sasori. Things were really tough now. But Uncle Shomao might have a plan. They would discuss tactics once he woke up. Finally, Bai Feng fell into a deep sleep. Although Sasori's poison hadn't affected him severely, it still left him exhausted. At that moment, Bai Feng slept soundly. Obito watched the sleeping Bai Feng, then lay on the ground staring at the boy who looked exactly like him. We're about to enter the final stage. Bai Feng, I lied to you. I'm truly sorry. With that, Obito's figure dissolved into particles of light and vanished. Failed again. Useless fools. Danzo roared in fury, then smashed the table before him to pieces with a single palm strike. However, that red sand Sasori had appeared as well. Based on intelligence from his subordinates, Danzo deduced that the mysterious puppeteer who had attacked Bai Feng and the others aside from himself was Sasori. These individuals are all potential threats to Konoha in the future. They all must die. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Uchiha Obito, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans and humiliated me. Now it's time for you to pay the price. Danzo spoke venomously. Not just Uchiha Obito alone, but his family as well. They all must die. No one can stop me, Danzo. Anyone who might threaten Konoha must die. Only I, Danzo, can truly protect this Konoha. Only I, Shimura Danzo, am worthy of becoming the Hokage who leads this village on the right path. It seemed as though something was about to happen. So comfortable. Such a soft sensation. What is this? Wait, this feeling. Could it be a lap pillow? Thinking this, Bai Feng opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the Lin he imagined, but a white-haired figure wearing a mask. Whoa! What the hell is this? Bai Feng sprang up instantly. Kakashi looked up in bewilderment, utterly confused. Seeing Bai Feng like a startled cat, Kakaxi's expression stiffened. Didn't this guy like lap pillows? What was going on? What are you doing, Kakashi? Bai Feng couldn't help shouting. Kakashi replied, this is called a lap pillow, right? You mentioned it in your sleep. Didn't you want one? I gave it to you, so why are you angry? So it was my own fault. Damn it. Bai Feng felt like crying. He had thought it was Lin's lap pillow, but it turned out to be Kakaxi's. This left him deeply melancholic. Obito. Just as Bai Feng was questioning his life, Lin also woke up. She looked at Obito, then at Kakashi. Did something unpleasant happen? Lin tilted her head. Bai Feng quickly said no. Nothing happened. Alright, everyone's fine. Let's discuss tactics now. Shuamao watched the farce with amusement in his eyes, then coughed and clapped his hands. Alright, let's get down to business. Obito, what happened? This space was clearly not the ninja world. It was lifeless with no other signs of life besides themselves. Bai Feng knew he could no longer hide it. I hope everyone can keep this a secret. This is a space that doesn't belong to the ninja world. A space only I can enter. A time-space jutsu. Shuomo's eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew well how powerful and rare time-space ninjutsu was. In all of Konoha, only Minato could use it, which proved its incredible strength and wonder. Yet this 9-year-old boy also mastered time-space ninjutsu. Who would believe it? Space-time ninjutsu also comes in many varieties, and this kind of ninjutsu that can freely enter and exit other spaces is undoubtedly the most supreme among space-time techniques. Bai Feng gave a wry smile and said, this is my greatest secret. Please don't tell anyone. At such a young age, possessing such an extraordinary ability will inevitably attract special attention, for who wouldn't want to unravel the secrets within Bai Feng's body? There must be some kind of restriction, right? Die till you get injured every time. Could it be? Lin recalled something. Sometimes Bai Feng would inexplicably bear injuries. If this space-time ninjutsu had some restriction, then it would make sense. Bai Feng nodded. This ninjutsu cannot be fully withstood by my current body. So every time I use it I suffer severe injuries, or even death. Bai Feng slightly exaggerated the cost. Upon hearing this, Lin, Kakashi, and the others furrowed their brows. Such a dangerous ninjutsu, yet Bai Feng had risked his life to use it and save them. Shuamao felt deeply unsettled. Having roamed the battlefield for years, he now had to rely on a child under 10 years old to survive. Shuamao took a deep breath. Rest assured, who is our opponent? What abilities do they possess? Chi Sha Jixia. Bai Feng glanced at Shuamao and continued, he is a puppeteer. His parents were killed by Uncle Shuamao during the Second Shinobi World War, and now he has come for revenge. Shuamao furrowed his brow, memories surfacing. Chi Sha Jixia, was he the child of that couple? Xia's parents were formidable. Even Shuamao had to use his ultimate technique, the Konoha Taijutsu, secret 1,000 years of death, to defeat them. Now Xia has been driven by hatred. Just how powerful is he? Shuamao let out a slight sigh, unconcerned. Is that so? Then let it come. On the battlefield, who doesn't die? Moreover, they are enemies. Xia is troublesome. He possesses an entire army of puppets. If we don't find a way to lure out his real body, we will surely lose. Bai Feng said softly. Generally speaking, a puppeteer's real body is relatively weak. It is their weakness. But as long as they conceal this weakness, they become extremely troublesome. Kakashi pondered. I see. Then our current approach is simple. We just need to figure out how to lure out Xia's real body. What should be done? If Uncle Shuamao acts as bait. Bai Feng recalled something, but how to operate. The enemy isn't stupid either. Damn it, if we had the Bai Yin, it wouldn't be so troublesome. We could just hide in the shadows, use the Bai Yin to locate Xia's real body, and then strike with a fatal blow. Xia Luin Yin. An eye that can see through all things in the world. But what should we do in this battle? Shuamao smiled and stood up. Die till you find Xia's real body. We'll create an opportunity for you. Huh? Bai Feng was stunned. I find the real body. You possess the Xia Luin Yin and the insight to see through people's hearts. If anyone among us can locate Xia's real body, it's you. Shua Mao said with a smile.